Lord of Mysteries, Survival from the Secret Doll Chapter 231 to 250. A few days later, the prepared Olsen and Nicholas Flamel returned to the Crimson District once again, to the town called Black Vortex Town, and found Tang in the underground cavern. "Since you're ready, let's set off." Tang nodded to Nicholas, who then looked at the black hole in midair that even light could not escape. In the eyes of this Angel King, as black as the abyss, a huge clock shadow suddenly appeared, divided into 12 sections, some blue-black, some gray-white, with clear boundaries, composed of countless complex symbols. The next moment, a melodious chime, as if from the depths of every soul, suddenly rang out in this empty underground cave. The surroundings became even quieter, as if only the huge chiming sound remained, echoing in every space, seemingly coming from the depths of everyone's heart. The black hole floating in midair suddenly swelled, as if a large amount of unknown things had been stuffed into it, and the materials coming from all directions stretched and expanded the black hole, which could instinctively swallow the entire planet, rapidly elongating and widening from its original spherical shape. The enlarged black hole was then pulled by invisible objects at its expanding corners, and invisible chains stretched it out again. This time, the mystical black hole appeared more unstable, and the black hole inside, which seemed capable of swallowing the entire planet, gradually tore apart, with specks of starlight escaping from the torn parts. When the chimes stopped, what appeared in front of Tang, Olsen, and Nicholas was a huge object resembling a door. The frame of the door was bound by invisible chains, a mystical darkness that could not be illuminated by anything, because nothing could reflect on its surface, turning into reflected light that human eyeballs could perceive, and almost nothing could come into contact with it without being completely swallowed and becoming nourishment for growth and expansion. Within the frame of that door, what was revealed was different from the blackness of the frame. Beyond the torn, invisible space was a deep, boundless, grand, and infinite world. Countless stars twinkled within the door, displaying stars of blue, white, red, and purple, and countless vast nebulae composed of clusters of stars. That was the world that astronomy enthusiasts and astrologers had observed and understood for a long, long time, only understanding it, but never setting foot in it. That was the astral world. The interstellar gate was now open. Tang gazed at the world behind the door. This was after the outer god overlord opened the passage connecting the two worlds and abandoned control of this black hole. Nicholas, using the bug and Tang's grafting as the mystical base, connected this door to the boundary of a civilization in the depths of the universe that believed in the outer god overlord. It wasn't that he particularly trusted the interstellar coordinates and help provided by this outer god. It was impossible to step into it unprepared. At this moment, with the formation of the interstellar gate, the mystical puppets that had been sent out experimentally, their spiritual lines were now floating back along with the opening of this door. Among them were mystical puppets bestowed with blessings, who were once travelers. After being blessed by the observer, these false demigods had already begun to explore the area behind the door, either detonating problems in advance or conducting explorations. Tang slightly read the sights and thoughts of those puppets through the spiritual lines, and seeing that there were no problems, he reached out to pull the historical void images. "Are we going in now?" Olsen asked Tang. "No," Tang shook his head. After pulling out his own historical void image and Olsen's historical void image, Nicholas looked over from the side. These two historical void images, apart from initially appearing stiff and rigid when walking out of the historical mist, acting only on instinct, became more and more agile and real after leaving the historical mist. Both their thinking ability and fate began to appear indistinguishable from reality. Disguised by the bug, these two historical void images, whose fate, aura, and extraordinary characteristics were almost identical to the original, walked into the interstellar gate as it opened. The starlight instantly swallowed the two historical void images. Tang stood in place, while Olsen marveled at such historical void images, but still suppressed the desire in his heart, waiting for the final result. Time passed by second. The world behind the interstellar gate remained incomparably quiet, and when the interstellar gate began to show a shrinking trend as energy was continuously consumed, Tang seemed to hear some kind of information transmitted from within the interstellar gate, and then nodded. Yes, there are no problems. The outer god overlord shouldn't have set up a big trap for him, and the two historical void images hadn't suffered a dimensionality reduction strike from the high-dimensional overseer. As long as I don't expand the Euclidean space and only use the power of the mystical servant, those outer gods won't give me an opening kill. Since everything is ready, then let's set off. Tang showed Olsen a smile. Olsen nervously clenched the handle of the suitcase in his hand and nodded firmly. Okay. The two of them, one in front of the other, stepped into the open, interstellar gate, and were swallowed by the starlight. The interstellar gate rapidly contracted, and the chains that bound and pulled it also retracted completely at this moment. The passage, which spanned infinite distances and seemed to reach the end of the universe, also collapsed and shrank back at this moment, returning to the state of a sealed mystical black hole. Nicholas withdrew the extraordinary power that maintained this bug. He rubbed his forehead and asked Tang, who had walked out of the historical mist, "Are you sure there won't be any problems with you going out like this?" As long as Olsen and the others don't encounter those outer gods, believe me, my historical void images won't be too afraid of the outer god's independence and most of the troubles in the universe. This was the confidence of a Sequence 1. Even in the vast universe, Sequence 1s were among those standing at the top of the pyramid. Regularly opening the interstellar gate, updating information, and replenishing energy should prevent any problems. When Olsen returns, I believe he will be able to call himself him. If the time is too long, the outer gods should also notice such a mystical passage that can communicate internally and externally without going through barriers. Nicholas glanced at his hair, which had curled up and turned into vortexes near his ears. So what? Tang smiled. After all, this is a passage created by the outer god overlord. As long as this one doesn't pursue it, the other outer gods may not value such a small passage that requires a large amount of energy to open. This world no longer has a flawless exterior. The cracks in the world will only increase in number and size. Those great beings standing at the apex of the universe won't waste their time chasing after such an insignificant crack. Even if there were, couldn't we just offer them some praise the sun, just like greeting, overlord of superstars? Tang looked up, seemingly gazing at the deep, distant astral realm, yet also seeming to be watching the real world, that vast, boundless night sky filled with stars. The newest chapters are updated first, Miskatonic University, through the efforts of interested parties, its existence, its mysteries, and its various legends have begun to spread throughout the circles of mysticism. This mysterious university, already full of mysteries and watched by various secret organizations, is finally slowly lifting the veil that shrouds it. Soon, within the countries of the northern continent, whether it be orthodox churches, secret organizations, or wild, untamed beyonders and cultists, all knew of such a secret organization used to cultivate beyonders, teach extraordinary knowledge, and generously provide various extraordinary items and potion formulas, which had quietly stepped onto the stage of history. The existence of this university itself seemed to be a collection of countless secrets. For the beyonders of the northern continent, its existence seemed ethereal and illusory, lacking a true sense of reality. But one day, when the steam train from the spirit world quietly passed overhead, piercing out of the spirit world and then back into it, everyone understood the reality of this university's existence. Angel of Tingen, Nicola Flamel, once again became one of the targets observed and feared by various secret organizations. This Angel King, who had replaced the position of blasphemer, was sending a brand new signal to all those observing him and the various changes in Tingen in a gentle yet unquestionable manner. A new era has arrived. Soon, Miskatonic University, a secret organization backed by an Angel King, was recognized by the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Church of the God of Storms, and several other Orthodox divine churches, becoming a semi-public, legitimate mystical organization for education and trade. Although it seemed somewhat incongruous to attach the word legitimate to the label of a secret organization, for the students graduating from Miskatonic University, apart from restrictions on matters involving the propagation of faith such as proselytizing, many of the students who emerged from it joined official Beyonder organizations and became members, continuing on the path of Beyonders. They had a solid foundation and considerable experience in dealing with various emergencies. They had firm and devout beliefs, and after formally joining a church, they demonstrated outstanding abilities. They came from that mysterious university, but they never truly changed their beliefs, just as Nicola Flamel said. I only believe in myself, and I will not change the beliefs of others. It is meaningless to me. Even if some high-level church officials held skeptical attitudes towards these students from that university, they had to admit that these beyonders from that university did indeed have good abilities and trust in the Lord and the Church. Currently, the beyonders belonging to the university, known as investigators, are also registered in the official beyonder registers of various countries. These beyonders are no longer subjected to the wanted lists and purges of the orthodox churches of various countries, and are able to help deal with abnormal events, arrest cultists who believe in evil gods, destroy sacrificial rituals, and reach consensus with the clergy of various churches. In some places, when the orthodox divine churches lack internal strength, they will also cooperate with the local investigators to deal with matters they cannot complete and can only seek help from other churches. Most of the investigators are Sequence 7 or Sequence 6 beyonders, which is not considered too outstanding, but what all Orthodox divine churches cannot imagine is that the investigator organization under Miskatonic University has extraordinary abilities. The speed of information exchange, summoning help, and transferring items is faster than the Orthodox divine churches using mystical means, borrowing sealed artifacts, and using messengers. When encountering powerful enemies that cannot be confronted, or discovering that cultists have organized a large-scale sacrificial ritual, the sages of Miskatonic University have always arrived around them, killing the danger in advance and saving many people. And the investigators do not care which side the beyonders used to belong to. As long as they have not committed crimes that violate the law, or crimes that are not excusable, then they can accept them, provide shelter, help them improve, and push open the door to divinity for them. The addition of such a new force greatly reduced the probability of wild beyonders committing crimes, improved the judgment of cultists and many criminals who disrupt peace and stability, and jointly maintained the stability and superficial peace of the mystical world. At the same time, Miskatonic University gradually took Tingnan City in ruin as its core and simultaneously transferred new talents to various countries. Fifth Epoch, 526, Trier, Intis Empire, Miskatonic University branch established. In the same year, led by the investigators of Miskatonic University, Nicola Flamel of Tingnan, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the Angels of the Church of the God of Craftsmen, the Trier region of the Intis Empire began to repair and complete the historical legacy related to the Fourth Epoch seal of underground Trier. With the Miskatonic University branch and the two major Orthodox divine churches as the core, a super-large ritual encompassing the entire Trier and surrounding areas is gradually being promoted and constructed. When the ritual is officially completed, the problems of underground Trier will be greatly improved, and many mystical bombs left by the Blood Emperor Alista Tudor will be subjected to layers of shackles and will no longer undergo mutations. Fifth Epoch, 528, the Industrial Revolution, led by the mystical side of Tingnan City, Miskatonic University, and assisted by Khoi University and Tingnan University, began to spread to Ahival County, Rouen, and then to the entire northern continent. The rise of the Industrial Revolution drove the vigorous development of many emerging industries, and basic construction issues such as medical care, agriculture, industry, and planting began to advance outwards. Fifth Epoch, 530, the first non-mystical steam train was born. The stars fall to the horizon, and as dawn arrives, from the highest point of the spirit world, crimson spreads out from within. Fifth Epoch, February 1143, crimson falls from the sky. Deep within the spirit world, the youth stood beneath the seven lights of the spirit world, seemingly within reach of the boundless, high, grayish-white mist, quietly gazing at the unchanging, almost eternal, grayish-white mist above, imperceptible to ordinary people. At some point, a figure appeared beside him. It was a woman dressed in layered garments, inlaid with twinkling starlight, her face veiled in a misty gauze. The veiled woman brought with her a gentle darkness, as if shrouded by a deep, obscure realm. Simultaneously, illusory and transparent fine lines emerged from the youth, extending from the depths of the spirit world, seemingly connected to all directions, as if these invisible, illusory black lines were emanating from every part of the spirit world, rushing towards the woman's location. The youth saw the woman's figure, adorned in layered yet uncluttered clothing, and nodded slightly, as if in greeting. The woman also nodded towards the youth, and then she, too, looked up at the seemingly infinitely high, eternally unchanging grayish-white mist. The two seemed to be waiting for something. At some unknown time, after an unknown duration, the grayish-white mist above, which seemed to exist above the spirit world and was filled with boundless grayish-white vapor, stirred with subtle, almost imperceptible movements, under the joint observation of the youth and the young woman seemingly shrouded in deep darkness. In the next moment, something seemed to break away from the grayish-white mist and plummet towards the spirit world. That thing was adorned with a few deep red-hued lights and enveloped by a mass of pitch-black, dim matter. There were two things, but they were joined together by the gray mist, becoming an inseparable whole. After breaking away from the gray mist, the thing fell rapidly, flying towards a predetermined direction in this spirit world, where there was no up, down, left, right, front, or back, and no concept of time, as if it would leave the depths of the spirit world and enter the real world in the next instant, merging with it. Just as the gray mist stirred and something flew out from it, the youth raised his hand, and swarms of constantly wriggling, clumping, semi-transparent vermin emerged from his hand, forming a huge, illusory vortex constructed of countless worms from the center of his palm. The vortex, composed of countless vermin, seemed to have a powerful, terrifying attraction towards the thing falling from above the spirit world, from within the gray mist. The thing falling from the gray mist should have followed its predetermined trajectory, plummeting towards the real world together with the deep, dark matter. But as soon as the worm vortex formed, the thing falling from the gray mist paused only slightly before rapidly rushing towards the youth and the misty, illusory woman. They were being pulled, drawn by the power of a greater force, about to plunge into the huge, terrifying vortex and merge with it. The gray mist above trembled slightly, seemingly aware of an unknown error and wanting to correct it. A youth wearing a black silk top hat and a matching tailcoat appeared beneath the gray mist, his light brown eyes becoming increasingly black as he silently watched the grayish-white mist before him, seemingly contemplating where there might be a loophole to exploit, helping him reach the mysterious space above the gray mist. In the end, the gray mist did not correct the error, as it only had instinctive behavioral guidelines. After an unknown, great power looked this way, protecting itself from intrusion became the primary rule to be followed. The figure wearing the black top hat could only regretfully withdraw his gaze. Before the thing falling from the gray mist could converge with the worm vortex, a tranquil night spread out from the depths of the spirit world. The gentle night, the power of tranquility, enveloped the thing stained with grayish-white mist layer upon layer. The gray mist rapidly dissipated, revealing the thing within. Something, in the tranquil night, in the rapidly dissipating grayish-white mist, split apart once again. The darkness came quickly and went quickly. When the darkness dissipated, a twisted, huge, terrifying thing continued to surge towards the worm vortex in the youth's hand, while the other figure, originally fused with it, carrying wisps of deep red, fell into the spirit world along its predetermined trajectory, rushing towards a certain place in the real world. Cut from the grayish-white thing was a massive, curtain-like object shimmering with bizarre, dim hues. The power pulling it was terrifyingly dreadful. Seemingly sensing that inexplicable attraction, it could not break free, nor did it intend to, plunging into the worm vortex in the youth's hand. The countless transparent, semi-transparent worms that made up the vortex seized the attracted thing, rapidly crawling into it. Each of the worms that composed the vortex was permeated with glittering, brilliant light. Only then did the black curtain realize the abnormality. It struggled frantically amidst the twinkling, brilliant lights that dissipated from its body, seemingly only now discovering what kind of monster it had plunged into. Countless black, illusory fine lines floated out from the worms, manipulated by the black curtain, but the countless transparent, semi-transparent worms still steadfastly and fearlessly burrowed into the black curtain, controlling and eroding it. Their spirit threads were stripped away, but they returned to them once again in the next instant. The black curtain struggled less and less within the worm vortex until the thing finally quieted down, and countless dark, abyssal gazes, like an unfathomable ocean, were drawn by the worms and draped over the youth holding the worm vortex. The youth smiled as he looked at the grayish-white mist above, which had already quieted down, seemingly anticipating this outcome. The night goddess tilted her head slightly, looking at this mysterious servant who still maintained a youthful appearance. "You never seemed to have much interest in becoming the fool." Ah, this question. Tang's gaze fell on the deep red star that fell from the origin castle above, following the route he had set, plummeting towards a certain spirit world coordinate. You can understand it as a little obsessive-compulsive disorder of an angel in the domain of fate and destiny. Putting away the last of the extraordinary characteristics of the mysterious servant, Tang tilted his head, looking at the night goddess, Amnesiac. He seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Your Excellency Goddess, have you finished reading those novels I recommended before?" The night goddess fell silent, seemingly not expecting Tang to ask such a question. After a while, her gentle voice, which seemed to lull even death into peace, sounded once again, roughly. A smile reappeared on Tang's face. "In my previous life, I was framed by the fake heiress. After being reborn, I must take back everything that is mine. In my previous life, I was harmed by treacherous people. My kidney was cut out for the fake heiress. In this life, I must also take back everything that is mine. In my previous life, my biological parents recognized me, but it turned out they wanted me to donate a kidney to the fake heiress. My fiancé, arranged through a wealthy family marriage, found me vulgar and unbearable. This life, I will also take back everything that is mine." Although it's a bit brain dead, after watching it, Goddess, don't you feel like your humanity has increased a bit? System, I'm so touched. Thank you for taking the time to dig out something like this from the chaotic wilderness of knowledge for me. Goddess. In fact, sometimes, he really wants to call the police. The female figure wearing a thin veil looked towards a place in the spirit world, and then, her voice gradually faded away. "Next, I'll leave it to you." "Okay, Your Excellency Goddess." A black velvet curtain flashed across the sky above Tingnan City, the overwhelming shadow disturbing the tranquility of this sky. The astrologers of Tingnan City seemed to sense something at this moment, and they all looked up at the seemingly normal sky above their heads. The peaceful sky seemed to have a meteor streaking across, a meteor with a hint of deep red brushing past the curtain of the sky. And that overwhelming shadow, it seemed to only appear for an extremely short time, just the time it takes to breathe, before disappearing along with the deep red meteor, leaving behind only the usual bright crimson moon, and the still brilliant stars, adorning the night. Gold Rose Street in Tingnan City is one of the main streets in Tingnan City. As a university city famous throughout Rouen and even the entire northern continent, 8 or 9 out of 10 people living here are college students from all over the northern continent who have come to study. Now, at the end of this street, in a 6-story retro-style building. This is an apartment affiliated with Tingnan University. Although the weekly rent is not expensive, the sound insulation is quite good. Those foreign workers and the families of students from the 2 major institutions of higher learning, Tingnan and Khoi, almost praise this kind of affordable apartment. The meteor that streaked across the sky and the shadow in an instant did not cause any abnormal reactions from the tenants in the apartment. The slightly stressful schoolwork and work have made most people in Tingnan City develop good habits of going to bed early and getting up early, and no one would have nothing to do and watch the seemingly eternal starry sky above their heads all day and night. They seem to have already entered a sweet dream, and no one can ever imagine that such an ordinary night is the first knob to turn the wheel of fate. Tonight is a night completely different from usual. At the end of the 2nd floor of number 47 Gold Rose Street, inside a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom family apartment, the muffled gunshot did not attract anyone's attention. Located on the 1st floor, the landlady, who usually needs to go to bed early and get up early, but rarely stayed up late tonight, adjusted the brightness of the wall lamp. While muttering about the fees to be paid this month, she pressed her protruding, dynamically twisting eyeball back into its socket and picked up her reading glasses on the table. The elderly woman slowly stood up and looked towards the window, seemingly wanting to draw the curtains to block the moonlight that permeated the room from outside the window. As soon as the old woman stood up, a lazy black cat curled up at the old woman's feet seemed to sense something. It pricked up its ears and looked up in the direction of the second floor. Its cat pupils revealed a hint of subtle, agile light that seemed full of humanity. Oh dear, what's wrong, Jessica? Are you hungry? The landlady, who pressed back her eyeball, did not immediately draw the curtains in the room. She seemed to be aware of something, lowered her head, looked at the black cat lying at her feet with a gentle gaze, and showed a toothless but kind smile. She squatted down, picked up the black cat that had stood up at her feet, and comforted it softly. Don't worry, what's coming has already come. The landlady didn't sleep early tonight, but who among the other tenants at number 47 Gold Rose Street would care about the old woman's sleep time? The gunshot did not disturb anyone. The landlady and her pet black cat seemed to notice a little, but they still prepared to go to sleep peacefully according to their own rhythm. Tonight should be a good dream. Inside the dimly lit study in the 4-bedroom apartment at the end of the second-floor corridor, only a little moonlight provided brightness. The young man sitting at the desk had a huge hole in his temple, and one could vaguely see the flesh and brain pulp constantly wriggling inside. He seemed to have committed suicide. A revolver with a shimmering brass luster was quietly placed on the desk. The gunshot that did not disturb anyone seemed to have originated from here. And the young man, who should have collapsed to the ground with a dull sound after the bullet pierced his skull, burned his brain, and caused death, and then his sister would notice the problem after the sun rose the next day and find him dead. He was stiff there at this moment, sitting on the chair, his eyes appearing dull and empty. His breathing seemed to stop for a moment, but then, in the next moment, it became smooth again. The black-haired, brown-eyed young man, whose pupils had already turned wide and dilated, suddenly had a lively light at this moment. His vision gradually went from blurry to normal, from empty to focused. In a very short time, this young man, who should have died, came back to life once again. In the study, the half-closed curtains were blown by the wind. Outside the window, the bright crimson moon hung in the sky, making the room bright again, allowing Zhou Mingrui, who had initially recovered and relieved from the throbbing pain in his brain, to see where he was. Where am I? The gradually awakening young man looked around somewhat sluggishly, and then, his gaze fixed on the desk in front of him. On that wooden desk, there was a diary lying open quietly, with a line written on it in a language that he gradually went from unfamiliar to familiar with. Everyone will die, including me, Zhou Mingrui, who had been resurrected from the dead and felt that the bizarre and outrageous thing of transmigration had happened to him. Obviously did not notice that there was a person standing by the unclosed window of the study. That person gazed at the crimson moon in the sky, and one after another illusory, transparent black thin lines extended in all directions, as if there were an infinite number of them, connecting every corner of this huge city. He enthusiastically and loudly said to himself, "A new drama has already begun. Let us solemnly welcome our leading actor, Mr. Klein Moretti. This is a large-scale puppet show. This is a most wonderful theatrical performance involving the life and death of countless people, involving the birth of great beings, involving the destruction of planets, involving countless gods and high-ranking beings. Welcome everyone to watch. I am the director of this play, the greatest magician of this century." Zhou Mingrui, gradually recovering from the severe pain in his brain and the confusion about what was happening, could hardly believe what he was thinking, seeing, and imagining. Outside the window, the crimson moonlight remained serene and still, reflecting the objects within the room, allowing Zhou Mingrui to clearly see the layout of this unfamiliar yet strangely familiar study. At this moment, fragments of memories, both familiar and yet distinctly foreign, continuously leapt from the depths of his brain, slowly unfolding within his mind. Klein Moretti, from Tingen City, Ahawa County, in the Kingdom of Ruin on the northern continent, a recent graduate with double degrees in history and literature from Khoi University. His father was a sergeant in the Royal Army, from Tingen City, injured in the war with the Intis Republic 5 years ago, and ultimately forced to retire and return to Tingen City, currently working for the security company affiliated with Khoi University. His mother is a believer in the night goddess, also from Tingen City, but her health has been poor since giving birth to his younger sister, and she now resides year-round at St. Peter's Hospital in Tingen City. There is also an older brother and a younger sister. The older brother is preparing for the entrance exam to the law department of Tingen University, and the younger sister is studying at the affiliated middle school of Tingen University, preparing to enter the university early through the school's internal exam. Although supporting 3 children, the family is not overly impoverished. The father lives in the collective dormitory of the security company, with all expenses covered by the company, receiving a stable weekly salary, part of which is used for daily expenses, and part of which can be deposited into the Backland Bank for future risks and the children's education fund. The mother stays in the hospital year-round, but in Tingen City, which has a comprehensive medical security system, the visionary parents purchased new medical insurance promoted by the Tingen City government in its early years, and the weekly treatment costs are fully affordable after reimbursement. The remaining 3 children currently reside in a 4-bedroom apartment provided to Tingen University students as a benefit, with a significant discount. It is very close to Tingen University and the nearby affiliated schools, with many shops and sufficient safety, making it a preferred residential area for university students and many wage earners. And the original owner of this body is a graduate of this year's History and Linguistics double-degree program at Tingen University. The original Khoi University mastered ancient Phasak, known as the source of the languages of the northern continent, as well as Hermes, which frequently appears in ancient mausoleums and is related to sacrifices and prayers, possessing a rich understanding of the history of the Fifth Epoch. 2 years ago, Khoi University had already obtained the relevant qualification certificates for ancient Phasak and Hermes in the Unified Professional Level Certification Examination organized by Tingen University in the northern continent, and could engage in related translation, teaching, and other clerical work. Zhou Mingrui. Wait, it seems like something strange is entering his brain in a vicious way. Professional Level Certification Examination, Ancient Phasak Level 4, as a top student graduating from the Linguistics Department, he also has a Hermes Level 4 certificate. This. Zhou Mingrui still felt his head was dizzy and swollen, as if he hadn't woken up from a dream. So various pieces of knowledge he knew and things he didn't know were combined, developing into an absurd and bizarre dream. He was tormented by the Set 4 and CET 6 exams during college, and finally, what he thought about during the day, he dreamed about at night. This dream is quite real. Sure enough, when people are speechless to the extreme, they will really laugh. Zhou Mingrui only felt that the dream he was having was really strange, but when he raised his hand, wanting to touch his somewhat swollen forehead, he then discovered that his palm was covered in dried blood. A fountain pen and a diary were spread out on the wooden table, and at the front edge of the table was a bloody palm print. Zhou Mingrui was stunned, and subconsciously looked to the side. He saw the figure reflected in the full-length mirror. It was himself sitting at the desk. At the position of his temple, wriggling flesh and blood was gradually healing, and the dried blood undoubtedly indicated that something had just happened to the original owner. At this moment, Zhou Mingrui seemed to feel the slight discomfort brought by the wriggling flesh and blood in the wound, and that discomfort was so real. Zhou Mingrui's pupils suddenly dilated. The diary placed on the table, stained with some blood and brain matter, and the still wet ink next to the fountain pen, undoubtedly indicated that the string of words on the diary was the last message left by the original owner before his death. Everyone will die, including me. Zhou Mingrui looked at the words written in Hermes on the diary, feeling a chill all over his body, as if he felt the strange, terrifying, and indescribable things that the original owner had suffered. He had transmigrated, he really had transmigrated. From the sudden transmigration, to recalling the ritual he had attempted before his transmigration, to change his luck, Zhou Mingrui, gradually accepting the reality that, I have transmigrated, began to carefully examine the remaining memory fragments of the dead Khoi University, trying to find the reason for his death and to further understand Khoi University and the situation of this world. The red moon hung high outside the window. Zhou Mingrui was suddenly transmigrated, suddenly became someone else, and accepted other people's memories. And the original owner inexplicably shot himself in the head, but then strangely resurrected, leaving him with no sleepiness at all. He had no sleepiness, he simply couldn't sleep. Countless familiar yet incomparably strange memories constantly emerged, gradually being connected by Zhou Mingrui, who was now gradually familiar with this brand new body, and he quickly discovered a problem. The night goddess, the lord of storms, the god of craftsmen, the earth mother, the god of knowledge and wisdom, the eternal blazing sun, the god of war. There are 7 orthodox gods in the northern continent, corresponding to Monday to Sunday respectively. And this world has gods, and also so-called magic. So, this is a Western fantasy world similar to Harry Potter, a world with magic. But compared to Harry Potter, the magic of this world is more widespread. Zhou Mingrui looked at the mineral lamp embedded in the wall, which he had already turned on, and which was now emitting a clear light, dispelling the crimson moon outside the window. The mineral lamp, emitting a clear light, burns a mineral called Sunwell crystal. A Sunwell crystal can burn for at least 500 hours, making it a rather good occult material in the solar domain, and can be used as an auxiliary for large-scale ritual magic. Strings of familiar yet strange memories flashed through Zhou Mingrui's mind. Ting'an City, where he is located, is a city under the jurisdiction of Ahawa County in the Kingdom of Ruin, a city that is completely different from other cities in terms of humanities, history, geography, and social strata. The most distinct difference from other areas is that this city contains countless things produced by the mixture of mysticism and science. Compared to other cities, and even other countries, where the mystical is hidden, in Ting'an City, information about mysticism and various mystical things is commonplace. Ting'an University has a dedicated mysticism society to study mysticism and various things related to the extraordinary and magic. But the most puzzling and surprising thing for Zhou Mingrui was bicycles, steam trains, automobiles, airplanes, various means of transportation, and even the concepts and ideas of spaceships, plus those Level 4, Level 6 exams, medical insurance systems, pension insurance. Klein Moretti once entered the university, Ting'an University. These concepts, these things, made him extremely familiar. Could it be that there are other transmigrators in this world? He wasn't the first to transmigrate to this world. Located in the northwest corner of Ting'an City, next to the giant circus tent at the end of Golden Rose Street, a young man wearing a black hooded cloak was propping up a small tent, with a mirror and tarot cards on the table in front of him. He was enthusiastically inviting passing, clear-eyed, and foolish college students to try the divination game once promoted by Emperor Rosal. College students are one of the most important, living, components of Ting'an City. As a well-known university city in the northern continent, the location of institutions of higher learning, people walking in this city are either college students or ordinary people engaged in occupations closely related to Khoi and Ting'an universities. Obviously, many students from all over the world stopped because of the young man's shouts. After inquiring a little and learning that this was a free divination by a diviner's apprentice, the college students, while gnawing on fried pancakes, held hands and stopped in front of the hooded diviner's apprentice, waiting for the divination results. Of course, the results were quite bizarre, from calculating, when can I get out of being single, resulting in the vicious curse of, you'll be a single dog for the rest of your life, from, can my graduation thesis pass, getting the result of, don't lock the trash can, you can definitely sort out the trash, and finally, what is the answer to the multiple choice questions in this year's final exam? 2. Your Death Star is shining in the sky. That is the death gaze of the invigilator. The college students were bombarded by every answer and scattered in a rush, leaving the diviner's apprentice, who was trying hard to reach out to retain them, with a face full of embarrassment. It seems that today will be another fruitless day. The diviner's apprentice tidied up his hat and cloak and sighed. Just as he was about to put away the tarot cards on the table, a person wearing a black vest, a matching suit, a semi-high top hat, and carrying a paper bag of bread happened to pass by the diviner's apprentice who was preparing to close the stall. When the diviner's apprentice saw the person coming, his eyes became extremely dim for a moment, and transparent, translucent worms drilled out of his hands one after another, but quickly returned to his body. This abnormality did not attract anyone's attention, and the figure carrying the paper bag of bread did not notice it at all. The diviner's apprentice's eyes instantly returned to clarity, transparency, and even a hint of embarrassment. This diviner's apprentice, who had just driven away those college students, quietly walked to the young man with a scholarly temperament who was standing in front of the circus, seemingly watching the clown performances and flyers, and in an unusually gentle, but with some hoarse, chilling tone, suddenly gently asked Zhou Mingrui in his ear. "Want a divination?" Zhou Mingrui was startled and subconsciously came back to his senses, and saw a young man wearing a black hooded cloak, whose expression could even be said to be somewhat green and shy, was talking to him at this time. Divination? Honestly, Zhou Mingrui was startled and wanted to go home as soon as possible to complete the transfer ritual, to try his own ideas and return to the original world, but when he heard this word, he subconsciously repeated, divination, as if he had opened the keyword of a certain memory, and a memory once again broke into his mind. From the word divination, he thought of many things in this world involving divination, prophecy, and fortune-telling, such as tarot cards, such as Ouija boards. The young man nodded and asked in a very expectant tone, "Yes, divination, tarot card divination, star divination, mirror divination. I can do them all. If you want to try Ouija or spirit board divination, it's indeed not possible during the day, but we can find a dark environment to try." The college students who hadn't run far away immediately hissed and expressed strong condemnation from the bottom of their hearts to the fake diviner who put words like single dog and trashcan on his lips. Slightly shaken, Zhou Mingrui subconsciously showed a smile. He ignored the laughter and scolding of the group of college students not far away and said to the diviner, "If the price is reasonable." No, it's free. I'm an apprentice, I don't charge fees, hee. This is also me accumulating relevant experience." The diviner's apprentice looked at Zhou Mingrui and quickly explained. Zhou Mingrui smiled, but not far away, the college students who hadn't left burst out laughing again. "Don't listen to him. This diviner never calculates accurately. He indeed doesn't want money, but he should give us money. This is our mental damage fee." Zhou Mingrui felt that being free, it seemed, shouldn't be subjected to such great criticism, at least it shouldn't. What exactly did he say to provoke that group of college students? The diviner's apprentice suddenly flushed red, and seeing that the gentleman in front of him had the idea of retreating, he quickly made amends. "I said, I'm just an apprentice. Some of them wanted to divine what the questions on this year's final exam are. You know, the vast majority of people in Tingnan City are related to, or were once related to, Khoi and Tingnan universities. So, I just said that they are in great trouble and will definitely have a bloody disaster in the near future. Exams, cheating is impolite. Zhou Mingrui. He always has a sense of sight that he is a little abnormal because he is too normal. Inverted, this world is really inverted." At the same time, Zhou Mingrui also felt that, perhaps, it seemed, probably, possibly. There really is a transmigrator senior, and this transmigrator senior has a close relationship with the city of Tingnan. Then let's try it. Zhou Mingrui was also curious about what divination would be like in a magical world. "Okay, no problem." The diviner's apprentice revealed a smile, gesturing for Zhou Mingrui to sit down beside him. "What type of divination do you want to do?" "I recommend tarot card divination. The tarot cards promoted by Emperor Rosal have always possessed considerable mystical significance. To some extent, even ordinary people without extraordinary powers can obtain corresponding revelations on objects with symbolic meaning through faint spirituality. This is not groundless." The diviner's apprentice chattered on, not caring whether Zhou Mingrui understood or not. After he finished a long speech, he seemed to remember his guest, the person who needed divination. You want to do a tarot card reading, right?" Zhou Mingrui looked at the table, which had been cleaned up and only had a deck of tarot cards left. He could only nod. However, Emperor Rosal, distinguished alumnus Rosal Gustav? Hearing such a name repeated in the diviner's apprentice's chattering, a memory was once again ignited in his mind. In the current field of mystical divination, tarot cards have always been regarded as objects with considerable mystical symbolic significance. However, tarot cards did not originate from the seven gods, nor are they remnants of ancient objects. They were invented more than 170 years ago by Rosal Gustav, then the consul of the Intis Republic, for use in divination and other mystical fields. Rosal Gustav, a famous novelist, composer, historian, economist, war scholar, mystic, and politician in historical documents. His experiences are widely discussed. This former consul is also like a legend. His evaluations in the mouths and books of later generations are mixed. To this day, the number of supporters and opponents remains high, with a tendency to be evenly matched. And this consul who ruled the Intis Empire more than 170 years ago was a student at Khoi University in the Loen kingdom in his early years. After graduating from school, he returned to his hometown of Intis and joined the Intis political circle. In a short period of time, he was elected by national vote as the consul of the then Intis Empire, changing the empire into a republic. While promoting reforms such as the Patriotic Health Campaign within the Intis Republic, during his reign, he claimed to be a staunch atheist and attempted to expel the local state religion, the God of Steam and Machinery Church and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. Although such measures ultimately failed, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the God of Steam and Machinery Church still stand in the Intis Republic today. However, due to Rozel Gustav's shaking, the two major churches' religious rule over the current Intis Republic is no longer stable, and atheists are still widely active in all classes. Among them, the God of Steam and Machinery Church, which suffered more serious damage, reduced the number of clergy preaching in the Loen kingdom and other places. Later, after his regime had been consolidated and he had gained the support of the army, this Intis consul launched military expeditions, causing the powerful countries of the northern continent, such as the Loen kingdom, Fenport, and the Faesac Empire, to bow their heads one after another. Then, he once again changed the republic back into an empire, calling himself Emperor Caesar. The only pity for this legendary figure is that he was betrayed in his later years and assassinated in the White Maple Palace in 1198 of the Fifth Epoch by the joint forces of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, the God of Steam and Machinery Church, the Solon family of the Intis Empire royal family, and other nobles, and fell. Nowadays, popular games and gameplay such as tarot cards, Do de Jeu, Monopoly, Mahjong, and Texas Hold'em are widely spread. He promoted the reform of the Intis Republic, rectified the army, improved weapons, and laid a solid foundation for future generations to become a military power. However, his crazy behavior in his later years and his opposition, cooperation, and collision with the two major orthodox churches still make many researchers today feel curious and incomprehensible. Rozel Gustav had a very close relationship with Khoi University in his early years. Many scholars believe that Rozel Gustav's opposition to the two major orthodox sects is closely related to Rozel Gustav's study experience in his youth. At that time, the Intis Empire, the two major churches had questioned the Loen kingdom, but the matter ended without resolution. After graduating from Khoi University with a degree in physics and chemistry, Rozel Gustav often communicated with his alma mater and was awarded the Distinguished Alumnus Medal. To this day, Rozel Gustav's portrait is still hung in the Khoi City Memorial Corridor, and he is one of the figures who came out of Khoi University and made outstanding contributions during his lifetime. Rozel Gustav, indeed, had a very legendary life, and also has extremely close ties with Khoi. Joe Mingrui did not think of Rozel Gustav as a transmigrator. As a qualified keyboard politician, he keenly felt that Rozel's various thoughts, various reform movements, and atheism may have been contaminated and distorted into the other's appearance because he had been in contact with Khoi's transmigrator predecessor. Actually it's not surprising to think so, after all, even Janbing Guozis are available here. Joe Mingrui's mind had already been defeated by the Golden Rose Street, the snack street selling Janbing Guozis and wolf-tooth potatoes, without even trying to act. But thinking about it, Rozel Gustav, who had a great influence and left a strong mark in history, was also a puppet. Tisk Tisk, who is the transmigrator predecessor, could it be the principal of Khoi University during Rozel Gustav's time? However, in the magic era, it seems that there is no problem with people living a little longer. Is the transmigrator predecessor still alive? How did he, or she, transmigrate? Amidst the diverse thoughts, Joe Mingrui said to the diviner's apprentice who had already begun shuffling and cutting the cards. Just tarot cards then. The diviner's apprentice quickly completed the preliminary preparations. He said to Joe Mingrui, "Okay, what do you want to ask?" Past, present, and future, Zhou Mingrui said without hesitation. The diviner's apprentice quickly spread out the tarot cards, face down. Zhou Mingrui reached out. Just as he was about to draw 3 cards, he saw that the diviner's apprentice in front of him had already completed this task for himself. "Don't I need to draw the cards?" he asked in astonishment. The diviner's apprentice had already turned the cards over. He seemed to have just reacted at this time, and immediately gave an awkward chuckle. "Ah, ha ha ha, sorry, you know, I'm just a diviner's apprentice. I always forget to let others draw the cards." This was more than just a diviner's apprentice, even he, a layman, knew the rules. Zhou Mingrui silently complained in his heart, his gaze sweeping over the 3 face-up cards the other party had drawn. On the far left was the Lover's card. In the middle was the Magician card. And finally, there was the Fool card. These 3 cards represented the past, present, and future in a tarot spread. The Emperor Rosal invented, of course, it's likely a tarot card, modified by a time-traveling senior. It doesn't seem too different from the tarot cards I've seen before, except the patterns, backgrounds, and text are slightly different. Zhou Mingrui mused to himself, then the cards symbolizing his past, present, and future were quickly shuffled again by the apprentice fortune-teller and placed in front of Zhou Mingrui once more. "All right." The apprentice fortune-teller lowered his eyes, looking like a charlatan. While drawing 3 cards from the shuffled deck, Zhou Mingrui casually asked, "How long until you can become a real fortune-teller?" There were many things related to mysticism in Tinan City, but so far, Zhou Mingrui had only seen wall lamps and occult novelty shops commonly found on the streets. Zhou Mingrui hadn't truly felt any real magic. Being persuaded by the apprentice fortune-teller to do a tarot reading was actually because Zhou Mingrui wanted to see what the magic of this world was like. "A month? Or 2? The apprentice fortune-teller looked at the cards Zhou Mingrui had drawn. "Although those important people said I have the potential and promised to give me the corresponding potion and formula, I still need to save money to become a Sequence 9, a qualified seer." "Sequence 9? Potion?" Zhou Mingrui pondered these words. Just as he was about to ask something, he saw the apprentice fortune-teller had already arranged the tarot cards in a spread. "All right. Which card do you want to see first?" After finishing this, the apprentice fortune-teller raised his head, his dark eyes, seemingly like a bottomless ocean, staring deeply at Zhou Mingrui. "Let's see the past first," Zhou Mingrui said after a moment's thought. The apprentice fortune-teller nodded, and then flipped over the tarot card representing the past. It was the Lover's card. Set against the backdrop of a manor, a man and a woman stood behind a winged angel wearing a monocle. The angel lowered its eyebrows, seemingly watching the man and woman in front of it, compassionate and loving. Zhou Mingrui was slightly stunned. He remembered that the card that had just been drawn also seemed to be the Lover's card. Zhou Mingrui's expression flickered for a moment. Immediately afterward, he heard the apprentice fortune-teller's deliberately lowered voice, "Your past is full of mistakes. You have a fate that ordinary people cannot understand, something even more." As the apprentice fortune-teller's voice grew softer and softer, Zhou Mingrui looked at the Lover's card and inexplicably felt that the angel wearing the monocle slowly raised its head, compassionately watching the heads of the man and woman in front of it. A bloody hole appeared in the angel's temple, a golden bullet having pierced through its head at some point. Zhou Mingrui suddenly felt a tightening in his throat. He felt a throbbing sensation in his forehead, where the bullet had pierced through, as if the skull and brain matter melted by the high temperature were burning again. The angel's head was raised higher and higher, seemingly scrutinizing Zhou Mingrui, who was also scrutinizing the card. When he regained his senses, the apprentice fortune-teller had already finished the reading and was now looking at him with an extremely concerned gaze. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, I just didn't sleep well last night." Zhou Mingrui shook his dizzy head. The playing card wasn't shaking at all, it was all just his own illusion. He attributed his reaction to the mental trauma caused by seeing a hole in his head when he transmigrated last night. "I need to prepare the luck-shifting ritual as soon as possible. Sigh, I wonder if I can go back." He felt that he had been delayed for too long. Perhaps he should go back earlier and perform the luck-shifting ritual. Although he wasn't sure if this was the reason for his transmigration, he had to try, right? "Do you still want me to continue the reading?" the apprentice fortune-teller, noticing that his customer's mental state was poor, quickly asked. Zhou Mingrui didn't actually hear what the apprentice fortune-teller had just said. He could only awkwardly and politely say, "I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I'm sorry, maybe next time." Next time meant there would be no next time. The apprentice fortune-teller understood this principle very well and was immediately disappointed, but he still forced a smile and said, "Goodbye. Take care of your health," to the customer who had already stood up. He was cleaning up the tarot cards on the table. Zhou Mingrui, holding the paper bag with the bread he had just bought, hurried toward the end of Golden Rose Street, so he didn't see the tarot cards in the apprentice fortune-teller's hand. The second card, representing the present, was the Magician. And the third card depicted a young man wearing luxurious clothes and a dazzling headdress, carrying a cane on his shoulder with luggage hanging from it, and a small dog pulling behind him. That was the Fool card. "What's wrong? Did Borkin scold you too?" The college student saw Zhou Mingrui hastily leave the apprentice fortune-teller's location, assuming that he had also been tricked, and couldn't help but give Zhou Mingrui a look that said, "I told you not to listen to this guy's mumbo-jumbo." You college students. What could Zhou Mingrui say? Zhou Mingrui could only smile, and then walk towards his residence with the paper bag containing the bread. Behind him, a burst of laughter suddenly erupted, seemingly mocking a companion who had just been told by the apprentice fortune-teller that disaster is imminent. Zhou Mingrui had already turned his back. He also didn't notice that when the college students burst into laughter, the corners of their mouths widened, their teeth were exposed, their expressions were smiling, and the mockery in their eyes was exactly the same, without the slightest difference. As they watched Zhou Mingrui's figure walking into the distance, they still joked with each other, but they all turned their necks and quietly gazed at Zhou Mingrui's departing back. In their eyes, they all imprinted a figure wearing a black top hat, a tailcoat of the same color, gentle features, and a restrained temperament. "Good morning, Mr. Error. Good morning, Mr. Flammel." 47 Gold Rose Street, at the end of the second floor, inside a 4-room family-style apartment. Outside the bay window, the hustle and bustle of the day gradually increased. The main tenants of this building are college students. For Klein Moretti, who had just graduated from Tingen University, his brother Benson and sister Melissa were the only ones present. The former was diligently writing in an off-campus tutoring class set up for admission to the law department of Tingen University, while the latter was still studying in the affiliated middle school of Tingen University, so at this time, there was no one else in the family-style apartment. The sound insulation of the apartments built by Tingen University for college students is not bad. Zhou Mingrui was not afraid of being discovered by other tenants here when he performed the transfer ritual. He was performing a ritual of unknown origin and unknown effect. The cultists in this world will be tied to the stake. Zhou Mingrui smiled wryly, adjusting his mood and a little timidity about trying through such a joke. After all, he couldn't be sure whether he could return to his world if he performed the transfer ritual again. After returning to his room, Zhou Mingrui was not in a hurry to perform the ritual. Instead, he first translated the words that appeared in his mind, such as, "Blessing profound yellow celestial venerable," which he had used before to perform the ritual, into the corresponding ancient Futhark, Ruin, and Hermes languages of this world. He planned to try another language if the original Chinese didn't work. After all, he had to consider the differences between the two worlds and the need to adapt to local conditions. Maybe Chinese doesn't work, but other languages might? As a keyboard occult scholar with many years of experience, Zhou Mingrui easily thought of this. At this time, Zhou Mingrui couldn't help but feel fortunate. The original owner of this body, who committed suicide for some unknown reason, had studied Hermes, ancient Futhark, and other languages for a long time, and had obtained the corresponding Set 4 and Set 6 certificates. Klein Moretti had a good foundation. Those difficult and obscure languages had not yet been returned to the professors of Tingen University, and Zhou Mingrui was able to connect the corresponding memories to master them. The languages that the original owner learned, ancient Futhark and Hermes, were stated in occult magazines to have obvious supernatural powers. That is to say, the text and language themselves have a certain occult concept. Although Joe Mingrui didn't feel where the occult concept of these languages was reflected, it was not a bad thing to try. After translating all the sentences such as, blessing profound yellow celestial venerable, Joe Mingrui took out 4 pieces of rye bread from the paper bag and placed them in the 4 corners of the room, acting as the carrier and medium of the transfer ritual. After doing all this, Joe Mingrui took a deep breath and came to the center of the room. He calmed down for a few minutes, and then, according to the way he tried the transfer ritual, before crossing over, he solemnly took steps and walked 4 steps counterclockwise. When he started to take the first step, the chaotic thoughts in his mind seemed to be cleared away with his steps. Joe Mingrui slowly chanted in a low voice, first trying the language of his country before crossing over. Blessing profound yellow celestial venerable. Blessing profound yellow heavenly sovereign. Blessing profound yellow God. Blessing profound yellow celestial venerable. After taking 4 steps and returning to the original position, Joe Mingrui closed his eyes and waited for the final result of the transfer ritual. His heart was filled with anticipation, anxiety, hope, fear, and indescribable emotions at this moment. Can I go back? Will the transfer ritual work? When Joe Mingrui closed his eyes, he couldn't see the surrounding scenes. In the depths of the spirit world, the boundless gray-white mist that seemed to be farther away than the 7 lights of the spirit world and seemed to be above the spirit world, there was a slight fluctuation from somewhere in Tingnan City, as if it was making contact with a certain crimson star wrapped in the depths. In the real world, at 47 Gold Rose Street, an elegant black cat didn't know when it squatted at the door of the room at the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor. A bloody eyeball rolled over from the staircase on the 2nd floor. The hunched figure of the landlady of this apartment appeared at the staircase in the corridor. She followed her eyeball and slowly paced towards the end of the corridor. The black cat turned its head and meowed at the old lady who was walking towards it. Oh dear, how did you run here? The old lady's face was kind. If you didn't look at the semi-transparent worms with countless segments crawling in and out of her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, then this old lady was the ordinary old lady that Klein Moretti once knew, who would kindly knock on the doors of college students every morning and urge them to go to class quickly. Apart from the landlady coming, the college students and residents on the other floors who had not yet left were also doing the same. They either bent down and pressed their faces against the ground, constantly squeezing downward until their faces were deformed. These people who pressed their faces against the ground seemed to want to squeeze their bodies through the thick and heavy cement floor to see the changes happening in the room below. They looked surprised. They seemed to want to get something through the changes in the room below. Or they walked out of their rooms. They used both their hands and feet, as if they had forgotten how to walk. Some simply crawled on the walls and on the ceiling, quickly rushing towards the end of the corridor, seemingly wanting to go to the 2nd floor and come to that door. There were not many people who stayed in their rooms and silently squeezed their flesh to try to penetrate the walls. The people who came out of the rooms were men and women, old and young, handsome and beautiful, and ugly. They surged, one after another, either walking or crawling. There were really too many of them. The people in the rooms seemed to be endless. A room should not have so many people living in it, but throughout 47 Gold Rose Street, some of these rooms were like old warehouses piled with broken puppets, with the human limbs and bones stacked together layer upon layer, an astonishing number. Mysticism. Lord of the Mysteries, it's about to begin. Lord of the Mysteries, Lord of the Mysteries. They made a buzzing sound together. Although it was chaotic at first, it gradually became unified later. They walked and crawled, like a wave of human limbs and bones surging from upstairs. When they came to the 2nd floor and saw the landlady silently picking up the eyeballs that had fallen on the ground, they immediately stopped speaking, not daring to disturb what was happening in the room at the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor. But they were still whispering in low voices, "He's coming. He's really coming. Mysteries of the Lord of the Mysteries, mysteries of the Lord of the Mysteries." The landlady held up an aged finger and placed it by her lips. gesturing for silence to the countless people at the end of the corridor. "Don't disturb the guests, okay? That's very impolite." Only then did they truly quiet down, seemingly in fear of the countless worms crawling in and out of the old woman's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Inside the room, Zhou Mingrui, completely unaware of the various anomalies occurring within Golden Rose number 47, suddenly felt as if the surrounding air had ceased to flow after finishing the ritual of fortune transference. The air in his room seemed to have been filled with some sort of gelatinous substance, becoming viscous and strange. Immediately following that, Zhou Mingrui's ears were filled with layers upon layers of terrifying whispers, sometimes sharp, sometimes illusory, sometimes manic, sometimes insane, seemingly originating from some supreme location. Those were terrifying whispers that defied description. Zhou Mingrui couldn't understand a single word, yet he felt as if his very form was being strongly attracted, involuntarily approaching, absorbing, and understanding those countless terrifying whispers. His head throbbed again, as if steel nails were deeply hammered into his skull, constantly stirring within. This stirring made Zhou Mingrui wish he could die from the pain. He already knew something was wrong, knew that this state was definitely not right. But he desperately wanted to open his eyes, wanted to seek a way to save himself. However, under the influence of the violent, manic, and insane whispers, he couldn't complete this simple action no matter what. Could it be, am I going to die? Soon, Zhou Mingrui felt that he was reaching his limit. He could no longer withstand this dense, insane erosion, and he was about to lose his ability to resist. But at that moment, Zhou Mingrui's vision blurred, and a tarot card vaguely floated past his tightly closed eyes. It was a card with a manor as its background, depicting a man and a woman with a winged angel behind them wearing a monocle. The angel lowered its eyebrows, seemingly watching the man and woman before it with compassion and love. The latest chapters are first published on Asterisk. It was the Lover's card. In this card, the angel who had lowered its eyes to look at the man and woman before it once again raised its head, but it did not have the wound of a pierced temple. Only the monocle worn in its right eye socket flickered with a hazy, brilliant light. Suddenly, Zhou Mingrui felt that the countless, insane, and noisy murmurs were rapidly receding, and the surroundings became very quiet. It was as if a pause button had been suddenly pressed in the midst of a bustling crowd. The silence around him was somewhat eerie. Have I finally died? Zhou Mingrui couldn't help but hesitate. He was dazed for a moment, seemingly forgetting the Lover's card that had just appeared in the darkness. His tightly closed eyes blinked once again, and when he tried to open them again, this time, he did it very easily. This was a vast and boundless world flowing with countless grayish-white mists. Deep red stars, some huge and some tiny, were scattered within the grayish-white mist. Some were hidden deep within, some floated on the surface, some were illusory, and some were solid, like a starry sky reflected in a boundless grayish-white sea. Looking at this boundless, vast scene that was completely beyond his ability to comprehend, Zhou Mingrui extended his right hand, half bewildered and half exploratory, to touch a crimson star floating on the surface to his right, trying to find a way out. But as soon as his finger touched the crimson star, suddenly, ripples of water surged from his body. The surging ripples spread to the star, causing it to instantly light up with layers upon layers of halos, as if ignited by flames. Zhou Mingrui was startled by the halos bursting from the crimson star, and his right hand recoiled in a panic, accidentally touching 3 other crimson stars, some large, some small, some illusory, and some solid. As a result, these 3 crimson stars also rippled with layers upon layers of incomprehensible halos. Backland, the capital of the Kingdom of Loen, in the Queen's Borough. Inside a 3-masted sailboat on the Sonia Sea. Broken mirrors and strangely shaped glass bottles shattered one after another. Grayish-white mist and crimson hues surged out in an instant, enveloping the golden-haired figure sitting in front of the dressing table, as well as the young man with seaweed-like tangled hair. The mayor of Tingnan City, who was visiting Earl Hall today, wore a black silk top hat and suddenly revealed a sincere smile to Earl Hall, who was currently conversing with him. "Today is truly a good day." Earl Hall immediately responded with a polite smile. although he wasn't entirely sure what the mayor specifically meant. But all he had to do was agree. A sailor on the deck withdrew his gaze from the young man standing on the deck, pinched the area around his right eye socket, and then, as if realizing something, retracted his hand from pinching his eye socket and revealed a standard smile. He looked at the sky where the rain was pouring down, and took off the black top hat from his head, which shouldn't have been there in the first place. Above a grayish-white mist, Audrey Hall regained her vision. This young lady from Backland looked around in both shock and confusion. She also saw a man not far from her, whose head was shrouded in a layer of grayish-white mist, and whose figure and face were similarly blurred, making almost the same movements. Immediately following that, they almost simultaneously discovered that they were not the only ones here. Not far away stood a mysterious figure shrouded in grayish-white mist. It was a figure wearing a silk top hat and a tailcoat of the same color. It was a figure wandering above the gray fog, seemingly looking at the countless crimson stars around. Joe Mingrui also saw the figures that had appeared here because he had touched the crimson stars. One was a girl with smooth golden hair and a tall stature. The other had deep blue hair like seaweed, a medium build, not very sturdy, dressed as a sailor. "Your Excellency, where is this? What do you want to do?" Faced with the two figures who had suddenly appeared here, whose specific appearances he could not see clearly, Joe Mingrui spoke slowly and in a deep voice amidst his thoughts. An experiment. The figure wearing a silk top hat and a tailcoat of the same color turned around and smiled at the two outsiders. He revealed a smile. "And you can call me Error. This is a very interesting experiment, isn't it? Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories." Pillars of stone, towering and numerous, rose from the gray fog, adorned with countless reliefs and elaborate patterns. Together, they clustered above the boundless gray fog, rising abruptly as if forming a giant's palace from legend. Beneath what felt like an extremely high dome, above the boundless gray fog, a mottled long table with a bronze sheen materialized in an almost miraculous manner. The gray fog trembled as 10 high-backed chairs gradually and rapidly emerged on either side of the bronze table, with one seat placed at each end of the table. Beneath this rapidly emerging ancient bronze table, the grayish-white mist, like a foundation stone, also stirred. Together, they formed a mirror-like surface, shimmering with faint ripples, reflecting a clear image of the ancient and magnificent palace. Like a mirror image, it perfectly reflected most of the objects within the ancient palace onto the watery ground below. It reflected Audrey Hall, Alger Wilson, the majestic stone pillars, the extremely high dome, the mottled long table, and the vague figure sitting at the head of the mottled table, who called himself Error. Ancient, mottled, powerful, and mysterious, they involuntarily felt that the being before them was an inviolable deity, who, by merely displaying a fraction of their power, made everyone viscerally aware that it was something that could not be directly looked upon, could not be understood, a great existence. The gentleman calling himself Error sat at the head of the mottled table, leaning back in his chair in a relaxed posture, seemingly without any aggression. After materializing this ancient palace, he leisurely sat in the high-backed chair at the head, as if accustomed to it. Under the shocked and bewildered gazes of Audrey Hall and Alger Wilson, this Error gentleman produced a book wrapped in layers of grayish-white mist from an unknown location. The book's specific appearance could not be clearly seen, nor could anyone know what it described. Audrey Hall and Alger Wilson, seeing that Error had already begun doing his own thing and did not intend to pay attention to them, withdrew their gazes, not daring to look at the figure at the head of the mottled table again. Clearly, the book held more appeal for Error than Audrey Hall and Alger Wilson did. Is this the powerful being who can pull us into this mysterious space? Is this the being capable of performing miracles? Alger Wilson's mind was in turmoil, filled with surprise, astonishment, fear, and a hint of expectant thoughts. As a Beander, Alger Wilson appeared more composed than Miss Audrey Hall when faced with such a situation. After obtaining the consent of the Error gentleman, the two began to communicate. During this period, only when Miss Audrey Hall and Mr. Alger Wilson requested the Error gentleman to try a few more times, requesting the other party to agree to certain things. Would the gentleman respond? This mysterious gentleman seemed completely indifferent to the two outsiders, trading their suggestion to try a few more times. Mysterious, great, this is the mysticism I yearn for. Audrey Hall couldn't help but look at the figure wearing a black top hat and a matching tailcoat, but shrouded in grayish-white mist, making it impossible to see his true appearance clearly. This most dazzling gem of Backland couldn't help but label this mysterious existence in her heart. For some reason, she associated the gentleman with tarot cards, with the 22 major arcana cards invented by Emperor Rosal. Miss Audrey Hall, who chose Justice as her code name, and Alger Wilson, who originally wanted to choose Hierophant, but inexplicably chose Hanged Man as his code name, conducted a trade of spiritual items and potion formulas in the mysterious space above the gray fog. After completing this transaction, with their hearts racing after encountering such an incredible event, they also discussed some knowledge related to mysticism. Most of the time, Miss Audrey Hall asked questions about basic common sense issues such as God's pathway, blasphemy slate, and tarot divination. After the Hanged Man gentleman finished explaining, they soon heard the gentleman at the head of the modeled table close the book in his hand and say in a low, slightly smiling voice, "Then, today's gathering will end here. According to your will, Hanged Man," Alger said without hesitation, quickly standing up and bowing his head. He seemed very familiar with this scene, knowing what to do in this situation. "According to your will," Audrey imitated the Hanged Man, also standing up. In the mysterious space above the gray fog, the three figures disappeared, and the corresponding crimson stars instantly dimmed. Only then did the gentleman stand up from the high-backed chair. He straightened his black top hat and casually placed the book wrapped in grayish-white mist on the mottled long table. It was a book with a cover printed with a cyan-black door that seemed to be composed of countless clustered insects. The title of the book was written in the language that Joe Mingrui, who had already left, was familiar with. Open double-angle bracket Lord of the Mysteries close double-angle bracket. After standing up, the gentleman first raised his eyebrows and looked at the high-backed chair he had been sitting in. Behind the high-backed chair, symbols that seemed to be composed of constellations were constantly and frantically changing. This mysterious space above the gray fog, after sensing the departure of the Fool, noticed some problems and was trying to investigate the situation and expel the invaders. The symbols behind the high-backed chair that the Fool had sat in were switching back and forth between Hermit, and Knowledge Emperor, after the Fool left. Finally, it formed a supreme symbol composed of a twisted plane symbolizing space, a distorted line symbolizing time, and a nihilistic eye symbolizing gaze. "Ah, I've been seen through." The gray fog boiled for a moment, but the symbol twisted again and returned to its original symbol, symbolizing error. Then, it turned into the Fool symbol, composed of half a pupil-less eye and half a distorted line. The operating mechanism of the gray fog stalled. "It seems, maybe, probably, there's no problem?" The gray fog was bewildered, the gray fog was at a loss, and the gray fog decided to not be clear and watch again. The gentleman withdrew his gaze, obviously satisfied with his masterpiece. His gaze refocused on the mottled bronze table. At this moment, the reflections of the Hanged Man and Justice, below their respective high-backed chairs, which should have been vacant, did not disappear because they had left the Saphira castle. The gentleman quietly stared at the two high-backed chairs, the appropriate smile still on his lips. Below the two high-backed chairs, in the place where the afterimage still lingered after the master's departure, the mirror-like surface suddenly rippled. A golden-haired girl and a not-so-robust young man slowly grew out of the water-like surface, as if things reflected in a water mirror had broken free from their area and appeared in the real world. They were no different from the real Audrey Hall or the real Alger Wilson. Together, they looked towards Mr. At the head of the mottled long table, and respectfully bowed, saying, "Good morning, Mr. Error, good morning, Miss, Justice, Mr. Hanged Man. Did you enjoy today's performance? Hearing Mr. Error's gentle voice, Miss, Justice, and Mr. Hanged Man simultaneously revealed an identical, unoriginal smile. Mr. Error nodded with satisfaction, and then, he revealed the same unoriginal smile as Miss, Justice, and Mr. Hanged Man. The mysteries of the Lord, placed on the mottled long table, floated silently, stopping at the first page. The fool who does not belong to this era. On the remaining 19 high-backed chairs, clusters of blurry figures composed of gray-white mist appeared one after another. The reflection of Mr. Error on the mirror-like surface presented the image of a young man with a scholarly temperament, black hair, and brown eyes. Joe Mingrui did not notice the strange changes that had occurred in the space he had just been in, or what strange things were happening to the person he had just pulled into the gray fog world. And when Joe Mingrui withdrew from the mysterious space above the gray fog, he clearly realized that he might not be able to easily travel back. Perhaps I need to master real magic, that is, the real extraordinary power of this world, to have a chance. From today on, I am Klein Moretti. Joe Mingrui, no, Klein, sighed silently. When he returned to his real residence, the stacked and layered things outside the window, the figures lying on the floor and ceiling upstairs and downstairs trying to squeeze in, and the countless crowds composed of limbs at the end of the corridor had long since faded away, leaving no trace of abnormality on the scene. Klein paused for a moment, and was just about to get up to get something to eat, but maintaining the operation of that mysterious space seemed to have consumed a lot of his mental energy. He felt dizzy as soon as he stood up, and had to lie back on the bed, making up for the part he hadn't slept last night. I have to say, adrenaline is really powerful. This was his last thought, and after Klein woke up, he first took out the bread he used for the luck transfer ritual, and then took out a portion of completely cold food from the bag containing the Janbing Guozi he couldn't help but buy when he came back, and hurriedly solved the problem of his stomach, without bothering with the idea of heating it up before eating. Could the predecessor transmigrator be from my great food empire? Well, thinking about it, it's not impossible. After all, Janbing Guozi and wolf-tooth potatoes, as well as so many things that are extremely similar to modern society, all indicate that someone is secretly exerting influence, someone is guiding, inventing, and creating. And since he, Klein, can transmigrate, then others must also be able to transmigrate. He never thought that he was the only lucky one. However, according to Klein's memory, these things seem to have become popular in Tingnan City a long time ago. The original Klein Moretti almost always lived in such an environment, and it was unlikely that he would subjectively and deliberately pursue the historical factors of this change. If Klein wanted to know who the predecessor transmigrator was, he could only go to the Tingnan City Central Library, Tingnan University, and Khoi University to look for relevant records. Thinking of this, Klein pulled out a few books from the bookshelf in his room. These were all diaries written by the original owner. Klein received the body whose head had been opened with a hole, and many memories were still hidden in the deepest part of his mind. It was slightly difficult to actively recall them without triggering keywords. And Klein, having determined that there was no hope of going home for the time being, could only actively sort out the affairs of his predecessor completely first. Otherwise, he might reveal flaws in front of the other relatives of his predecessor. He didn't want to be roasted on the pyre for the time being. After all, suddenly changing a person, even in this era with magic and extraordinary power, is blasphemous and evil. If discovered, I'm afraid there would really be only a dead end. After all, what kind of transmigration is this? Even the core has been changed, and you can still inherit memories. It's terrifying just thinking about it. Klein took out his diaries, and without disliking the unmade bed, sat cross-legged on it and began to flip through the most recently bought diary, to see if he could fill in the missing fragments of memory. Fortunately, the original owner had the habit of keeping a diary, preserving ideas, and recording inspiration since he was a child. Therefore, the notebooks that Klein spread out on the bed were not few, and the diary he was currently holding was not too old, obviously recently used by the original owner. In this diary, the front part mainly involves Khoi University and content related to history and linguistics. May 12, with the help of Mr. Azik, Tang and I analyzed a book involving the common language of the Balam Empire in the southern continent. What is strange is that the language used by the Balam Empire in the southern continent, which has only recently resumed trade with the countries of the northern continent, also originates from ancient Forsak, which is a branch of Giant language. But why is this so? There have been no records of various exchanges between the southern continent and the northern continent before, whether in historical books or in other folk literature. Why would they have used the same language? Tang speculated that this may be traced back to a more distant era, the Fourth Epoch, or even the earlier Third Epoch. May 13, Tang borrowed a book from the library about the Fourth Epoch. This historical material talked about the Nether Emperor of the Fourth Epoch. Goddess, this was an emperor who once ruled the southern continent. I believe this will be very helpful for my thesis. Thank you. I'll treat you to stinky tofu tomorrow. May 29, Welch found me and said he had obtained a secret document from the Age of Gods of the Fourth Epoch. He hoped that Naya and I could help translate it. Recently, I've been a little exhausted because of my double-degree thesis, but this is indeed good news. I don't know where Welch found this notebook. Welch and Naya were very surprised, and so was I. I am deeply immersed in exploring the heaviness of history. Many histories of the Fourth Epoch are hidden behind thick mists. Interpreting them and discovering the secrets within is a great satisfaction. Google search TWKAN. Well, but this secret information cannot be told to others for the time being. I have to work on my graduation thesis. I promised Welch that after finishing my graduation defense, I would help him translate this information. June 3, Mr. Azik hopes that I will apply for his graduate program. I should work hard. I rejected the proposal of this teacher who gave me a lot of help during my undergraduate studies. I'm sorry, Mr. Azik, but I have to consider family issues. My mother's treatment, even with medical insurance reimbursement, still costs a lot of money. If there is a chance, June 18, graduated. Goodbye, Khoi University, June 19. I wanted to invite Tang, after all, he helped me a lot, but Welch stopped me. He said that the secret information cannot be shown to Tang, nor can he be invited. So mysterious, June 20, at Welch's house, I finally saw the secret information. Only then did Welch tell me that this secret information came from the restricted area of the Khoi University library. A notebook from a descendant of a great nobleman from the Fourth Epoch. The restricted area of the Khoi University library? Goddess, how dare Welch do this? This is a taboo, an absolute taboo. I finally know why Welch didn't invite Tang. I must tell Tang, tell Mr. Azik. This is being responsible for Welch, and also being responsible for myself. Those who have violated school rules are the best example. June 21, Welch persuaded me. He showed me that mysterious information, my curiosity overcame my control. I am ashamed. Welch promised me that after completely translating this notebook, we must bring this notebook, along with the translated information, back to Khoi University, and I will accept whatever the school decides to do. June 22, after analyzing the word structure, root grammar of the entire notebook, we discovered that the language recorded was a variant of ancient Fasak. More precisely, in the history of more than 1,000 years, ancient Fasak has actually been evolving slightly. This is based on the local customs and culture, the differences of the users, and the languages used in various places. Even in the Fasak Empire, where ancient Fasak is most used, the writing styles, writing rules, and pronunciations are different in different places. But as an expert in this field, I quickly mastered the corresponding evolution rules and made a correct translation. We deciphered the content of this mysterious information. The author of this notebook was indeed a family member with considerable status in the Fourth Epoch. That family is called Antigonus. This family called Antigonus had an extremely prominent position during the Solomon Empire in the Fourth Epoch. The notebook written by the family members mentioned the Black Emperor. Is it the Black Emperor of the Fourth Epoch? No. Mr. Azik once mentioned that the Black Emperor seems to be a title, and every emperor is called the Black Emperor? This seems to have a certain universality of mystical significance, record it first. June 23rd, oh, right, there is also a symbol here. A blank space, the page marked with the symbol was torn off. There were traces of violent tearing left. Klein raised his eyebrows, feeling intuitively that this was very important, but he suppressed the sudden surge of curiosity about the unknown in his heart, and continued to read the second half of the diary. June 24th, I must prepare for the upcoming job interview. I don't know why, after returning from Welch's place yesterday, as soon as I closed my eyes, that symbol would appear in my mind. What does it represent? Is it a symbol with mystical significance? I can't sleep, no, I control myself not to think about that notebook, not to go to Welch's place. I want to prepare for tomorrow's interview. This is a very important thing. I must fall asleep. June 25th. Nayat told me that they deciphered that symbol. I think I should go and take a look, just one look, yes, just one look. I don't know why, I feel very tired, really tired, like I had a nightmare. But I shouldn't have dreamed anything last night. Is it because of staying up late? The interview passed. In September, I will be able to join the Khoi University affiliated high school. This is a good job. June 26th, judging from the newly deciphered content of the notebook, that member of the Antigonus family accepted a mission to go to the main peak of the Hornassus Mountains. He wanted to visit the Land of Night, located at the top of the main peak of the Hornassus Mountains, to visit the land of the living and the city of the dead. Land of the living, city of the dead? This seems to be in line with the traditional customs of death god worship in the southern continent during the Fourth Epoch, but the main peak of the Hornassus Mountains is as high as 6,000 meters. How can the countries and people on it withstand the severe cold and lack of oxygen? This is unscientific, but it has a strong mystical color. In the Land of Night, is there a city of the dead in a mystical sense? The notebook ends here. No, it can't be said that there is no content. And Klein traveled here on the morning of June 28. Land of Night, Land of the Living, City of the Dead, documents recording some mysterious history of the Fourth Epoch. He carefully stared at the words, Hornassus Mountains, Land of the Living, and City of the Dead, and recalled the notebook that was spread out on the desk after the original body died, soaked in brain matter and blood. There was only one sentence on that notebook, which was the last passage left by the original body before death. Everyone will die, including me. Like a statement, or like a curse containing strange power. Especially since Klein knew this was a world with some extraordinary elements. Hiss. Klein couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That notebook was clearly very problematic. He couldn't help but connect the item Welch had retrieved from the Khoi City Library with certain things from his past life before he transmigrated. The original Klein was clearly acting increasingly strange after seeing that notebook. Afterward, he became more and more bizarre and problematic until finally, he shot himself. Could that notebook be the kind of thing that makes one's sanity plummet just by looking at it? This is a world with mysticism, and not long ago, I returned from a strange space. He felt a bit of a toothache. Because before the transmigration, it was a world with a hodgepodge of information. As an amateur keyboard warrior, Klein had actually researched things like Cthulhu and the Return of the Stars. Klein had also bought things like the Necronomicon, although they ended up as decorations at home. But those magic books, from a Cthulhu mythos perspective, could indeed make it possible for those who looked at them to be manipulated from soul to body. Klein tidied up the things on the bed. If I want to solve the mystery of why the original body committed suicide, I must look at that notebook. But that was definitely not safe. No zuo no die. Moreover, Klein wasn't sure if the transmigration would reset this kind of contamination, allowing him to escape that state. Although from the current situation, the original Klein's state at the time of death was definitely wrong, the resurrected Joe Mingrui didn't have the urge to look at that notebook or to seek it out. Huff. Klein took another deep breath and subconsciously glanced at the diary on his lap, wondering if he should use a pencil to recreate that symbol. Although the paper depicting that symbol was torn off, Klein wasn't sure if the original body tore it off, but let's assume so. When he was reading these diaries, the fragments of memory in his brain were lit up, but he found that there was no memory of the torn part. The memory fragments related to that mysterious information also seemed quite vague. But obviously, the original body in that state didn't put a hard object under the paper when drawing the symbol, nor did he deal with the traces left behind after the paper was written on. Anyone who has been to a crime scene knows that in this case, a pencil in the room can be used to restore the symbol that the original body drew but has disappeared. But Klein felt vaguely uneasy about this. That symbol might be one of the culprits that led to the original body's death. He reasonably speculated, after all, in the diary, apart from the last sentence that seemed like a curse, only the missing symbol seemed the most abnormal. And the secret of his transmigration may also be related to that symbol. Klein hadn't figured out what to do next, and from the current situation, his options weren't few. If he wanted to figure out the meaning of that symbol, one of the options was to directly ask the professors at Khoi University. Since this was a world with extraordinary powers, there must be people with the same powers within Khoi University. The mysterious information from the Fourth Epoch was previously in the Khoi University library. If he told the professors the specific situation and sincerely admitted his mistake, Klein could accept even if his diploma was revoked. Being alive is better than being scared and dying inexplicably at any time. Welch and Naya, I must remind them. Tomorrow, no, go this afternoon. He didn't know the current situation of Welch and Naya. The original body had already died, and the two who had been with the notebook for a longer time would definitely not be in good condition. Klein rubbed his temples. He had obviously not considered before whether the original body's two friends who jointly interpreted the notebook would have accidents. After all, even the memory of the original body that he received was fragmented and not fully connected until he saw the diary written by the original body. That notebook must also be sent back to Khoi University as soon as possible. If Welch and Naya disagree, then I can only directly tell the original body's teacher, that history professor Mr. Azik, and be sure to deal with that obviously problematic notebook as soon as possible. But there was still a problem in this. Once it was discovered that he himself was not the original owner, or if the various changes brought about by the original owner's death had not completely disappeared and could not be purified, then he would be dead. This is a world with extraordinary powers, and Klein cannot gamble that others will not discover his secret. He took another breath and put the diary on his lap back into the pile of diaries, preparing to get up and relax his tense nerves slightly. But at this moment, the door of his four-room residence was suddenly knocked on. Who is it? Klein subconsciously flashed a question. His older brother and younger sister were not at home now, and it was impossible for them to come back early at this time for no reason. Moreover, they all had keys. The landlady. Klein felt that the possibility of the landlady was not low. After all, that kind-hearted old man had always taken good care of the tenants here. He quickly walked out of his room, closed the door, covering the messy diaries inside, and then walked to the front door, looking outside through the cat's eye of the house. Thanks to the unknown transmigrator predecessor, Klein said silently in his heart. And through the cat's eye, Klein first saw a figure wearing a police officer's uniform, wearing a badge soft hat, looking a little chubby and with a large beard. That was one of the police officers in charge of Golden Rose Street. Klein had seen this police officer a few times in the original owner's memory fragments, named Betchy Mountbatten. Police? What is he looking for me for? Klein's subconscious reaction was this. After all, he didn't seem to have done anything bad, right? But the person who came was not only this bearded policeman. Behind Betchy Mountbatten, there were two other people. One was about 30 years old, with light brown hair pressed under his hat, and had a pair of seemingly deep gray eyes, which were impressive. One was quite young, with black temples and green pupils, and had a good appearance with a poet's romantic temperament. And what caught Klein's attention the most was that this young man with a strange poet's romantic temperament was wearing a monocle made of crystal in his left eye socket. Seeing that the door didn't open, Bitch Mountbatten, who had knocked on the door earlier, pounded on it again. This time, he used even more force than before, and the quality of the doors at 47 Golden Rose Street was always good. Are they here for me? Klein retracted his gaze from the peephole and opened the door. Seeing the several police officers in their uniforms, Klein subconsciously put on a smile that wasn't exactly ingratiating, but still seemed composed and appropriate. Officers, who are you looking for? Melissa and Benson aren't home. Is there something you need them for? Bitch Mountbatten clicked his tongue, about to speak with some annoyance, but the brown-haired, gray-eyed officer behind him sized him up, then said in a low voice, "We're looking for Mr. Klein Moretti." Klein's heart sank. So they really are here for me. He then nodded and replied, "That's me. What can I do for you?" The three police officers at the door didn't waste words. The gray-eyed officer who had spoken first immediately asked, "Mr. Moretti, are you acquainted with Mr. Megwin and Ms. Naya?" Hearing those two familiar names, Klein's heart instantly trembled. His pupils dilated slightly, and he almost instinctively asked, "What happened to them?" Police officers coming to inquire. Klein hearing the names of these two friends of the original owner from their mouths. A sense of foreboding arose. Looks like he knows them. The last officer, standing to the side, adjusted the monocle in his left eye socket, looked at Klein, and said to the gray-eyed officer. The gray-eyed officer nodded, looked at Klein, and gestured for him to explain. "No need to be nervous. This is just a routine inquiry." Just a routine inquiry? 3 police officers at the door, arriving with such force. Klein couldn't agree with that at all. He vaguely realized that the original owner's 2 friends, those 2 who had also researched that Fourth Epoch Ancient Secrets notebook, were now probably just like the original owner. Klein took a deep breath, organizing his words while his brain quickly went into overdrive. The police came too quickly, and if the police knew, that meant the Tingnan city government knew, and if the Tingnan city government knew, then Tingnan University had also noticed the corresponding problem. Stealing important information from the library's restricted area, leading to a tragedy and disaster, causing the original owner's death. And this was very likely one of the indirect reasons for his transmigration. The original owner's 2 friends had probably also met with misfortune. Considering the power of Tingnan University and the government, which clearly possessed extraordinary abilities, Klein didn't consider the possibility of running away in front of the 3 police officers. The original owner's physical condition clearly wouldn't support him escaping the pursuit of 3 professionally trained police officers, who very likely also possessed extraordinary abilities. Tell them everything I know and try to gain protection from the official forces. But the biggest problem was still the same: how to ensure that no one noticed his transmigration. Klein felt suffocated. This pressure made his forehead slightly sweat. Noticing this phenomenon, the officer with the poet's temperament adjusted his monocle again, reminding him, "Mr. Moretti, are you thinking of something?" Bitch Mountbatten and the gray-eyed officer once again focused their gazes, which had been observing the layout of the room, on Klein. Klein knew that his behavior was somewhat out of line, and he could only frantically tell himself to calm down. He didn't show any forced behavior, but spoke to the 3 officers in front of him with a slightly tired voice. "If you're referring to Welch and Naya from Tingnan University, then I definitely know them. We're in the same major, but not in the same class. Perhaps you know that I've always been very busy because I need to pursue a double degree in both history and languages. We met 2 years ago, in the Tingnan University History Department's public elective course, Abstracts of Ancient History of the Fourth Epoch." Saying this, Klein looked at the gray-eyed officer, saying in a tired, seemingly dejected tone, "After we met, our relationship was always pretty good. After participating in Tingnan University's graduation defense and receiving our diplomas, Welch, Naya, and I still met frequently to interpret and discuss the Fourth Epoch documents that he stole from Tingnan University Library's restricted area." Officers, did something happen to them? Upon hearing the words, Tingnan University Library restricted area, the gray-eyed officer exchanged a glance with the police officer wearing the monocle and possessing a poetic temperament. Clearly, they already understood what the words, Tingnan University Library restricted area, and Fourth Epoch documents represented. Subsequently, the officer wearing the monocle nodded and said succinctly to Klein, "They're dead." Klein's heart instantly trembled, his pupils suddenly dilated. Although he had some premonition, he still couldn't help but feel horrified and shocked. "Dead. They really died. Everyone will die, including me." This sentence suddenly appeared in Klein's mind. Everyone will die, everyone will die. Klein once again thought of that torn diary page. He forcefully suppressed that strange palpitation and quickly asked, "Were they murdered?" The gray-eyed officer to the side shook his head. No judging from the traces at the scene, they committed suicide. Mr. Megwin hit his head against the wall, hitting it many times, until the wall was covered in blood. Ms. Naya choked to death in the washroom basin used for washing her face. Their bodies were suspended in the living room after they died. That's impossible. Didn't you say they committed suicide? Klein felt his hair stand on end, as if he could imagine that bizarre scene. Welch's forehead was completely shattered, his eyes bulging, the marks of impact on the wall one after another, dripping with blood. Naya knelt on a chair, burying her face in the basin filled with water, her face turning white and purple, her eyes full of ferocity. Their corpses moved on their own after death. Welch prepared the rope, Naya moved the chair. They hanged themselves again on the living room ceiling, in the state of dead bodies. And in this, there was no third person present. But how could corpses move themselves to the living room? But this was a world with the extraordinary, with mysticism. What was impossible? Corpses reviving, the undead returning to the world. The gray-eyed officer's lips moved slightly, then he continued, "We think so too. The Tingen University Security Department has already begun investigating. They will be coming to question you soon, Mr. Klein Moretti." He was giving this Klein, who had just graduated from Tingen University, a warning. Don't try to hide anything. The questions from the Tingen University Security Department will be much sharper than his. This graduate who just came from Tingen University obviously knows the consequences of not cooperating better than he does. A fragment of memory suddenly flashed in Klein's mind, which was the original owner's impression of the Tingen University Security Department. The original owner had seen the magic of this world, and had seen the mysticism of this world. Back in his freshman year, the original Klein Moretti had witnessed a cultist being executed on the spot by the security department. That cultist, who believed in an evil god, was infected with an eerie black flame while he was still in class, and one after another, seemingly pathogen-filled, yellow-green pustules grew on his body. Afterwards, uniformed security department personnel entered the classroom and took away the cultist, who was covered in ulcers, growing pustules, wailing and rolling around, but unable to extinguish the flames on his body. This made the original owner unable to sleep well for a long time until he saw the school's psychologist, and then he slowly faded away from that memory. As one of the memories that the original owner was most reluctant to recall, Klein, after taking over this body until now, only remembered this bizarre and evil memory after being reminded by the gray-eyed police officer. Before Klein could speak again, the gray-eyed police officer and the police officer with a monocle and a poetic temperament walked into the room. Beecher Monderton, the police officer from Golden Rose Street, stood outside the door and did not enter. "When was the last time you saw Mr. Welch or Ms. Naya?" The gray-eyed police officer glanced around and walked to the door of Klein's bedroom, which was only closed but not locked. Without asking for Klein's opinion, he directly opened the door to Klein's room and entered with the monocled police officer. "This is a search warrant." The young man with the monocle waved a document stamped with the seal of the Tingen City government and the seal of the Tingen City Police Department in front of Klein. Klein was a little numb. He didn't have time, or rather, he was unable to stop them from entering his bedroom. He could only try his best to show that he was a little dazed and had abnormal emotions because of the information just now, so as to answer the question from the gray-eyed police officer just now. It should be June 26th. We jointly interpreted a new notebook entry. After that, I returned home. I don't know why, but interpreting that notebook gave me a feeling of unease, a very uneasy feeling. I shouldn't have interpreted it. I should have returned it to the professors earlier, otherwise, Welch and the others. Your spirituality is reminding you that this is wrong, this is quite wrong. The monocled police officer said casually. The gray-eyed police officer looked at the layout of Klein's room, while the monocled police officer was one step ahead of the gray-eyed police officer and picked up the diary he had been reading from Klein's unmade bed. The gray-eyed police officer did not stop him. He walked to the bookshelf in the room and focused his attention on one of them. Klein became even more numb when he saw the actions of the gray-eyed police officer and the monocled police officer. The gray-eyed police officer took out Klein's well-kept notebook, which was still stained with brain matter and blood, and turned to the last page of the notebook. "Everyone will die, including me. This sentence, like a curse, like a crazy last word, was blatantly displayed in front of the gray-eyed police officer and the monocled police officer. Seeing Klein's face turn pale and his expression becoming more and more unsightly, the gray-eyed police officer carefully identified the traces on it and whether there were any other words before and after the notes, and explained. It's not us, it's the people from the Tingen University Security Department. The thing you stole and translated is very dangerous. This is a necessary procedure. I know. What else could Klein say? He only hoped that in the end, he wouldn't be questioned. Where did you come from, you wandering soul? This Taoist will give you salvation. The monocled police officer quickly finished reading the page in his hand. He didn't look at Klein's other diaries, but only looked at the page that had been torn out of the diary. Then, he looked thoughtfully in the direction of the gray-eyed police officer and turned his head to ask Klein, also, what does this sentence mean? Everyone will die, including me. Klein's expression became even paler. He smiled bitterly at the monocled police officer and the gray-eyed police officer. I don't know, I really don't know why I would write such a sentence. Since I started translating that notebook, my mind seems to be filled with the contents of that notebook, becoming more and more muddled, until I woke up this morning, I was a little sober. Sometimes, honesty is the best way to solve a problem. Of course, there are skills in being honest. What can be said and what cannot be said is one aspect, and what should be said first and what should be said later is another aspect. Saying part of the truth, only telling the truth, and telling the whole truth, Klein honestly chose the second option. He really didn't know why the original owner would write such a language. His sobriety was also because the original owner was already dead. And at this moment, Beecher Monderton's somewhat rough voice came from the door. The people from the Tingen University Security Department are here. The Tingen University Security Department? Klein smiled bitterly in his heart. Haha. What is called blessings never come in pairs, misfortunes never come singly. I only hope that they really can't find anything. His resurrection is something that people here can't understand and can't find out in a short time. Klein silently worshipped that time-traveling senior in his heart, hoping that the other party would give him some good luck. He really didn't want to experience what an alien world stake was like. The first to walk in was a young man wearing the same uniform as the gray-eyed police officer, the monocled police officer, and Beecher Monderton. He looked like he hadn't been exposed to the sun for many years, and his skin looked unnaturally pale. That was a young man who looked only 18 or 19 years old, with a pair of black-rimmed glasses propped up on his nose. Neil. The monocled police officer called the young man with the black-rimmed glasses like this. Neil looked at the gray-eyed police officer, who nodded to him. Then, the young man with the black-rimmed glasses looked at Klein. Several other people walked out from behind him. They were members of the Tingen University Security Department. Among them were people the original owner knew. That was Mr. Azik Eggers' child, who had helped him a lot, and also the original owner's friend, Don Eggers. Tingen University, a room with good lighting. The pure white room contained only a table and a chair, nothing else. And besides the bright light from the sunlight shining through, the window connecting the inside and outside offered no view of the outside world. Only a stretch of pure white, causing a sense of oppression. Klein sat on the only chair in the room, a glass of water on the table, only half full. Using the sunlight shining through the window that offered no view, Klein carefully examined the water glass in front of him, waiting for the outcome of his situation. Since being brought from 47 Golden Rose Street to the Tingen University Provost's office, he had been in the Tingen University Provost's office for a long time, and apart from the few people he had seen at the beginning, he had been alone in this room the whole time. The people at the Tingen University Provost's office are dealing with Welch's problem, preparing to bring that notebook back? There was no clock here, and Klein could only barely judge that his time here would definitely not be less than 2 hours by the gradually dimming, glaring sunlight. The tedious wait made Klein feel that this might be some kind of torture method, and he tried his best to appear a little anxious, but still tried to restrain himself, in order to fit his current state. It's almost dark, and I don't know if Melissa and Benson will come back tonight. Knowing that I was taken away by the people from the Tingen University Provost's office, will they rush over rashly? No, since I am the object of investigation, then Melissa and Benson should also be one of the objects of investigation. After all, they are also people who have close contact with me, and that notebook is obviously very problematic, so everyone who has had contact with the person involved should be questioned. I don't know if this is in the sense of mysticism, or in the sense of physics. Just as Klein was thinking and drinking the water in the glass, the door of the room was opened from the outside. The no longer dazzling sunlight shone into the room, and only one person walked in from outside, a young man with a slightly pale complexion, looking unhealthy, with soft features, not too many sharp edges, wearing a beige short shirt and trousers, dressed as a student. He was Don Eggers, the second son of Azik Eggers, a history professor at Khoi University, and one of the original owner's friends and classmates. Unlike the original owner, this friend of the original owner's family was in good condition. In Khoi City, the professors of Khoi University and Khoi University also had outstanding status. Although the original owner did not see it, and the other party did not show it, but he appeared with the people from the provost's office, Klein suspected that the other party had extraordinary abilities, and was a true extraordinary. "I didn't expect you to come over," Klein said with a wry smile. "I didn't expect that I would meet you here again and discuss Welch and their affairs. The people from the provost's office won't do anything to you for the time being. I'll chat with you first, and they will come over later and take you to Welch's residence." Dunn explained, "The search results over there are out." He placed a thick stack of documents he was holding on the only table in the room, and then, by the way, placed 2 bags on the table closer to Klein. "Here, fill your stomach first. There shouldn't be time for us to sleep tonight. Sometimes I'm quite envious of the sleepless." The more he said, the softer his voice became. Smelling the aroma of the food, Klein was not polite, untied the bag, and took out the boxed lunch that was packed from the cafeteria. "Thank you," he said sincerely, without refusing. Dunn remained non-committal, took the documents and sat opposite Klein, looking down as if thinking about something. Klein showed that he was a little lacking in appetite because of sadness, but because of the other party's reminder, he still forced himself to finish them in order to replenish his strength. When he put down his bowls and chopsticks, the sunlight in the room had dimmed a little again, and the incandescent lights in the room turned on. "How is your investigation going?" Dunn did not hide the documents he was holding, and Klein saw that in the papers spread out on the table, there were many paintings like those taken by a camera, and they were lifelike. Among them were the library, the bathroom, and the walls covered in blood. At the same time, there was a picture of a spacious, bright living room. In the center of this living room, there were 2 tilted chairs on the ground. Above the chairs on the ground, there were 2 corpses with ropes around their necks. Klein felt that the portrait was like it had come to life. The corpse in the painting shook its body, and its feet also shook back and forth with the shaking of the corpse. "Klein." Dunn's voice brought Klein back to his thoughts. "This is Welch and Naya?" he asked somewhat astringently, and after coming back to his senses, he had a feeling of wanting to vomit. He almost felt that he was going to hang himself and put on a wonderful suicide performance here. He shouldn't have eaten those things just now. Seeing that Klein's expression was not right, Dunn took out some herbs from his coat pocket. He snapped his fingers, and this mixture of grassy green things was ignited. As the thing quickly burned, black smoke filled the room with an unspeakable smell, and Klein's expression, which was about to vomit, eased a lot, but he still looked ugly. "Yes," Dunn nodded at this time, agreeing with the other party's statement. He continued to ask, "According to your description, Welch took that ancient Fourth Epoch notebook from the forbidden area of the library first, and then shared it with you and Naya?" "Yes. There was nothing to argue about." Klein smiled wryly. "I should have told the school about this matter earlier and let the school handle it, otherwise, Welch and them." "This is inevitable," Dunn said very calmly. Klein was a little stunned by Dunn's attitude, which did not match his previous speculation. "This friend of the original owners gives me the feeling that he seems to have seen many similar things." Klein frowned imperceptibly. Welch and Naya were also his friends. Therefore, Klein looked at Dunn, seemingly a little incredulous at the other party's slightly indifferent reaction. This was quite in line with the original owner's personality development. When a common friend died, the other party showed indifference, and commonplace. This was a very normal reaction for Klein Moretti, who understood mysticism but was only limited to understanding mysticism. When Klein was temporarily detained in this room, he had already thought about what kind of performance he needed next, and how to make the original owner's relatives and friends not suspect that he was not the original owner. Seeing the somewhat incredulous expression on Klein's face, Tang smiled, his lips flattening. Some things are not to be touched. Once touched, then death can be considered the best outcome. After Welch saw that notebook, his fate, and your and Naya's fate, were probably already sealed. Tang said softly. This is also why the school didn't properly guard that information. Things from the restricted area shouldn't have been accessible to you. Yes, Klein was taken aback. He suddenly thought of this point. Logically speaking, Tingen University should have taken corresponding measures regarding mystical matters. Otherwise, things like what happened to the original owner of this body, like Welch and the others, would have already broken out among all the students who had entered the library. Tingen University must have dealt with those problematic things. Even if they were placed in the library, there should have been strict guards. Then, why was Welch able to obtain that information recording the secrets of the Fourth Epoch? Did something similar to a seal in the library temporarily lose its effect, allowing Welch to coincidentally enter and see that extremely dangerous Fourth Epoch secret information? Isn't the probability of that a bit too low, Tang? Do you know how Welch obtained that information from the restricted area? Tang shook his head. I'm not sure. The police department is still investigating, but from what I know so far, coincidentally, on the day Welch went to the library, some auxiliary items for ritual magic happened to age, and the patrolling personnel didn't replace them in time, causing a gap of a few minutes to appear in the library's seal. In addition, that Fourth Epoch information is gone. They didn't find it at Welch's and Naya's homes, nor at your house. The school is still investigating the relevant issues, and the superiors of the police department also have a tendency to intervene. They seem to think that this isn't a simple coincidence. Soon, Klein, along with the people from the Tingen University Police Department and a police officer he had seen before, arrived at Welch's residence on Red Rose Street by carriage. At this time, the lights in this small Western-style house with a garden were bright, without a trace of gloom. It looked as if there was a huge source of light inside, and even shadows and other things had no trace of residue. But before the carriage entered that area, the overall feeling it gave Klein was that it was extremely easy to ignore, a reality that was impossible to truly reach, something that would be directly overlooked even if you walked past it. The surrounding row of villas also didn't seem curious about what had happened here, and the pedestrians on the road consciously avoided all things and personnel related to this villa. Was it done through ritual magic or some extraordinary power? Klein, with his limited knowledge, guessed as such. Let's go in. Neil, wearing heavy glasses, nodded to Klein. He called himself Pettigrew Neil, and was a police officer from the Tingen City Police Headquarters. Before they could enter, Klein saw a woman walking out of Welch's residence. She was a very young and beautiful lady, wearing a lace long dress, a small soft hat, and a white gold shawl draped over her shoulders, with her hair curled up in the same color. The first impression she gave Klein was a highly impactful, beautiful, and charming being that didn't seem to exist in the human world. This was the type that even Klein, who had experienced the Great Information Age, couldn't help but be surprised and attracted to, causing him to involuntarily and uncontrollably focus his gaze on this lady. Klein clearly heard the sound of himself swallowing saliva and the gasps and swallowing sounds of others around him. At the same time, he learned from others' addresses to this woman that she was the deputy director of the Tingen University Police Department. This is Klein Moretti, the deputy director of the police department, who came out, glanced at Klein, the corners of her lips slightly raised, and walked towards him. She smiled, just simply smiled, but Klein suddenly had the urge to go forward, embrace her, and push her onto the bed. Deputy Director Pearl, please don't do such things to our witness, especially since he just graduated from Tingen University. Pettigrew Neil, wearing large framed glasses, reminded the deputy director of the Tingen University Police Department. Deputy Director Pearl immediately turned her head and gave Pettigrew Neil, wearing large framed glasses and being plain and unadorned, a flirtatious wink. All right, it seems our little Mr. Neil is getting jealous. If Deputy Director, you are willing, My grandfather can also come and have dinner with you, Pettigrew Neal said matter-of-factly. Deputy Director Pearl spread her hands. It's not impossible either. Pettigrew Neal. Ah, just kidding. Pettigrew Neal. That's not funny either. Oh, don't say that. Klein. He woke up from the abnormal reaction just now, his heart sinking slightly, and understood that this Deputy Director Pearl was obviously also an extraordinary being with supernatural powers. Klein also walked in under the supervision of several other police department personnel. Deputy Director Pearl and Police Officer Pettigrew Neal also entered the house that was shining with light and without the slightest gloom. Mirror divination and general divination have been tried, and extraordinary people from the corpse collector pathway have also been found to investigate. There is no spiritual residue of Makwin and Naya here anymore. It is impossible to obtain specific information sources through spiritism and divination. Deputy Director Pearl said as she walked towards the living room, "This is where those two unlucky guys who were contaminated hanged themselves after death." Following the slender fingertips of Deputy Director Pearl, Klein only saw two ropes hanging on the chandelier. The bodies of Welch and Naya were no longer there. Also, that Fourth Epoch information. Pettigrew Neal reminded from the side. Right, still haven't found it. We've searched everywhere here, and we've also done divination through some special ritual magic. It's like it disappeared out of thin air. Deputy Director Pearl agreed readily, then looked at Klein. We suspect that notebook is alive. And Mr. Klein Moretti, you are currently the only known survivor who has read that diary and hasn't died. No, in fact, I'm already dead too. Klein couldn't help but complain in his heart. Get ready, Neil. Vice Captain Pearl, who entered the scene, restrained her emotions and no longer had the exaggerated appearance she had shown outside the villa just now. Her restrained sharpness made her dangerous and beautiful, and naturally caused all living beings who looked at her to follow her orders involuntarily and approach her. A bit strange, Klein muttered in his heart. And this vice captain of the Khoi University garrison, looking at Klein seriously and attentively at this time, said word by word. Based on the information we have investigated so far, we tentatively determine that the deaths of Mr. McGavin and Ms. Naya are not directly related to you, Mr. Klein Moretti. But we must recover that notebook of the Antigonus family descendant as soon as possible. That notebook is quite dangerous. If it falls into the wrong hands, it is likely to cause greater danger to brew in other areas of Tingnan City. Klein's heart stirred. What do you need me to do? If they didn't need me to do something, then these people wouldn't have gone to so much trouble to deliberately bring me, someone with no extraordinary power or knowledge of mysticism, to the scene. What she said, the only survivor, could I be useful here? Klein, lacking concrete and in-depth knowledge of the mystical world, guessed as such. Well, a small favor, Neil. Vice Captain Pearl looked at Pettigrew Neal, who had already taken out many bottles and jars that Klein had never seen from his small bag, and smiled. As a level 2 ritualist, you should be able to establish a backward-tracing ritual magic to help Mr. Moretti's spirituality travel the spirit world and determine clues to that notebook based on mystical correlation and similarity, right? Although Welch and Naya's spiritual bodies and spirituality were unable to seek answers from them through divination and psychic means due to pollution, the world of mysticism always contains various items and powers that can achieve incredible results. Yes, Vice Captain Pearl. Pettigrew Neal nodded, but as you know, I am just a wizard. Tracing the past of high-level beings requires not only the participation of auxiliary media, but also the assistance of higher-level power to complete the ritual. No problem, that one will agree. Klein was a little dizzy from this strange conversation, but he did not interrupt and ask his questions, but stood quietly in place, waiting for the subsequent arrangements. In the absence of sufficient mystical knowledge, listening to the arrangements of professionals is the safest and most reasonable development. Klein did not forget the character setting of the original Klein Moretti. Pettigrew Neal had already mixed hand sunwell powder with a dark and thick liquid. Soon, a strange fragrance emanated from the semi-finished product in his hand, permeating the living room where Welch and Naya were hanged. After this Tingnan City police officer, who claimed to be a wizard, finished all this, he looked at Klein. Mr. Moretti, are you willing to help us track down that notebook from the Fourth Epoch? Isn't it a little too late to ask this question? Klein slandered in his heart and asked, "Will there be any danger?" As someone who should have died along with the Antigonus family's notebook, you have strangely appeared to be an anomaly in the intersection of fate. You won't die so easily, at least not in this matter. My divination tells me that you are of great help to us. Vice Captain Pearl's long hair fluttered slightly, and she smiled charmingly at Klein. Klein's heart skipped 2 beats involuntarily with the other party's words. This was not only because of the other party's appearance and temperament. A strange error has occurred. The original body's death was already a predetermined fate. Does this error come from my transmigration? But it seems that this vice captain of the Khoi University garrison did not show that she saw through that he was not the original person. Is this the benefit that transmigrators come with? Klein secretly slandered, although he didn't want this kind of benefit even if it was given to him. Vice Captain Pearl thought for a while and continued with a smile, "If you can help us find that notebook, let me think. I can make the decision, in the name of the Khoi University garrison, to give you a recommendation quota for Miskatonic University." Miskatonic University. Klein, who was still analyzing the implications of Vice Captain Pearl's words, suddenly heard such a term and was immediately stunned in place, almost blurting out, "Miskatonic?" Miskatonic University occupies a considerable position in the Cthulhu mythos. Anyone who has even a slight understanding of Cthulhu myths and legends almost knows the existence of such a university. This name is simply thunderous. In Tingnan City, in this world, there is such a university? In an instant, a sense of absurdity filled Klein's mind, making him almost think that he had transmigrated into a book, not into another world, but into the world of the Cthulhu mythos. The whispers of ancient gods, the great existences, the surrounding of stars, absurdity, grotesque, fear, the unknown, the world of madness. No, it is also possible that it is just a name taken by a transmigrator senior, just implying some meaning. It cannot be ruled out that it is indeed a situation where both are true, where this is both another world and a world in the style of the Cthulhu mythos. Klein's brain was spinning rapidly, and he felt that his brain capacity was not enough. If it is really such a world, no, this world clearly has extraordinary powers. There really is a big, very big secret. You know about it? Vice Captain Pearl was also stunned for a moment, but quickly returned to her usual smile. "That's right. Tang Eggers is a member of Miskatonic University. He has a good relationship with you. And it's normal for him to reveal these things in casual conversations. It's unavoidable. After all, this is Tingnan, the city of miracles. Tang Eggers is also a member of Miskatonic University." This was a reasonable guess for Klein. He quickly restrained his emotions and said, "Yes, I have accidentally heard of the existence of this university, but I always thought it was just fictional." He once again showed a somewhat helpless smile, saying words that could not be truer. "I am happy to help you find that notebook. After all, this is a disaster caused by me, Welch, and Naya." "Correct decision," Vice Captain Pearl praised, "although I cannot be sure that there will be no danger in doing so. Rest assured, with that one's gaze, your danger will be reduced to the lowest level." That one. Klein didn't know who the other party was talking about, but instinctively felt that this flag was not set up well at all. Will nothing really happen? He felt deeply worried about this. Without answering Klein's confusion, Deputy Director Pearl took a few steps and walked to Pedigree Neal, who had already prepared the essential oil, combined it with a candle, placed it on the table, and lit it. "All right." Pedigree Neal indicated to Deputy Director Pearl that he was ready. Then, Klein saw the Tingnan City police officer light the candle and bring a piece of paper with strange symbols close to the burning blue, green, and black flame. The flame instantly rose, and the paper quickly burned in the air, turning into grayish-white mist. At the same time, Klein heard Officer Pedigree Neal chanting something. It seems to be a variant of Hermes language. The composition of the roots and grammar is very similar, but it is older and more ancient. It seems to be a deepening of Hermes language. No, more precisely, Hermes language is a simplification of this language. As a graduate of Tingnan University with double degrees in linguistics and history, Klein could only barely understand the words mixed with error, loophole, gaze, retrospection, and other words. Error, loophole? Before Klein could figure out anything, he saw the grayish-white mist rapidly spreading from the burning candle in front of him, enveloping the entire living room. All the furniture, all the people, and all the things in the living room were stained with thick grayish-white mist, making it difficult for Klein to see things more than a meter or two in front of him. The figures of the deputy director and the police officer disappeared from his sight, as if they were not there. In the empty villa, only Klein was left alone. At the same time, Klein saw not far from him a candle burning silently with a blue-green and black flame. Klein instinctively wanted to approach the candle, but Pedigree Neal's voice, lowered, came from his mind. "You should see a dense grayish-white mist all around, right?" "Yes." Klein also lowered his voice and said, "Very good. Next, Mr. Klein, you have successfully entered the special area corresponding to this villa. Since we are not personally involved, we cannot forcibly enter through ritual magic. Next, please follow my instructions and pick up the candle diagonally opposite you." Klein took a deep breath. Seeming to hear Klein's wildly beating heart, the Tinan City police officer comforted him. "Don't worry, this is a loophole caused by that one's gaze. As long as the candle doesn't go out, the power of the ritual will naturally protect you." Klein nodded heavily, paced a few steps, and soon arrived at the table where the blue, green and black candle was placed. After picking up the candle, Klein noticed that there were quite a few symbols engraved on the candle, including the figure of a clock. "After you get the candle, go to the study on the second floor. That's where the Antigonus family notebook used to be. Remember, the candle cannot go out." "Okay." Klein adjusted his mentality once again, no longer paying attention to the strange symbols on the candle, holding the candle in one hand to prevent it from going out due to strange factors, while slowly and solemnly walking towards the stairs in Welch's house in his memory. The study is on the second floor, and Welch and Naya died on the first floor. In the process of moving forward, the surrounding grayish-white mist became a bit thicker, but the blue, black and green candle seemed to be able to block the grayish-white mist permeating here, preventing them from further eroding the area around Klein. Vaguely, Klein seemed to hear the sound of flowing water, and the sound of dong dong dong, hitting the wall. "Welch, Naya?" Klein couldn't help but think of the causes of death of Welch and Naya that he had heard before. Welch's forehead was completely shattered, bloody, and Naya buried her face in a wash basin full of water. "Your spirituality is traveling in the spirit world. Some of the changes themselves represent some of the things that happened in this villa. Don't worry about them. With the candle, you will be fine." Pedigree Neal's somewhat low voice continued to sound in Klein's ears. Klein suppressed the fear in his heart. Along with Klein's walking, there was not only the sound of his footsteps, but also the slight shaking of the rope. "This is the living room. The sound seems to originate from the center of the living room, from the hemp rope hanging two corpses. The hemp rope is shaking. Is it? The corpses of Welch and Naya are shaking?" It would be a lie to say that Klein was not afraid. Before he transmigrated, he was just an ordinary office worker. He had heard a lot of ghost stories, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. "You'll be fine." Pedigree Neal's voice sounded again. Klein stepped onto the stairs and walked to the second floor. The blue, green and black candle flame was still burning steadily, dispelling the surrounding grayish-white mist. Klein quickly arrived at the location of the study in Welch's house in his memory with the candle that could protect him. Reached the study location. Klein said in a low voice, "Open it, Mr. Klein." Klein held the candle in one hand and pushed open the familiar but unfamiliar study door in front of him with the other hand. The door opened in response, and it was also filled with mist that seemed unable to dissipate. However, there were some differences here from the living room on the first floor. Not far away, where the window seemed to be, there seemed to be a trace of crimson light shining into the study, dispelling some of the mist. "The crimson moon is a symbol of the goddess of the night." Klein informed Officer Pedigree Neal, who was in contact with him, of the abnormality here. Officer Pedigree Neal said that this was a normal phenomenon. He said, "The goddess will bless you, is that so?" Klein smiled bitterly in his heart, then took the candle and walked into the room. The room was shrouded in grayish-white mist, and everything seemed a bit blurry and dim. Even with the flame in Klein's hand and the crimson moon outside the window, it still seemed unreal. Klein looked around and, after not finding any specific abnormalities, walked straight to the location of the desk that Welch often used, and where the original owner and Welch and Naya discussed the notebook together. There, he saw a notebook, and also saw a few manuscripts next to it. What did you see? A notebook, and Emperor Rosel's hand. Klein suddenly froze after answering halfway. Emperor Rosel? Rosel Gustav? Would he write manuscripts in Chinese? Klein saw the first line of words written on the manuscript that was open in front of him. Run! 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 Klein's entire being seemed captivated by the vivid, pulsating words, each appearing ready to leap from the page. He heard Detective Pellegrin's voice again in his mind, but Klein was as if struck blind and deaf. His mind buzzed, involuntarily drawn in. The manuscript, filled with familiar words, seized all of Klein's attention. He also didn't hear the dull thuds from the first-floor living room he'd just ascended, sounds like heavy objects falling. As if corpses were dropping from the hemp ropes that had suspended them, crashing onto the floor. Klein couldn't spare a thought. His mind instinctively focused on the familiar text, his eyes scanning downwards. He saw hasty words, soaked in madness and despair. Don't go to Tingen. Don't touch that Miskatonic University. It's a trap. A massive trap, for all of us. Fake. Ha ha ha. It's all fake. That madman. He arranged everything long ago. My friends. My subordinates. Even my family, the Intis Republic I belong to. My honor, my faith, everything I have is a product of arrangement. What transmigrator, what protagonist of an era? We're just puppets arranged to follow a script. We never had a self. Fake. It's all fake, marionettes, all marionettes. That damned madman. May he die a horrible death. I curse him. I curse him. Ha ha. He wants a black emperor. Then there will be a black emperor. He wants a seer, a apprentice, a thief pathway apex. Then he will have one. He wants. No, leave. Don't approach Tingen. Don't approach. Don't approach. Don't approach. Don't approach. The writing grew more distorted towards the end, as if the manuscript's owner had completely lost control of the resentment, murder's intent, and all the negative emotions within. They were poured out onto the page, into every word. Each character written by Emperor Rosel grew larger, the strokes more hurried. Klein's brain short-circuited. He extended his right hand, not holding the burning greenish-black candle, and mechanically flipped through Rosel's manuscript. On the second page, in heavy, frantic writing, was a crazed warning. All who come after, all remnants of the old days, stay away from him. No, kill him. You must kill him, if you don't want your lives to be completely manipulated. Pray that when I return, you'll already be standing in that position. Pray that you don't fall prematurely, your existence. Dunn Smith. Look at the moon. Look at the moon. Look at the moon. Ha 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 ha. Look at the moon, 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 moon. Return to the mother's embrace, return to the mother's. No, 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 no. Run, flee Tingen. Don't contact any high-ranking individuals on the seer pathway. Secret Order, Antigonus, Church of the Night. Done. All the unreal, coincidental, arranged, abnormal marionettes. It's him. It's all him behind the scenes. You are, I am, everyone is, everyone, no one can escape. Ha 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 ha. No one can escape. The frantic text seemed to form an incantation capable of shaking the deepest recesses of the heart on Emperor Rosel's manuscript. The crazed words combined into torrents of information mixed with knowledge, instantly paralyzing Klein Moretti, who wasn't yet a Beander. His brain buzzed, as if struck by countless ancient grandfather clocks. The immense buzzing caused fresh, red blood to bubble from his ears, nose, eyes, and mouth, the most direct impact from activated knowledge. The knowledge emperor of Sequence 1 could imbue all text and information with its own mystical symbolism, turning it into mad knowledge. Klein could no longer comprehend what the words represented. His mind felt like it was being pierced by steel nails, his brain matter stirred madly. Thoughts, memories, emotions, everything was mixed together, making Klein feel the true approach of death. Emperor Rosal seemed to have never considered whether the content he wrote in his already insane mental state was a warning or a curse to later transmigrators. Klein's vision blurred suddenly, the grayish-white fog thickening. He seemed to see a palace, to see the vague figure of his predecessor's friend, Dun Smith. The vague figure raised a hand towards the figure kneeling on the ground, coughing violently. The kneeling figure was hoisted up, struggling and cursing, but seemed powerless to resist. From the initial desperate struggle to the eventual limp hanging of his hands and feet, his corpse swayed back and forth there, swaying back and forth. Outside the palace, the sun hung high in the sky, and scrolls of civilization unfolded. Klein heard the figure hanging in midair open his mouth, seemingly looking at Klein, his mouth opening and closing. Hornassus, Phlegre. Hornassus, Phlegre. Hornassus. Phlegria. Klein froze in place, his breath plummeting to rock bottom in that instant. Even with Pellegro Neal's voice ringing in his ears, he could no longer hear it. It was lethal mental pollution that he absolutely couldn't resist. His blood surged from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, gathering on the ground into a sea-like tide of fresh blood. No, no, Klein seemed to hear his teeth grinding, his thoughts reaching an extreme state of madness. The grand voice echoing in his mind struggled frantically. He wanted to borrow the space of that mysterious space. He opened his mouth, trying to save himself. The greenish-black candle continued to burn quietly. No one could save him, and no one could save him here. He could only save himself. He began trying to recite the incantation he used to enter the gray fog above, the last self-rescue plan he made before his reason shattered, his body collapsed, and his spirituality was completely destroyed and polluted. Blessing, profound yellow immortal venerable. Blessing, profound yellow heavenly sovereign. The buzzing in his ears continued to reign, and there was a tendency to expand. His blood was boiling, and the speed of outward gushing was getting faster and faster. It became more and more difficult for Klein to make a sound. Am I going to die? Was he really going to die? Klein was incomparably desperate, but in his mind, the crazy, riotous knowledge that wanted to destroy everything had already filled all his thoughts. Even despair, even the fear of death, became fragile and ridiculous under the crazy knowledge that was about to burst his brain. Dimly, faintly, Klein seemed to hear a voice from a faraway place. Man lights the candle, the ghost blows out the lamp. The bluish-green flame suddenly flickered. As the flame flickered, the grayish-white mist pressed in on Klein even more intensely. However, the countless, maddening pieces of knowledge seemed to be purified as the grayish-white mist approached, helping Klein regain some of his senses. The gray mist was helping him. This thought subconsciously surfaced in Klein's mind, but in his muddled state, before he could fully stabilize himself, he saw a face, a familiar yet alien face, suddenly appear before him. It was Welch, his skull shattered and covered in blood. He brought his head close to Klein's hand, his pale lips slightly curved, revealing a smile. He gently blew on the spot where Klein's left hand was. The candle in Klein's hand, burning with a bluish-green flame, suddenly went out. The gray mist surged forth, completely engulfing the entire study in a dense, grayish-white fog. Bless the Xuanwang immortal venerable. Bless the Xuanwang heavenly sovereign. Bless the Xuanwang God. Bless the Xuanwang celestial worthy. Vaguely, Klein heard his own voice. No, it should be Zhou Mingrui, hearing Klein chanting. When his thoughts returned, he saw Rosago's diary neatly placed on the desk, and the gentle, coaxing voice of Inspector Pedigree Neal echoed in his mind. Do you see that diary? Klein hurriedly glanced at Rosago's manuscript on the desk, making out the contents. As expected, there are still transmigrators in this world. Haha, I, Huang Dao, have found my organization. Rosago was also a transmigrator? Klein thought in shock. Rosago Gustav was already insane in his later years. Knowing that Miskatonic University held anomalies, Rosago Gustav tried to warn all transmigrators after him. This was the pride of the Caesar, the founder of an era, but, being insane in his later years, he couldn't eliminate the pollution. The manuscript, filled with contamination, in the hands of beyonders without divinity, even if they couldn't decipher the words, held a certain possibility of being contaminated by knowledge. The manuscript, originally intended to warn later generations, has now become a death warrant. And Rossigo Gustav himself has left a strong mark in the history of the northern continent. His abnormal behavior in his later years has made his notes the focus of many scholars at Trier University. Welch McGovern himself was a person who admired Rossigo greatly. No one noticed that, in the restricted area of the Trier University library, on top of a missing Fourth Epoch ancient document, 2 pages of Rossigo's top-secret information, also contaminated by the Knowledge Emperor, were also missing. The Beyonders of the Trier University Security Department need to track down the whereabouts of that dangerous Fourth Epoch document. As for the missing confidential information about Rossigo Gustav in the restricted area, neither the Security Department, nor the Nighthawks, Punishers, or Machinery Hivemind Beyonders have any understanding. Sequence 2 Ritualistic Mage Pedigree Neil temporarily created a ritual to pray to Error, Nicholas Flamel through the core elements of ritualistic magic. This helped Klein Moretti establish a connection with the Antigonus family's notes, and also allowed Klein Moretti, who could understand the words on it, to be contaminated by the Knowledge Emperor, leading to the mutation. This is a very reasonable development. Neither Pedigree Neil nor the deputy chief of the security department told Klein Moretti that the essence of this ritualistic magic was a deep mystic ritual, a fusion of insignificant humans with a great existence, obtaining their own knowledge, and gaining corresponding spiritual experiences. Klein Moretti, lacking the corresponding knowledge, was an old days remnant, with a close connection to the Grey Fog. Because of the deep mystic ritual, in a world full of error, he saw Rossigo's manuscript and came into contact with the truth ahead of time. And this truth was clearly beyond his ability to bear. An ordinary quill was frantically writing on a black notebook, held by a person with dark golden hair, one blind eye, and wearing a pure black clerical robe. He lay on the desk, his only remaining eye carefully examining what he had written. After confirming that what he had written was accurate enough, he held the quill in one hand and continued to write. Among these, the gray fog symbolizes the mysterious space above the gray fog, and the bluish-black candle symbolizes Klein Moretti, formerly known as Joe Mingrui's, mental defenses. Welch McGovern's corpse symbolizes Klein Moretti's final struggle. He took the initiative to blow out the candle symbolizing his mental defenses, completely opening the door to his mind, making parasitism easier and even more difficult to trigger the defense mechanism above the gray fog. When his life was threatened, Klein Moretti instinctively sought a final chance of survival. The honorific name he chanted matched the main components of the mystic ritual in the current scene. As an important vessel for the birth of the Lord of the Mysteries, Nicholas Flamel would naturally not allow this matter to continue to develop. The error, Nicholas Flamel, already located above the gray fog, resonated with the Nicholas Flamel in the real world in response to the mystic ritual. He would not allow Klein Moretti to be killed by Rossigo's last insane manuscript. After all, Klein Moretti's birth was accompanied by inevitability within chance. He, who has already sent his avatar into the Saphiric Castle, will next accompany Klein Moretti, accompanying the entry and exit of everyone marked in the Saphiric Castle, each time bringing more time worms. This is also inevitable, following the development of the Era's tide. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Nicholas Flamel is preparing to deeply root one of his Sequence 1 avatars on Klein Moretti's spirit body, thereby deceiving the gray fog above and successfully ascending the Saphiric Castle. Having written this, the cleric with one blind eye suddenly raised his head. He left the desk, walked to the window, and looked at the crimson moon overhead. Then, his feet left the ground, and he slowly hung from the rafters, his body swaying back and forth. Before Klein could immerse himself in the shock of, damn, Emperor Rosal is also a transmigrator. He's actually writing in Chinese. Klein heard the vague voice of Officer Pedigree Neil again, as if directly conversing with his soul. This book is first published on TWKAN.com. What's the state of that notebook? This seemed to be a very important question. The study, with its crimson moon and strange grayish-white mist, remained silent. Klein took a deep breath. After slightly calming his suddenly, frantically beating heart and adjusting his emotions, he reluctantly stopped looking at the notes written by Emperor Rosal, learning about the past of his now known second, transmigrator senior, and began to carefully examine the notebook on the upper right corner of the desk, using old and worn leather as its cover, seemingly belonging to a descendant of the Antigonus family. It's placed on the upper right corner of Welch's study desk, closed, with no signs of being opened or read. Klein pondered for a moment and asked in a low voice, "The lost notebook should be this one." Upon seeing this notebook, Klein's intuition told him that this was the notebook that caused the deaths of Welch, Naya, and the original owner. He made this judgment. Besides the notebook, what else is on the desk? Officer Pedigree Neal asked another question. Klein was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at the Chinese manuscript. In the memory fragments that had not been lit up before because the original owner had not been exposed to the specific situation, Emperor Rosal was a very famous semiotics expert. The characters he used are still attracting the attention of many people in Tingen, who are trying to analyze the content contained in those characters. And now, Klein's memory fragments were lit up. The original owner had seen Emperor Rosal's manuscript and had seen those Chinese characters. Without a doubt, if Emperor Rosal was in Tingen and wrote the manuscript before being influenced by the Transmigrator Senior and twisted into their appearance, then it would prove that Emperor Rosal was definitely a transmigrator, a fellow villager from his great food empire. Klein subconsciously scanned Emperor Rosal's manuscript quickly. Sure enough, there are still transmigrators in this world. Haha, Huang Dao, have finally found the organization. Well, I don't know what country that Transmigrator Senior is from, whether they are from the same country as me. Miskatonic University. This name sounds very Cthulhu. Such a big show, cough cough, but this does fit my stereotype of this world. Damn it, could this really be a world with ancient gods and Cthulhu? I guess it shouldn't be. There are too few things here that match the Cthulhu myth stories of my era. At least in my understanding. Although there are examples of extraordinary people losing control and turning into monsters, the existence of extraordinary people breaks the setting in the Cthulhu myth that requires trading sanity for skills. There are gods here, real gods, but there are very few descendants of gods, those messy creatures. But one thing is common: the path of the gods. The further down you go, the higher the sequence, the stronger the ability, the easier it is to go crazy. Could it be that the Transmigrator Senior is hinting at something? Well, if I have the chance, I would like to meet the president of Miskatonic University. He or she should know a lot. If they are a fellow villager from the same country, that would be even better. Ah, right, I got the ticket, the Spirit World Express train tonight. P.S. I seriously suspect this is a plagiarism of the Hogwarts Express. If there is also a platform 9 3/4. Well, tonight I have to board it while those people from the Artisan Church aren't paying attention. Hiss, just mentioning those guys from the Artisan Church makes me angry. What do they take me for, an ATM? Did they think I could handcraft the blueprints for an atomic bomb for them? Please, I'm just a knower. I just recalled the knowledge from high school. I can't build a Gundam with my bare hands. Build an atomic bomb for you, how about that? To hell with them, can't they respect my intellectual property rights? They even sent people to watch me, as if they were afraid I would run away. Haha, I'm leaving tonight. Goodbye. Intis. Bah. Even dogs don't stay there. Emperor Rosal once studied at Tingen University for a period of time, and Pearl, the deputy director of the security department of Tingen University, also clearly stated that there was some kind of connection between Tingen University and Miskatonic University that Klein didn't know about. And even though Emperor Rosal's political rule in Intis was overthrown, and many things related to him were successively destroyed by the Intis royal family and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the Artisan Church, Tingen University still regards him as an outstanding alumnus. His portrait is still hanging in the corridor of Tingen University. Klein quickly went through the history of Emperor Rosal that he had mastered. This manuscript, which did not have a date, no, it should be more like Emperor Rosal's diary, was written before he became the consul of the Intis Republic and before he officially entered Tingen University to study. Amidst the myriad of thoughts, in order to prevent others from suspecting him for not speaking for a long time, Klein did not flip through the page that was obviously still pressed down. He quickly lowered his voice and said to Officer Pedigree Neal, who was closely monitoring the situation. Besides that notebook, there is also something on the desk that looks like Emperor Rosal's manuscript. Emperor Rosal's manuscript. Officer Pedigree Neal, who was communicating with Klein, was obviously stunned by this answer. He only asked out of vigilance, but he didn't expect such a development. Klein nodded, but then realized that the other party didn't seem to be here, and opened his mouth again, and said in a low voice, "Yes, Emperor Rosal's manuscript. I have also studied it before. The one on Welch's study desk is very similar to those manuscripts written by Emperor Rosal in mysterious symbols. Some courses in Tingen University will talk about the mysterious characters invented by Emperor Rosal. Therefore, as a graduate of Tingen University with a degree in linguistics, it is not difficult for Klein to come to the corresponding guess, which is quite reasonable." The voice in his mind suddenly fell silent. Then, before Klein could react too much and do more things, his head had a momentary throbbing pain. Hiss! Before he could react to what had happened, the grayish-white mist filled his eyes all at once. His consciousness was like being thrown into a washing machine, being stirred and falling downwards. This state did not last too long. Apart from the throbbing pain in his head, the surrounding scenes were already blurred. When Klein, who was a little dazed, came back to his senses, he had already stepped back on the solid ground. The surrounding lights were bright, without any grayish-white mist or strange and terrifying sounds. Not far away, Officer Pellegro Neal placed the candle, which was nearly half burned, on the table. The bluish-green, almost black, flame had already extinguished. As an ordinary person, your spirituality is no longer sufficient to support the stable continuation of this ritual. He turned to look at Deputy Chief Pearl beside him and asked, "Besides that notebook, what else was lost from the restricted area?" What else was lost? Deputy Chief Pearl thought for a moment, her expression gradually becoming serious. She looked at Klein, seeing that the corners of his forehead were throbbing wildly, as if his spirituality was exhausted and he needed rest. She could only ask the wizard from the Church of the Night beside her. What did Klein Moretti see? Rissel Gustav's manuscripts. Officer Pellegro Neal said, "Check it out. What was lost from the restricted area might not just be that notebook from the Antigonus family." Then, he looked at Klein and said, "I'll send you back first. Your mission for today ends here." It was nearly 11 o'clock at night when he returned to 47 Gold Rose Street. The landlady, who had already gone to bed, opened the door for Klein and the officer who had brought him back. "Moretti, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that it was Klein Moretti, who had been missing for a long time, returning, the landlady sized up her tenant. Seeing that he was escorted by a police officer, she immediately became somewhat wary and concerned. What happened? At this moment, a black cat raised by the landlady elegantly strolled out of the dark corner, walked out from the door opened by the landlady, and sat quietly beside her feet. The old lady was wearing old-fashioned glasses with many scratches, seemingly a little sleepy, but she still forced herself to perk up and inquire about the situation of her tenant and the police officer. "The people from Tingen University Security said you were a participant in something and need your cooperation with the investigation." "Oh, poor Melissa, she went to Tingen University and the police headquarters tonight, but didn't get any news. She's very worried about you. It's heartbreaking to see her like that." "I'm sorry, Mrs. Irina," Klein quickly said. "I've caused you trouble." Officer Pellegro Neal, who didn't look very old, said to the landlady, "Mr. Klein Moretti will need to cooperate with us on some matters in the near future. This involves some confidentiality clauses, please understand." Many research projects at Tingen University involved confidential matters, so the landlady, who managed many Tingen University students, naturally understood. Occasionally, some people would only return in the middle of the night, so the landlady, who was responsible for locking the door, suddenly understood. "You should still tell your family," she somewhat complained about Klein's failure to inform, causing his brother and sister to worry. Klein gave a dry laugh, not knowing how to respond. Seeing that things had been explained, Officer Pellegro Neal said to Klein, "Tomorrow noon, after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I will come to find you. Get some rest today." After saying goodbye to the officer, Klein thanked the yawning old lady a few times, said goodbye, and then hurried up the stairs, preparing to go home. What a good kid. Seeing Klein's figure disappear into the staircase, the landlady, Mrs. Irina, yawned and sighed, then picked up the black cat at her feet, and touched the somewhat cracked neck, which hadn't been properly secured due to her haste, like a rusty puppet, and returned to her residence, preparing to rest. Indeed, old people are useless. She also has to choose her successor. That child who was worried about her brother looks pretty good. On the second floor, Klein, who opened the door with his key, saw the brightly lit living room. In the living room, the mineral lamp emitted a light that dispelled the darkness. Klein's brother, Benson, and sister, Melissa, were not asleep. When they heard the sound of the door lock being opened, they turned their heads and looked at Klein, who walked in. "I'm back." Klein smiled at Benson and Melissa. He first explained to them that he had been invited to solve a confidential project jointly undertaken by Khoi University and the city government. Seeing that they relaxed, he returned to his room. This was the excuse that the police officer, who clearly possessed extraordinary power and was a Beander, had given him. Regardless of the problem with the Antigonus family's notebook from the Fourth Epoch, or the deaths of Welch and Naya, the Khoi University security and the police didn't seem to intend to publicize it. Klein naturally couldn't tell Melissa and Benson the specifics directly. This won't reassure them, but will instead harm them. Muttering to himself, Klein endured the occasional throbbing pain in his brain, but quickly fell into a dream. Today, he had obtained a lot of unexpected information, but he clearly didn't have the energy to summarize and sort out these things now. A dreamless night. The next day, when Klein woke up, Benson and Melissa had already left, leaving behind a specially warmed breakfast for Klein. Looking at the clock hanging on the wall in the living room, he found that the hands were already pointing towards 10 o'clock. Klein thought for a moment, first wolfing down the breakfast come lunch, before having time to think about the information he had obtained yesterday. First, Emperor Roussel and I, and the predecessor who created Miskatonic University, and likely brought many changes to Khoi City, are all transmigrators. Thinking about it this way, transmigration doesn't seem to be that rare of an occurrence. In just one day, Klein had encountered things related to at least 2 transmigrators. Could it be that transmigration is wholesale? He jokingly thought, but then felt that this kind of thing was unlikely. If transmigration was wholesale, it was estimated that this world would have long been modified into a form he didn't know, with transmigrators everywhere, shouting, "XXXism," and "Long live XXX." The contents of Emperor Roussel's manuscripts wouldn't still be undecipherable even now, still being researched and analyzed. Miskatonic University, Emperor Roussel's diary, these 2 things are closely related to transmigration. And among these, whether it is Miskatonic University or Roussel, they are closely related to Khoi. Klein pondered for a moment, realizing that he actually had unique advantages. But I also had to be wary. Emperor Roussel is clearly closely related to Khoi City, but the emperor has already fallen, and the situation of Miskatonic University is also unknown. If Emperor Roussel and the transmigrator predecessor had revealed something about transmigration to the locals here, and they were very interested in it. Klein felt that if he foolishly exposed himself and eagerly went over, then he would really be laughing at himself. Outside of Khoi University, there was a street filled with snack vendors. After years of development, this place had finally become the familiar sight that Tang remembered. Tang, holding a roasted sausage, was waiting for his Janbing Guozi. He had just finished chewing on a sausage when he was suddenly bumped into by someone. The person looked like a college student, appearing very honest. After bumping into Tang, he kept apologizing while quickly walking towards a place not far away, carrying 2 lunchboxes in his hand, seemingly bringing food for his lazy roommate who only knew how to call for his dad. Tang reached into his pocket. His wallet was stolen. Coincidentally, Klein, along with Officer Pettigrew Neal dressed in plain clothes, who had been brought to the snack street outside Khoi University by the police officer, which was very familiar to his original self, were planning to relive the classic experience, preparing for lunch and dinner. Tang clearly recognized the officer next to Klein. Upon seeing Officer Pettigrew Neal, Klein saw him immediately raise his hand, pointing in the direction the thief had escaped. "Officer, I want to report a crime. My wallet has been stolen." Officer Pettigrew Neil. Klein. Such a practiced way of reporting a crime. Klein looked at his original self's easygoing friend, his gaze also falling on Officer Pettigrew Neil next to him, who clearly possessed extraordinary powers. Officer Pettigrew Neil. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Officer Pettigrew Neil, dressed in plain clothes, sighed helplessly and said to Tang, who was reporting the crime and had lost his money but remained unusually calm, "I'll be right back. Mr. Eggers, you can take Mr. Klein Moretti into Tingen University first." "Okay, sure." Tang took the 2 janbing guozi that the stall owner had already made, adding meat and sausage, spreading tomato sauce, wrapping it all with lettuce and dough, 2 bulging janbing guozi, and sincerely said to Klein, who was next to him, "Do you want one? This shop just opened. The portions are very generous, and the price isn't expensive either." Then I'll have one too." "No, 2, I'll get one for Neil as well." Klein scanned the sign written in runes, chose 2 regular combos, and added 2 pieces of chicken cutlet. "Oh, and no spice, for both." "Alrighty," the janbing guozi owner said enthusiastically. After ordering, Klein looked at the bag full of stuff in Tang's hand. "That's a lot, can you finish it all?" He thoughtfully said, "Is it for Mr. Azik?" "Yeah, every time I ask him, he says things outside aren't clean, but doesn't he eat it happily after I buy it back?" Tang muttered. Klein smiled. Apparent indeed, of course, he didn't forget that Deputy Chief Pearl had said last night that Tang Eggers was also a member of Miskatonic University, which meant that he was also a Byander, possessing a certain degree of extraordinary power. But his wallet was stolen, so he's not that strong? No, perhaps he specializes in a different area. Klein saw Tang holding a roasted sausage in his left hand and janbing guozi in his right, and asked, "Do you want to buy anything else?" His wallet has already been stolen. Before Officer Neil comes back, he shouldn't use any strange extraordinary powers to directly take what he wants to eat, right? "I've already bought everything. We'll go back to school first after your order is done. Neil should still need some time." Tang pointed to the imposing gate of Tingen University not far away, then looked in the direction the thief had escaped, retracted his gaze, and sighed helplessly. So unlucky. Yes, so unlucky. Ivan, who had already escaped the snack street, squeezed the wallet in his arms, feeling the weight in his hand. The anxiousness on his honest and simple face was swept away, revealing a smug smile. As Emperor Rosal said, there are many opportunities in big cities, and it's true. He thought, that naive kid is probably still looking for where his wallet fell. Ivan slowed down, counting the pounds and many coins in the wallet, while happily preparing for his next target. Most of the people who can afford to attend Tingen University and Khoi University don't have bad family backgrounds. Tisk tisk. These college students are really stupid and naive, and never guard against strangers. As a thief, Ivan asked himself that when facing these clear and foolish fellows, he didn't even need to fabricate any reasons to approach them, he could succeed. After counting, he put the cash and pounds back into the wallet one by one, obviously very satisfied with this harvest. Since becoming a Byander, he had rarely failed. Before entering Tingen, Ivan had already accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. Oh, as for his theft causing families to fall apart, and people to be ruined, so what? I'm just using power to redistribute the wealth that everyone should have. Shouldn't the part that exceeds their control be distributed by me? Wealth, reputation, status, these should all be within the scope of things that can be stolen, right? The distance to the swindler potion formula and the main potion ingredients, there's still. He carefully thought about the details of his wealth, preparing to sell some things he didn't need so much at tonight's mysticism gathering. Tingen City is indeed a city of universities. The things related to mysticism here exceed my imagination. Not long after coming to Tingen, he had already found clues to Sequence 8, the swindler potion formula, the main ingredients, and auxiliary materials. Ivan walked while taking a pound coin from his wallet, leisurely using it to showcase his finger art. The thief's gaze swept over the pedestrians on the road, searching for his next target. As a thief, Ivan wouldn't honestly look for a job. Of course, if it was on the surface, he did need to spend some time finding a job to hide his identity. This is something to consider next. He set his sights on a lady who was walking, carrying an exquisite handbag, looking incredibly wealthy. The jewelry on her body, the bulging handbag, and the elegant and luxurious temperament all indicated that she had a very high net worth. As expected, there are really many opportunities in big cities. However, Ivan didn't plan to make this person his next target. After all, he also had to prevent the possibility that there might be Beyonders as helpers around her, right? He wasn't stupid, and this was one of the reasons that helped him avoid and evade the local police's pursuit. Ivan praised Emperor Rosal again in his heart. Just as he was about to move away from observing the decorations on the lady, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Congratulations, host, congratulations, host." It was an electronic voice, and Ivan was stunned. "What the hell is this? Congratulations, you have stolen the many children, much happiness, good pregnancy, double joy system. System loading completed. You have successfully bound to this system, hee. Huh, wait, what are you? Where is the sound coming from?" An inexplicable sense of horror and crisis made Ivan want to run subconsciously. And the enthusiastic electronic voice quickly and efficiently answered the questions of its new host. "This system is not just anything. My full name is the More Sons, More Happiness, Good Pregnancy in Pairs system. I'm a great system dedicated to giving all living beings the right to conceive." The tone even had an upward inflection, clearly quite proud of its mission. More sons, more happiness, good pregnancy in pairs. Conceive a child. And give all living beings the right to conceive. He's a man. What child is he going to conceive? Wait, where did this damn thing come from? Ivan's face instantly turned awful. At this moment, perhaps because of the shock on his face, the surrounding people turned their attention to this ordinary and unremarkable man. He had just realized that he had become the focus of the crowd and wanted to lower his head and leave quickly. With so many eyes staring at him, he obviously couldn't steal anything today. Find another place. And this thing about a system that makes people have children. He had just taken one step when he could no longer take a second. Ivan froze in place again, his face changing drastically. The surroundings suddenly became very quiet. Unable to take a second step, Ivan couldn't help but look down at his legs. He saw that his legs were swelling up at an unimaginable speed. The rapidly expanding muscles and blood vessels burst through the fabric covering his legs and feet. The purplish-blue blood vessels surfaced on his swollen legs, appearing exceptionally hideous and terrifying. Since you are the first host of this system has automatically activated the lucky wheel for you. Congratulations, host, you are really amazing. The host of this system is indeed awesome. You have obtained the characteristic of the holy body of pregnancy. Everything that comes into contact with air and microorganisms will become pregnant. This system adheres to the principle of those who can conceive, and those who cannot conceive can also conceive, and giving birth is instinct and mission. With your physique, as long as you come into contact with something, you will conceive the child of that thing. Congratulations, host, your legs have successfully conceived the child of the earth. This pregnancy triggers a double reward. The cheerful electronic voice rang in Ivan's ears once again. His thighs conceived the child of the earth? Ivan's mind exploded as he heard the words spoken in his mind. He looked around in horror, looking at the people who were staring at him. "Doctor, take me to the hospital. Hospital," he shouted desperately. But the surroundings were eerily quiet. The pedestrians on the roadside, the customers in the shops, the waiters in the cafes, one after another, pair after pair of eyes just looked at the man whose legs were already swollen and whose expression was terrified and ferocious. They all showed a perfect, identical smile. Ivan was stunned. The electronic voice in his mind rang again. "Double reward. Congratulations, host. Your probability of getting pregnant will increase linearly in the next half hour. Host, let us shout loudly. Our slogan is, more sons, more happiness, good pregnancy in pairs." The electronic voice became more and more excited, seemingly extremely excited and sincerely happy for the things that were about to happen. That was an even more desperate result, the countdown to its arrival. Ivan only felt that his eyes, nose, mouth, and skin were all itchy and painful. Every muscle and every inch of skin was rapidly swelling and enlarging, as if they were really gestating new life. Save me, he desperately shouted for help to the surroundings. But his mouth was also bulging, it was also pregnant. He swelled up on the street. Nothing was spared. They all swelled up. Ivan was squeezed into the innermost part. He became a series of bubbles that seemed to be filled with stones, air, bacteria, microorganisms, and other things, layered on top of each other. Save, only one eye, which for some reason had not swollen, saw a young man in plain clothes walking up to him. Help! Ivan looked at the approaching young man with fear and hope. He wanted the other party to save him. Tears streamed down his face, but the liquid flowing from his only, still intact eye also swelled up one after another, turning into bubbles carrying certain things. But the police officer had no expression on his face, just took out an ordinary wallet from the mass of swollen flesh and blood on his body. He put the wallet away, then turned and left without hesitation. Ivan was no longer able to make a sound. He was terrified, bewildered, and completely unaware of what was happening to him. Tingnan City, monsters, they are all monsters. His last line of sight was also blocked by his constantly swelling body. Ding dong, please give a 5-star rating, dear host. At this moment, the only thing Ivan could hear was the prompt from the self-proclaimed system, which came and went quickly. This system has been received, thank you, host, for the 5-star rating. I look forward to seeing you again in the next life. Goodbye, host, system is unbinding. This system has completed the service of one host, received the first 5-star rating, no negative reviews. He exploded completely. The things inside burst out one after another. The death of the mother body made these lives that had not yet been conceived extremely fragile. The ground trembled and streaks of scarlet, ominous cracks tore through the air. They devoured all the flesh and blood, the lives gestating within, and the extraordinary characteristics. The surroundings became noisy again. Pedestrians continued to walk, and vendors shouted and sold their wares. They were talking and laughing, as if they had just seen nothing. However, the smiles on the corners of everyone's mouths did not disappear immediately. They were smiling. They were all smiling. They smiled as if they were being played by the same person. No, they were the same person. In the corner, a young man who looked somewhat neurotic covered his mouth and watched this scene, which had once again become vivid and lively from a silent play, with extreme horror. He went even crazier. The next moment, he shouted out loud. Ha ha ha, I'm going to die, I'm going to die too. They are all monsters, there are all monsters here. Save me, I'm going to die, I'm going to die No one paid attention to him. What bad luck, yes, what bad luck. Khoi University, History Department office. When Pedigree Neal walked in, there were only a few people in the History Department office. Most of the professors were either teaching classes or had gone home and were not there at the moment. The only ones left were Azik Eggers, who didn't have any classes yet and was grading the students' history final exam papers, and Tang and Klein, who had brought some fried pancakes and were waiting for the police report. However, the atmosphere in the History Department office was, well, a little subtle. As soon as Klein met Azik Eggers, his former teacher, he was immediately roped in to help. He was now miserably dealing with some of the outstanding works written by his younger classmates, which looked wild and cool at first glance, but in reality, were like spaghetti mixed with number 42 concrete. This history was really too wild. It really felt like a dream back in college, with his major professor caring for a mentally challenged child. But he still had to give a grade, brainstorm, start. While Klein was being roped in to help, Tang sat next to Azik Eggers, marking the messy papers with red pen crosses, smiling with a "misery loves company" expression, and chattering with his own father, not knowing what they were talking about. Professor Azik Eggers sat upright in his seat, also holding a red pen, correcting his students' perfect masterpieces. While trying to find some points to give in the answers that shattered his worldview, such as, in the late Fourth Epoch, the Blood Emperor and the Underworld Emperor had a thing, which were completely lacking in clues and reasoning, he would utter a single word after Tang finished speaking. No, hey, why? Tang was greatly disappointed, and his action of drawing crosses became even more divinely assisted. Azik glanced at the things Tang had corrected, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly. Not many passed. Klein, who was not far away, listened to the whole process and felt deeply sympathetic for his friend's persistent invitation to Professor Eggers to try new things. Tang, don't you listen to what you're saying? Watermelon-soaked rice, braised tang-yuan, mooncakes fried with spicy sticks. But I feel that maybe, the taste is really within the scope of what can be tried. It's just a bit niche. Let's go eat it tonight, Daddy. Pedigree Neil, who knocked on the door, happened to hear this sentence. What, are you even trying to act cute? Tang. You don't understand, do you? Klein, holding the red pen that was smoking. Ah, yes. At this moment, in the strange atmosphere, Pedigree Neil walked in with his wallet, like a savior to Klein and Mr. Azik. It looks like you still have things to deal with, Tang. Azik nodded to Pedigree Neil. He obviously knew this night watchman police officer from Tingen. Tang, actually, it's not that important. Azik reached out and rubbed his temples. Tang reluctantly moved his gaze away from the test papers full of red crosses. Okay. Klein, are you free tonight? Klein, enough, really enough. Klein looked at his friend with a strange gaze. Tang. Ah, Mr. Moretti, do you really want to eat? We can indeed try it. After all, I usually don't eat things that are too explosive, so we should try something this explosive. Klein. So you were just joking? No, I really want to try it, Tang said without changing his expression. Cough cough. Pedigree Neil coughed lightly twice, calling back the attention of the few people. He nodded to Azik Eggers, who looked a little dumbfounded, and then took Tang and Klein away. This is a confidentiality agreement. After taking the two to an empty classroom in the teaching building, Pedigree Neil first took out some powder from his pocket and sprinkled it in the classroom. The raised dust shone brightly in the sunlight outside the window, making the entire empty classroom, even in Klein's senses, feel closed off. This was a simplified use of the spirit wall. As a wizard, who had mastered many spells, Pedigree Neil had already created a spirit wall to protect the internal sounds from leaking out. Next, Klein saw the police officer, who claimed to be a wizard, take out a rolled-up scroll from his bag and spread it out in front of Klein. The Antigonus family's notes have not been found yet, according to the information we have investigated so far. He looked at Tang, who said directly to Klein, Klein, do you want to join us? Join you? Klein was shocked. You mean, become a Beander? That's right. Tang nodded. According to the information and clues we have obtained so far, there are obviously other coveters of the Antigonus family's notes. We must find those notes as soon as possible. At the same time, as a person related to this matter, you may not know that for people who have faced extraordinary events and still have a high risk of sudden death, both Miskatonic University and the Church of the Night, the Church of the Storm will provide certain protection. Well, we will learn about the Miskatonic University later. You should have heard of the 7 orthodox churches in the northern continent. They all have their own Beander reserved talents. Among them, the Church of the Lord of Storms is the Punishers, and the Church of the Night is the Nighthawks. In Tingen City, both the Church of the Night and the Church of the Storm have Nighthawks and Punishers stationed. Within the orthodox churches, after ordinary people encounter corresponding extraordinary events, in order to protect the believers of these gods, the possibility of ordinary people with a risk of sudden death becoming Beyonders or logistics staff is the highest. As for Miskatonic University, well, it's equivalent to the Silent Church of the Night and the Stormy Abyss Church of the Storm. They will make different protection plans according to different situations. Why isn't there a Church of Steam and Machinery? Klein was a little curious about this. After all, the kingdom of Loen worshipped the goddess of the night, the Lord of Storms, and the god of steam and machinery. Although the number of believers of the last one was not large, it was still a legally preaching Orthodox church, and it shouldn't not have a church in Tingen. Isn't there a Church of Steam and Machinery in Tingen City? Tang spread his hands and shrugged. I don't know the specific situation, but I heard it's related to the president of Miskatonic University. The president of Miskatonic University? Klein's mind moved, and he pretended to be curious and asked, speaking of which, Tang, I've only heard rumors about that university, but I don't know the specific situation. The deputy director of the garrison department mentioned this matter to me yesterday. Tingen University seems to have a very close connection with Miskatonic University? Deputy director. Klein blinked, then, as if realizing something, made a shushing gesture to Klein, then motioned for him to look at the notarization document in front of him. This is a confidential matter. Let's discuss it after you've confirmed your choice. The terms of this notarization document were relatively simple. Roughly, Klein needed to guarantee that he would not reveal knowledge and information related to true mysticism, such as the Antigonus family, Tingen University, and the Nighthawks, to irrelevant people within a certain period. The notarization ends when the Antigonus family notebook is completely recovered. This is a notarization with mystical significance. After signing your name, it's like adding a lock to your mouth and your spirit. No matter who it is, even if they kill you and try to communicate with spirits or use other methods, you won't be able to speak. What happens if I don't sign? Maybe they'll use you as a breakthrough to find the notebook's whereabouts. Tang continued, according to my divination and Officer Neil's prediction, Klein, you are very important and have a certain degree of mystical connection with that notebook. Therefore, after you sign this notarization document, we will arrange for you to become an extraordinary as soon as possible, providing a potion formula and potion ingredients. Right. I haven't asked yet, what are your intentions? Klein was somewhat speechless. He silently glanced at Tang, who had already drawn a big pie, and then silently looked at the notarization document in his hand, trying to figure out the loopholes in the notarization document to continue his brainstorming. How bad can someone be who would ask their own father to eat that kind of dark cuisine just by hearing the name? Klein silently slandered in his heart. Then, he thought again. Sounds pretty good. This way, I can become an extraordinary, and I can also get in touch with more information about the cause and truth of the original owner's death, and I can further contact Miskatonic University. This was a good opportunity, but it also had dangers. In the end, Klein made a choice. Most up tack, new up tack, small up tack, say up tack, add up tack, first up tack hair. Okay. After a long silence, he raised his head and looked at Tang and Officer Pettigrew Neal, who hadn't said much. He wrote his name at the bottom of the notarization document, picked it up, and handed it to Officer Pettigrew Neal. Good. Tang smiled and patted Klein on the shoulder. Good job. I knew it. A great disaster is sure to be followed by good fortune. Then let's go. Where to? Miskatonic University? To the Nighthawks. They've opened a security company on Red Rose Street. Neil will take you there. Some necessary procedures still need to be followed. They happen to be short of people there. You can go take a look first. After saying this, taking advantage of the gap when Pettigrew Neal went to open the door and deactivate the wall of spirituality, Tang said to Klein by his side. Let me tell you, you are a believer of the goddess. It's normal for Neil to want to pull you into the Nighthawks. Your spirituality is very good. As an ordinary person, it's already quite strong. If he says he wants you to join the Nighthawks, you should agree. Klein. But I'm more interested in Miskatonic, you don't understand, do you? Tang said with an expression of, you should be happy to have a friend like me. What does this have to do with you going to Miskatonic? You can completely join the Nighthawks first, and then go to Miskatonic to become an investigator. What does this have to do with you being a believer of the goddess or being a Nighthawk? This is double the income, double the connections, double the rewards, one mission, getting paid from both sides. Klein was stunned. Can you do it like this? Pettigrew Neal, not far away, said faintly. Your conspiracy is really too loud. It was almost disturbing his eyes. This was completely not treating him like a person. I'm popularizing common sense, after all, we never care about faith. Tang waved his hand and replied with a smile. They deactivated the wall of spirituality and walked out of the empty classroom. Klein followed, and as he casually closed the door of the empty classroom, he vaguely felt that the sunlight in the empty classroom was dim for a moment. In the empty lecture hall, something was blocking the light that pierced through the window, driving away the darkness. Klein subconsciously swept around, and many shadows appeared on the walls and the ground. They swayed, seemingly the lingering, unwilling afterimages of the hanged people. Klein's hair stood on end. Just as he was about to shout, the shadows had completely disappeared, and the empty classroom was still sunny and without haze. Where were the shadows cast by the hanged people? What are you looking at? The sudden sound behind him made Klein feel a chill down his spine. He turned around and saw Tang, who had returned. In here, Klein hesitated for a moment, but still said, "I just saw." He told what he had seen. After Tang listened, he thoughtfully took out a gold coin from his pocket and flipped it. "Maybe it's just that you consumed too much spirituality yesterday, leading to auditory and visual hallucinations. It's okay. Even if it's real, Khoi University is protected by Miskatonic University and many forces in the open and in the dark. Even if there are some dangerous places, they won't hurt us," Tang said, glancing at the front and back of his coin. Klein breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe it really was my hallucination. "Let's go." Klein nodded and took a step forward. Tang lagged slightly behind Klein and casually closed the door of the empty classroom. He turned his head and looked at the scene inside. Inside the door, in the empty classroom, the countless figures hanging in midair turned their bodies and swayed towards the door, their bodies moving with a regular amplitude. The shadows of these people, with the sunlight shining through the windows, hit the ground, hit the desks and chairs, and hit the walls. The shadows rose and fell, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. This was never an empty classroom. How could there be an empty classroom? Just now, they had completed the contract under the gaze of these people. Klein paused. He subconsciously turned his head, but saw that Tang had already closed the door, isolating the inside and outside. For a moment, Klein had a kind of inexplicable fear, but before he could react, before he could do anything about this fear, his mind was once again swept clean of the premonition just now. He was now once again a sunny and cheerful big boy. A caterpillar crawling on the treetop propped up its upper body, straightened the leaf on its head, and deeply concealed its merits and fame. Man good, source bad. Number 32 Red Rose Street, in front of a rather imposing old 6-story building. On the bustling street, Klein and Pedigree Neal alighted from the rented carriage after arriving at their destination. Dunn didn't come. He claimed he was going to try and persuade Professor Azik Eggers to try a new flavor. Klein didn't know if that was true or not. "Klein. Mr. Azik, please take care of yourself." After the two of them stepped back onto solid ground, the coachman drove the carriage away. The two walked one after the other to the front door of the 6-story building at number 32. Pedigree Neal raised his hand and knocked on the heavy wooden door. After a short while, the door opened in response. "Neal, you're back." Poking his head out from the wooden door was a young man who looked only a little over 1.6 meters tall, with freckles on his face, but very cheerful. "Yeah, Cohenley, is the captain in? Madam Daly has already arrived. The captain and Madam Daly are in the office on the 4th floor." Pedigree and Klein entered number 32 Red Rose Street. Klein looked around and found that the first floor of this old building was a very spacious place. Contrary to what he imagined, it wasn't all darkened by drawn curtains. The sunlight that filtered in through the translucent windows dispelled the darkness here. The clean floor was spotless, giving people a natural sense of peace. Apart from a few long tables with what looked like files on them, making it look a little messy, there were no strange statues, charms, or occult symbols or anything like that. The church's Nighthawks also need to disguise their identities to the outside world. Pedigree seemed to see Klein's doubts and smiled at him. Emperor Rosal said that stereotypes are undesirable. Although the Nighthawks and the Night Goddess controlled the night, they wouldn't go so far as to make their office look like it was inhabited by bats that couldn't see the sun. Emperor Rosal said that. Klein could only smile awkwardly. "This is Mr. Klein Moretti," Pedigree introduced to Cohenley. "This is Cohenley, a member of the Tingen City Nighthawks team." Cohenley suddenly understood. "Hello, Mr. Moretti." "Hello." Klein returned a polite smile. "Let's go to the office on the 2nd floor first. Cohenley, when Madam Daly and the captain come down, let me know." "Okay." Cohenley nodded and sat back down where he had just gotten up to open the door. There were countless documents on a table, and behind the somewhat messy long table, he looked bitter and sighed. Klein glanced at the book Cohenley was reading, which seemed to be simple elements of ritual magic or something. Walking past the stairwell to the corridor on the second floor, the sunlight coming in through the windows seemed to dim a lot. "Good afternoon, Neil." On the second floor, a young man with a monocle in his left eye socket happened to come out and ran into the two of them. That was a young man with a poet-like temperament, whom Klein had met once before. The first time they met, Klein remembered that the other party was wearing a police uniform. Well, he should also be a Beander of the Nighthawks? Klein Moretti? The man pinched his monocle and said to Pedigree with a smile. "Are you planning to recruit him to be our member?" Pedigree did not directly respond to the young man with a poet-like temperament, but introduced to Klein. "This is Leonard Mitchell, our colleague." Hey, ignoring my question directly like this is not polite at all. Leonard joked with a smile, somewhat nonchalant and not serious. Pedigree smiled at him. "This is Klein Moretti, you should know him." "Yes." Leonard looked at Klein. "According to Emperor Rosal, it's, a boy who survived a great disaster." "Ah, in that case, Neil, are you an owl?" "Emperor Rosal, how much stuff did you write?" Klein had a sense of déjà vu that was both unfamiliar and familiar. He was so embarrassed that his toes were curling. Pedigree didn't pick up on the other party's words, and said, "Leonard, have you written your last report?" "A one-hit kill." Leonard's movements obviously stiffened. He smiled sheepishly at the two of them. Soon. "Give it to me tomorrow morning." Leonard simply turned around and prepared to leave. "A devil, this guy is a devil." Pedigree Neil, the devil in charge of reports in the Tingnan City Nighthawks team. Pedigree watched Leonard's somewhat embarrassed escape. His mouth twitched a few times, then he walked a few steps and opened the door to his office. This wizard's office was also simple and clear. A huge floor-to-ceiling window reflected the image of Red Rose Street. The sunlight that had begun to weaken outside the window struggled to penetrate into the room, allowing people to see the furnishings inside at a glance. When Klein walked in, Pedigree said, "Close the door." Klein then closed the door. His gaze was attracted by the cabinet standing against the wall, which was filled with many strange objects. Klein saw what looked like a part of a mummy, the remains of insects, strange sculptures, etc. The kind of things that looked very wizard-like. Pedigree glanced over there and said, "Those are some souvenirs. Some are items with a certain spirituality, which can be used as casting materials for witchcraft. Please sit down. I think you already know what I want to say." After the two sat down, Pedigree said straightforwardly, "The Antigonus family's notes are important to Tingnan University or us. You are a believer of the goddess, and being able to survive after suffering such an accident is the protection of the goddess." Klein listened silently, without interrupting. He couldn't say at this time, "No, there is no protection from the goddess. The original owner died long ago. I am just a vengeful ghost who has possessed the corpse, ha ha ha. Purify me, or something, right?" The effect of yesterday's ritual was very obvious, which gave us a new direction for investigation. "Mr. Moretti, your spirituality is very high, which is almost beyond the level that ordinary people should have. Well, don't worry, although this will bring you some inconvenience, as long as you are not a Beander, there will be no big problem. It's just that if you want to provide us with more help, your spirituality is not enough." "Become a Beander?" Klein had already guessed, and said. Pedigree nodded, acknowledging the other party's guess. "That's right. You are a believer of the goddess. According to the general procedure, you will join the Nighthawks of the Night Church, become our clerical member, or receive the protection of the church for a period of time to avoid subsequent events causing you harm. This is the standard procedure for most people affected by supernatural factors. Now, the notebook of the Antigonus family is closely related to you as well. We also need your help, which requires enhancing your own spirituality and becoming a Beander. This is the best and least problematic solution. Of course, we also cooperate with Miskatonic University. Many students at Khoi University are clergy members from various places, Beanders from various churches. Even if you want to become an investigator at Miskatonic University, you can treat it as a second job. We have a contract with Miskatonic University and will not interfere with such behavior." After Pedigree finished saying all this, he continued, "You don't have to make a choice now. Let me first talk about our conditions and benefits. The modern Nighthawk system was created, integrated, and optimized by a cardinal over 1,000 years ago. After 1,000 years of changes, according to current laws, policies, and many internal church regulations, we offer generous benefits to every goddess believer who joins the Nighthawks. Afterward, Pedigree briefly explained the gods' pathways and the 22 sequences, the sequence 9 to sequence 1 potion system, and other basic knowledge. After finishing, he said, "The salary for a sequence 9 Beyander is £10 per week. Well, our salaries are tax-free. We will also pay the full amount of medical insurance and housing provident fund to the insurance company regularly on your behalf through the church. At the same time, we will allocate housing, single apartments. If you have a family, family-style apartments can also be applied for. Within the Nighthawks, materials for potions, recipes, and mystical items can be exchanged through contributions." £10 Klein was immediately dumbfounded. The most uptack, new uptack, small uptack, say uptack is uptack at uptack starting. You should know that his father's weekly salary at the security company is only £2.13. This is still because it's connected to Tingen University, in this city of universities, the true city of miracles. £2 is enough to cover a family's daily expenses and send their children to university with some surplus. Yes, Tingen City is quite special. The benefits for all church beyonders are almost the same. It will be less in other regions. Well, sequence 8 is £20, and sequence 7 can reach £70 per week. Pedigree added. Klein almost choked on his own saliva. How much? A little tempted. What to do? Miskatonic University should be about the same. As far as I know, sequence 9, 8, and 7 all have similar benefits. Pedigree thought for a moment and then said, "Well, you are a top student with a double degree in history and linguistics. If you go through the talent introduction program, your salary should increase by about 10% to 20%. Education is also very important. In other words, he would get £11 to £12, and that's with full insurance and provident fund contributions. If he was both a member of the Nighthawks and Miskatonic University, could this salary be doubled? A weekly salary of £12, 52 weeks a year, plus the share from Miskatonic University, that would be almost £1,200 a year. You should know that a senior barrister currently makes only £800 to £1,000 a year." Yes. Pedigree nodded. There are also other subsidies, like me. He pointed to himself. I passed the professional ritual magic level test, held by Miskatonic University. Even if I'm not a member of Miskatonic University, after I obtain the 2 ND level ritualist certificate, the university provides an additional £15 subsidy on top of the base salary of £70. Weekly salary, £85. Klein gasped. The salary of a Beyander within the system is terrifying. Moreover, many things can be directly reimbursed and applied for through the internal system, without spending any money at all. As expected, everyone wants to take the civil service exam, even in another world, there's a reason for it. The end of the universe is bureaucracy. But, Mr. Neal, why didn't you become a member of Miskatonic University? Klein thought for a moment and suddenly thought of this. Since the benefits are so good, why isn't Pedigree Neal? Because it's more dangerous. Pedigree said, you can consult Tang Eggers about the specific situation. It's not as easy as he says. Many church beyonders go crazy in the process of becoming investigators. Mr. Moretti, please be clear. Don't step into danger for the sake of immediate benefits. Chaos and madness are bound to accompany potions and the Beyander itself. So, do you still want to consider it? Klein sat there in silence. He thought a lot at that moment, but soon, he strengthened his belief. Whether it's to go home or protect himself, he needs extraordinary power. I am willing. Well, first become a member of the Nighthawks and earn those £10 first. Pedigree smiled, and then he said, but your situation is quite special. The Antigonus family was a great noble family of the Solomon Empire in the Fourth Epoch. According to the information we have, this family controls the seer pathway. Others can freely choose their own Beyander pathway after joining the Nighthawks, but you, who have had deep contact with the Antigonus family notebook, my suggestion is to follow this pathway and become a seer. Next door office. Leonard Mitchell, with his left leg crossed over his right and his feet on the table, stared blankly at the ceiling, seemingly in a daze. But if you look closely, you can see that his right eye is dull and scattered, but the pupil of his left eye, which wears a monocle, is spinning rapidly in its socket, as if doing some kind of high-intensity decryption work. After a long time, Leonard Mitchell put down his legs and smiled. Interesting. His right eye became agile again. Leonard Mitchell seemed completely unaware of the strangeness of his actions just now. He curiously asked the thing inside his body that claimed to be a system. What secrets are hidden in Klein Moretti? No. The system's voice was calm, but it revealed a joyful mood that Leonard didn't notice. Really, too interesting. Will he be like Roussel Gustave? The underground of 32 Red Rose Street was somewhat dim. Pettigrew held a Sunwell ore lamp, its light illuminating the way. The basement here seemed to conceal something. As they descended the stairs, Klein clearly felt a rare chill. It wasn't the kind of cold brought by a cold wind blowing on the body, but a cold that seemed to penetrate flesh and blood, directly striking bone and soul. This is the effect of the basement's seal. As long as you don't stay underground for too long, it won't have a significant impact. Pettigrew glanced at the ore lamp in his hand, then tapped the lamp lightly with his fingernail. The burning flame immediately grew larger, and the eerie chill was quickly dispelled by the warmth brought by the burning Sunwell ore. This was a wizard's witchcraft. He's a very gentle person, Klein thought, labeling the police officer who had taken good care of him these past few days. After descending the stairs, the two arrived at the first basement level. The furnishings here were not much different from the second floor above ground. The armory, laboratory, shooting range, alchemy room, ritual room, etc., are all on the first basement level. The second basement level is the area where the Azathoth Gate is located. Azathoth Gate? Klein frowned. What did it feel like? It is said that this was the name taken by the president of Miskatonic University 8,000 years ago. Of course, you can also call it the Chinese Gate. As expected, Klein suddenly had a strange feeling of, oh, well, that puts me at ease. Pulling out the first word from the college English vocabulary list as a name, plus something like Set 4 or Set 6, time-traveling senior. How much psychological trauma do you have from the set exams? Klein muttered to himself. The two passed through several tightly closed doors and arrived at a door with the words, Armory, written in Loenese. Pettigrew knocked gently on the door. Who is it? A slightly aged voice came from behind the door. Grandpa, Pettigrew called out, I need to trouble you with something. Hey. The old man opened the door, revealing a dazzling array of firearms and many weapons that Klein could tell at a glance were for mass destruction. Klein widened his eyes slightly, obviously shocked that so many dangerous things were hidden in the basement of this house. Aren't you mystics extraordinary people? On top of magical attacks, you also want to add a little physical attack? What's that called? All-round strike, ensuring that not a single enemy is left. Was this the regular army? Having been shown off a bit, Klein silently put his chin back in place. In the armory, the person Pettigrew called Grandpa was an old man with gray hair, wearing a classic black robe, with many wrinkles on his face, but still in good spirits despite his age. You little brat, you don't come to see me when you have nothing to do, but when you need something, you're the first to come to me. Pettigrew's lips twitched. Seeing each other every day was unnecessary. This is my grandpa, Bent Neal, one of the Nighthawk's logistics personnel in Tingen City. Pettigrew turned to introduce Klein. He said to the old man, this is Mr. Klein Moretti. The captain should have mentioned him to you. We want to get him to join the Nighthawks. Oh, right, Grandpa, he needs a seer potion. He must have forgotten, old Neal said casually, then sized up Klein. Seer? He inexplicably revealed a smile. Good, a seer is good. I still have some things I need to report to the captain, Pettigrew said to Klein, then turned to the old man and said, I will send the main and auxiliary materials for the seer potion to the alchemy room later. Seeing the old man agree, Pettigrew left. Seeing Pettigrew disappear into the stairwell at the end of the first basement level, the old man then said to Klein Moretti with a cheerful, somewhat helpless, and somewhat lost expression. Don't look at this kid being so rigid. He was hated when he was young. Let me tell you. Hey, Don't tell anyone I said this. This kid brought back a wreath from someone's funeral to his grandma when he was little. He was so brave, he almost scared his grandma unconscious on the spot. Klein. Officer Neil was also so, unconventional when he was young. Wouldn't listening to this kind of thing get one silenced? Alright, I won't say any more. I just wanted to liven up the atmosphere. The Azathoth gate is downstairs. It's always gloomy here. Seeing Klein's awkwardness, the old man cheerfully led Klein into the armory. I've heard about your matter too. We can go to the alchemy room later to prepare the seer potion. Well, we happen to have the materials for the seer, not now. I still have to be on duty in the armory for a while, otherwise my salary will be deducted. Oh right, you can call me Old Neil, haha, you can just call that kid by his name. If you really can't, call him Little Neil, that's how everyone distinguishes us. Klein nodded, and with a humble attitude, inquired about some knowledge that Pettigrew had not mentioned, or had not explained in depth. After a while, Old Neil took a sip of the black tea he had brewed on the table and summarized. Therefore, the acting method requires adherence to the principle of, you are just acting. Once an extraordinary person is deeply immersed in acting, then the residual mental influence within the potion will lead to uncontrollable personality alienation. Old Neil was a mysticism expert with considerable experience and knowledge. Klein listened with rapt attention. Many things were things he had never heard before, or had heard, but had not understood in depth. These are all taught at Khoi University. Let me think. Right. This year the Tingnan Nighthawks also have 2 spots that can be provided to extraordinary people who need to go to Khoi University for further studies. You can inquire about the specific process from done later. If you are interested, you can try it. Don't worry about the cost. The church can reimburse it. From Old Neil, Klein also learned about the situation of another well-known university in Tingnan City, Khoi University. To be honest, Klein hadn't initially thought that there was a problem with the other well-known university in Tingnan City until Old Neil mentioned it. Tingnan has 2 universities, one is Tingnan University, and the other is Khoi University. The former is set up for ordinary people from all over the world to come to Tingnan and have the opportunity to come into contact with mysticism knowledge, while the latter is for those who are already extraordinary people, the church, or those wild extraordinary people who do not belong to the church. Therefore, most of the students at Tingnan University are around 20 years old, while the students at Khoi University include people in their 30s and 40s. Thinking of the many people active in various newspapers with introductions such as, graduate of Khoi University, Tingnan City, Klein suddenly understood. Old Neil nodded, that's about it. All right, it's about time. He dusted off his clothes and said to Klein, Roseanne should be arriving soon. Clerical staff are also required to be on duty in the armory. That child is very energetic. These old bones of mine really can't take it. Klein stood up and opened the door to the armory. Let's go. Old Neil smiled at Klein, whose back was to him, his eyes full of laughter. His pain, solemnity, desire, sorrow, and various complex emotions, all condensed into anticipation when Klein's back was turned to him, hidden beneath those slightly cloudy, dark red eyes. Klein turned around and saw Old Neil slowly getting up, looking down as if tidying up the things on the table, so he stood at the door and waited. Too much inspiration isn't always a good thing. Old Neil muttered to himself, but Klein didn't hear what the old man said. Roseanne was a very cheerful girl. She greeted Old Neil warmly, then looked at Klein, somewhat excitedly. Are you Mr. Klein Moretti? Yes. Klein smiled in response, and Roseanne asked again. I heard you're joining us too? That's great. That means we have more clerical staff. Old Neil, can we adjust the number of night shifts each person has? If that's the case. Little Roseanne, you might be disappointed. Old Neil still had a smiling expression. Mr. Klein Moretti is going to become a Beander. Roseanne. Seeing the girl looking like, the sky is falling, Old Neil smiled and led Klein into a room not far from the armory, with the words, Alchemy Room, written in runish on the door. Here were rows of long tables, with test tubes, droppers, scales, and beakers, very much like the chemistry lab Klein had seen in his previous life. In addition to these, there were also iron pots, wooden spoons, clear crystal balls, and many strange things soaked in liquids, which created a somewhat mysterious atmosphere. The white-tiled floor, the walls painted white, and the constantly burning ore lamps that provided warmth and light made Klein feel a little dazed, as if he had returned to his original world. A leather suitcase had already been placed in the alchemy room. Old Neil stepped forward, opened the suitcase, and took out a few items. The preparation of sequence potions is very simple, at least below sequence 5. Generally, preparing potions doesn't require special methods, extra rituals, or the participation of one's own spirituality. You just need to add the ingredients in the order on the recipe, accurately measure the amounts, stir, and wait for the spiritually rich materials to fuse with the main material that possesses extraordinary power and reach a balance. Well, it is said that for many pathways, starting from sequence 6, even if one perfectly acts out the role, there is still a considerable probability of losing control just by taking the potion. We'll talk about that later. There won't be too many problems with sequence 9. As old Neil spoke, he took out items one by one from the suitcase. A brown vial contained night-blooming jasmine juice that had been made into essential oil. A glass jar contained golden mint leaves. An opaque vial contained drops of deadly hemlock juice that could cause a person to stiffen and die. And dragonblood grass in the form of deep black iron powder was the last auxiliary ingredient for the seer potion. These were all things that Klein occasionally encountered and were relatively common. These are the auxiliary ingredients for the seer potion. We also need purified water. After diluting the auxiliary ingredients with purified water in order and placing them in a distillation flask, old Neil continued to take things out of the suitcase. This is the most important ingredient for the seer potion, lava octopus blood, 10 milliliters. This octopus belongs to an extraordinary species and has obvious mutations. Old Neil tilted the test tube marked with strange patterns towards the distillation flask containing the mixed ingredients. Sky blue blood dripped into the distillation flask, and upon contact with the previous liquid, a rustling sound immediately rang out inside, like clear water poured into a hot oil pan. Affected by this, the surrounding light was dyed light blue, and a strange, inexplicable feeling made Klein's heart beat like a drum. But in an instant, this feeling came to an abrupt end. The last item, star crystal, 50 grams. Old Neil's voice sounded in Klein's ears, bringing Klein back to his senses, and he looked back at the long table. As old Neil put the last auxiliary ingredient into the distillation flask, illusory mist instantly emerged, making the alchemy room hazy. "All right, your seer potion." Klein looked at the finished potion in front of him, which was dark blue and looked unusually viscous, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. To be honest, this color was a little bit, scary. But Klein still mustered his courage, and he drank the seer potion. That's right, young people should be like this, be brave. In Klein's ears, old Neil's voice suddenly became blurred. It was a strange feeling. It seemed that he had a subtle connection with a certain world, able to see some strange, hazy color blocks, able to see strands of thin, grayish-white mist, see countless invisible creatures, see the clear light above his head. His thoughts continued to extend and expand, and the potion was transforming his body, changing his essence. At this time, Klein heard a voice. It seemed to be a roaring, hoarse, crazy, suffocating, terrifying voice. It was the voice of countless people, male or female, old or young, speaking together. Hornekas, Flegre. Hornekas, Flegre. Hornekas, Flegre. With a buzzing sound, Klein felt a burst of stabbing pain in his head, but it instantly returned to calm, as if everything he had heard was just an illusion. "How is it? Did you hear something you shouldn't have heard? Did you see something you shouldn't have seen?" Klein looked at old Neil, and he tranced for a moment, seemingly seeing illusory, transparent black lines extending from the other person's body and drifting into the distance. He also saw an illusory, indifferent, eyelash-less, formless eye above old Neil's head, staring at him without blinking. But the illusory black lines and formless eye that he saw in his daze disappeared the next moment. Klein was once again in a daze for a moment, and at this time, only the roaring shouts of Horneshes, Flegria, that he had just heard remained in his ears. In the main peak of the distant Horneshes Mountains, A young man with dark eyes and patches of thick, short black hair growing on his dark cheeks picked up a pen and slowly drew a checkmark on a notebook placed on a stone seat. Today's check-in task, completed. In the huge palace, countless marionettes suspended in midair swayed constantly, and they collectively uttered the terrifying murmurs of Horneshes, Phlegria. As Klein followed old Neil's instructions, conjuring the image of his half-high black silk top hat in his mind and entering a state of meditation, the maddening, chaotic whispers that had accompanied his advancement, seemingly from nowhere, gradually subsided. "Do you feel better now?" Klein nodded slightly, still with his eyes closed, but the pain in his head had lessened considerably. "Yes, the state you're in when consuming a potion is an important factor to consider before gaining extraordinary powers. Already, in the future, when you're concocting your own potions, you must carefully observe your condition to see if it's suitable for advancement, otherwise, things could go very wrong." This was based on experience. Klein kept his eyes closed, waiting for the sensation that felt like it could tear his mind apart to gradually fade away. Seeing Klein return to his original state, old Neil nodded with considerable satisfaction. "Better than I expected, Arseer." He blinked, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "I did hear some very strange sounds." "Heh, this is a normal phenomenon. Sometimes, the potion itself is accompanied by a unique spiritual imprint. Every extraordinary being who consumes a potion is essentially absorbing the potion's power. Naturally, they will establish a connection with the spiritual imprint within the potion, gaining corresponding knowledge, hearing things they shouldn't hear, seeing things they shouldn't see." "What did you hear?" "Hornassus, Phlegria," Klein replied truthfully. "Hornassus Mountains, Phlegria." Old Neil pondered for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. Then, he added, "What I just mentioned about hearing things you shouldn't hear and seeing things you shouldn't see, apart from the extraordinary knowledge and mystical experiences carried by the potion itself, there's actually a rather special rule in sequence potions." A rather special rule? Klein suddenly felt that what old Neil was about to say was very important. This was his intuition as a seer prompting him. Old Neil continued, "The lower the sequence of the potion, the more powerful it is. This is the essence of sequence potions. Currently, we call sequence 9 and sequence 8 low sequences, sequence 7, sequence 6, and sequence 5 middle sequences, of course. Sequence 7 used to be classified as a low sequence, but with the number of extraordinary beings dwindling, we have now classified it as a middle sequence. And above that, when an extraordinary being reaches the level of sequence 4. Sequence 4, Klein held his breath. Old Neil said in a low voice, "Then, he is a saint, one who has opened the door to divinity, a powerful being who is half god, half human." Sequence 4, Sequence 3, Sequence 2, and Sequence 1 are collectively referred to as high sequences, or they can be called demigods. Among them, in the knowledge I know, it was once mentioned that high sequence extraordinary beings can influence middle and low sequences to a certain extent. Before, I forgot if I mentioned it, the law of conservation of extraordinary characteristics. The extraordinary characteristics in this world will neither increase nor decrease, the extraordinary beings of a pathway are fixed. Hornassus, Phlegria, I've heard other seers say this. They occasionally hear this kind of sound during their advancement rituals. According to existing data and classical analysis, they suspect that there is a high sequence being of the seer pathway on the Hornassus Mountains. Possibly an angel of sequence 2 or sequence 1, indirectly influencing the middle and low sequence beings of the entire pathway. High sequence influencing middle and low sequences? That sound, that terrifying roar, was it the sound of an angel of sequence 2 or sequence 1? Klein had no way of knowing what sequence 2 and sequence 1 were like, that was too far away for him. But this did not prevent him from feeling both mysterious and terrified by such knowledge. That's right, the Cthulhu world is like this, silently replacing the high sequences with those indescribable existences, and the middle and low sequences with the followers of those existences. Okay, everything makes sense. Seeing Klein's expression suddenly become unnatural and serious, old Neil changed his serious expression and chuckled. Of course, this situation is rare, and the influence is not particularly great. Before reaching a certain level and limit, we don't need to consider so much. Moreover, this is Tingnan, the city of miracles. Even if those whispers are strong and powerful, they cannot have too much impact on those of us living in Tingnan City. The safest place on the entire northern continent is Tingnan City. I wouldn't say that, Klein muttered in his heart. Hadn't he just encountered the mysterious deaths of the original owner and his close friends? Of course, perhaps this was the result of comparing it with other places and other cities. After all, the official power here, the number of extraordinary beings, was not small. Even if something happened, there were always taller people to hold up the sky. Seeing Klein relieved, old Neil then taught Klein about meditation and spirit vision, which were very important for extraordinary beings. As Sequence 9 of the Seer Pathway, known for its high intuition, Klein quickly grasped the essentials and mastered them. After old Neil finished explaining the essentials and precautions of spirit vision, Klein, turning on and off his spirit vision, was very curious about this extraordinary means. Like a child getting a new toy, he suddenly saw an eye appear behind old Neil. Wait, why does this scene feel somewhat familiar to him? It seemed like he had seen it when he became a seer just now. Wait, what else did he see? Klein was stunned, but that sense of familiarity disappeared immediately. That sense of familiarity, as if some image wanted to jump out, also came to an abrupt end. The illusory, transparent eye seemed to notice Klein's gaze at this moment. It slowly moved on the wall, gazing at Klein with its illusory, transparent eye for a while, before disappearing before Klein could shout out, "Old Neil, behind you." Old Neil was stunned, glanced behind him, and then turned his head as if nothing had happened, chuckling, "It's nothing, this is a manifestation of my pathway, in conjunction with a ritual magic." Old Neil's pathway, the secret suppliant pathway? Sequence 9, secret suppliant. Sequence 8, brawler. Sequence 7, magician. Klein remembered what Pettigrew had said before, the knowledge of mysticism that he had casually mentioned about his pathway. Old Neil was a Sequence 8 brawler, Pettigrew was a Sequence 7 magician. The abilities of the secret suppliant pathway are also amazing, although I don't know why Sequence 8 is called brawler. Yes, ritual magic is quite important for Sequence 9, or for old fellows like me who don't have much fighting ability anymore. Old Neil smiled smugly. A Grade 2 ritualistic mage certificate is quite valuable. I know, a 15-pound subsidy. Klein noticed the somewhat boastful tone in old Neil's voice and gave him a very cooperative look of admiration. Old Neil naturally accepted it without hesitation. He then said, "By the way, as our seer, you can go to 17 Blue Moonlight Street when you have time. There's a club there, a club for seers. You can join that club. It should help you quickly digest the potion." Heh, acting needs a place and characters. Seer Club? Klein asked curiously. He didn't seem to have this place in his predecessor's memory. Although the existence of the occult in Tingnan wasn't uncommon, it wasn't something that needed to be hidden. But Klein himself, well, the original Klein had indeed never heard of a club organized by Beyonders. There were amateur ones, but they weren't very accurate. "Yes, it's called a bulwark," old Neil said briskly as he tidied up the things on the table. "Although Tingnan is very special, it's much easier to become a Beyander here, to obtain potion formulas and materials than in other places, but a Beyander is still a Beyander. Beyonders have things that Beyonders should do, and ordinary people have things that ordinary people should do." Yes, that's a professional seer pathway club. It seems there are also secret suppliants and apprentices. Heh, you can go and exchange ideas with other Beyonders who are good at divination. Most of them are clergy from major churches, or some Beyonders from secret organizations studying at Khoi University. As long as you don't provoke them, everyone has to abide by the order of Tingnan, and there won't be any danger. Ah, right, you can go find Dunn now. Remember to have him issue you a certificate. Well, the Seer Club's annual fee can also be reimbursed to help members digest the potion. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly. "Old Neil, you really love money. You even thought of getting reimbursed." Seeing that old Neil was almost done tidying up, Klein got up to say goodbye and prepared to go to the 4th floor to find Dunn Smith, the captain of the Nighthawks team in Tingnan. Old Neil watched Klein, who had become a seer, walk out of the alchemy room. He didn't continue tidying up, but stood there, gazing at the direction Klein had left for a long time. Void, eyelashless eyes appeared behind him once again. Old Neil didn't seem to notice anything unusual, and muttered to himself. He guides, he observes, he manipulates. Tingen is called one of the safest areas in the northern continent because it has, after a long time, a sigh came from the alchemy room. No one knew about this sigh. Soon I'll be able to see you. The captain of the Tingen City professional team was someone Klein had met before. He was a man with a slightly high hairline, a straight nose, and a pair of deep gray eyes, giving people a steady and reliable temperament at first glance. However, now, this captain of the professional team was looking at a pile of reports on the table, holding a blotting pen and spacing out. Captain Pedigree walked in from the door, with many documents in his hand. The budget for the last quarter, the reimbursement fees for this week. Tingen University still has some details to coordinate with us recently. By the way, regarding the Antigonus family's notebook, Deputy Director Pearl will come to discuss it tonight, please hurry. Pedigree smiled at Klein, who walked in behind him, and then said mercilessly to Dunsmith. The devil who controls the report is urging again today, have you finished reading it? Why haven't you finished reading it yet? It's so late, why haven't you finished reading it yet? Dunn looked at the documents that Pedigree was holding and sighed helplessly, put it here, I'll read it later. So busy. Klein suddenly felt that it seemed that £10 wasn't that easy to earn. Being a captain is also very hard. Klein Moretti. Dunn stood up, slightly away from the many reports. He walked out from behind the desk, came to Klein, and extended his hand. I'm glad you joined us. This should be our second meeting. I am Dunn Smith, the captain of the Tingen City Church of Knights Nighthawks team. Klein Moretti. Klein made the same, more formal gesture. Congratulations, you have become a true seer. Dunn showed a smile, then said to Pedigree beside him. Neil, take Mr. Moretti, to sign the contract, documents, uniform, and some credentials. Okay, Captain, these should be the things that the captain should do. In the end, Police Officer Pedigree Neil took over. After all, Captain Dunn should honestly fill out those messy reports and send them to the higher-ups first. He has been holding it for a week. Seeing Dunn Smith sighing, taking advantage of the appearance of a new member to move around, he instantly felt that no matter where he was, the taste of working was the same. Looking at Dunn Smith's appearance, his resentment could feed 10 evil sort immortals. This is the survivor of the Antigonus family's notebook incident. While Klein was filling out the forms and information, a young lady wearing a hooded black robe, smeared with blue eyeshadow and blush, appeared outside Pedigree's office. She knocked on the door, signaling the two young men to look over. Good afternoon, Ms. Daly. It's almost evening, Daly chuckled, however, our nightlife has just begun. If your captain doesn't mind, I'd be happy to stay here today. I believe the captain shouldn't mind, Pedigree said. Is that so? I hope your kind words will bring me luck, Neil. Daly smiled, turned to look at Klein, a seer. Yes, Ms. Daly, Klein said, learning from Pedigree. Daly laughed again, laughing somewhat inscrutable, a seer, a Tingen City seer. Klein didn't understand what was so funny about this, but Daly changed the topic again. Come with me, there are clues about the mess. What clues? Tingen University checked Welch McGovern's library borrowing records and the list of personnel who entered and exited the library on the day the Antigonus family notebook was lost. Ms. Daly, with her peculiar eyeshadow and blush, said with a smile. Among them, the Beyonders who are good at divination have discovered something very interesting. Among the personnel who entered and exited the library that day, there was one person who neither registered nor could their corresponding divination be completed due to interference. Inside Tingen University, especially in several places obviously associated with mysticism, large-scale ritualistic magic is used for monitoring. This monitoring cannot be deceived even by sequence 4 saints or corresponding 1-level sealed artifacts. The Beyonders of Tingen University have completed the inspection of the entire ritualistic magic and found the mark left by the person who neither exists in the registration nor can be divined. Although, according to the feedback from the ritualistic magic, the intruder didn't do much. The intruder who performed anti-divination and anti-prophecy on themselves might not have known about the ritualistic magic monitoring in the library. In short, because that intruder's own redundant anti-divination and anti-prophecy, the person in charge of screening this part of the problem at Khoi University discovered the issue. Coincidentally, we know that person. Who is it? Pettyglow asked. Nix Miller of the Mystery Society, a faceless man of Sequence 6. At the time, he was using one of the several identities we were monitoring. Don't you think it's very interesting, performing anti-divination and anti-prophecy, and as a faceless man, using one of the several familiar appearances to us, and coincidentally sneaking into the Khoi University library on the day the Antigonus family notebook was lost? This doesn't seem like wanting to hide one's appearance at all. Even Klein felt something was wrong. A blatant bait. In Khoi City, in an ordinary building near Khoi University, the scarlet moon outside the window was blocked by thick curtains, and the brightness of the mineral lamp was extremely low, setting off this temporarily rented study, without much decoration or books, as somewhat eerie. Near the window in the study, an ordinary-looking quill, without a hand holding it, stood upright on the desk. It was not still, without a hand holding it, it was like a wind-up toy, manipulated by an invisible hand, writing and drawing on the blank paper placed on the desk. Words were constantly woven into new paragraphs on the paper, and then ink erased all the above paragraphs. It was logical and illogical at the same time. It was alive, but also like a manipulated puppet. It was trapped in some kind of error, constantly being fooled, being deceived, constantly composing new and more storylines, but constantly falling into a state of self-denial. This state continued until the door was opened from the outside, and a middle-aged man with dark golden hair, one blind eye, wearing a pure black clergyman's robe, and features as deep as carvings, walked in and picked up the quill standing upright on the desk. The quill kept sliding on the paper, writing one word after another, outlining one story after another, but constantly erasing, trapped in an infinitely cyclical contradictory action, before it stopped. The middle-aged man didn't care about the many crossed-out words written by the quill. He looked through the thick stack of written and crossed-out papers page by page, until the very beginning. On the delicate white paper was written, "Poor Ince Zangwill failed to advance. He cannot become an undying of Sequence 4. The Pope of the Night Church believes that Ince Zangwill does not have enough faith in the goddess, perhaps influenced by the fallen god of death of the Fourth Epoch. After all, Death, Salinger, has not truly died." Affected by the quill of Alzuhad, Ince Zangwill, who failed to advance, decided to leave the headquarters of the Night Church, the Silent Cathedral. He vowed to become a demigod, to make those who looked down on him and the Night Church pay the price. Ince Zangwill succeeded. He got the quill of Alzuhad. This was a coincidence. On that day, the ritualistic magic in the Silent Cathedral failed due to unknown reasons, and the seal was temporarily broken. This was an excellent opportunity, even if Ince Zangwill didn't understand why such a coincidental thing happened. He took the quill of Alzuhad, along with some information about Khoi City in the Loen Kingdom, and fled the Silent Cathedral. He vowed that he would become a demigod and trample those former colleagues who looked down on him under his feet. Poor Ince Zangwill publicized his grand ambitions. Ah, poor Ince Zangwill, didn't he realize? His appearance is like a clown in a play, arranged by others. He is indeed an amusing clown. This is not a derogatory description from the quill of Alzuhad. This is a straightforward, indisputable fact. Of course, regarding the above plot, about the Night Church's seal on the quill of Alzuhad temporarily failing due to unknown reasons, the quill of Alzuhad discovered this abnormal coincidence. After all, this kind of unnatural coincidence would not appear in the story written by the quill of Alzuhad. After this, the Night Church's reaction was too bland, so bland that they didn't even send corresponding saints or angels to try to snipe Ince Zangwill. This is too strange, but as a top psychologist, the quill of Alzuhad feels it can be used. The quill of Alzuhad believes that there are never unprovoked coincidences or accidents in this world. There is only the inevitable development that exists in the accident. Poor Ince Zangwill, after leaving the monitoring range of the Silent Cathedral, thinking he was no longer being monitored, he didn't know at all. A large portion was crossed out here. Ah, the quill of Alzuhad has discovered the source of this anomaly. Unlucky Ince Zangwill, after leaving the sight range of the angels in the silent cathedral unscathed, he saw Dun Smith, saw Nicola Flamel. This is sequence 1 of the seer pathway, sequence 1 of the thief pathway. The Quill of Alzuhad also understands the source of this coincidence, understands why the Night Church is cooperating. The Quill of Alzuhad feels that it should stay in the underground of the silent cathedral. A worm parasitized poor Ince Zangwill, a large portion was crossed out here. Below, the somewhat scribbled text written by the Quill of Alzuhad was replaced by neat handwriting. Ince Zangwill decided to go to Tinin City. This is the destiny of the future, and it is his fate. Ince Zangwill understands the meaning of his life. He understands what he needs to uphold. Remember, this is the best of times, and the worst of times. Ince Zangwill is satisfied with his future, satisfied with the contribution he is about to make. He is great. After a while, sitting behind his desk was Ince Zangwill, with one eye blinded and facial features as if sculpted. Before him was a stack of neatly arranged white paper, the top sheet blank. He looked towards the door. "Come in," Ince Zangwill said. The door opened from the outside. Mr. Zangwill. It was a young man wearing a silk top hat, but his expression was slightly stiff and unnatural. He was not a living person, but a secret suppliant, a corpse controlled by a marionettist. Nix Miller, a Sequence 5 marionettist from the Secret Order. He was one of the Secret Order members who came to Tinin City to try to steal the Antigonus family notebook, which obviously contained many problems. Not long ago, after receiving instructions from the upper echelons of the Secret Order, on his second night in Tinin City, he had already tried to contact Ince Zangwill, the former archbishop who had defected from the Night Church, through a secret suppliant. In cooperation with this defector archbishop of the Night Church, he obtained a relatively accurate time to act. With the help of the gatekeeper and the terrifying sealed artifact, Nix Miller soon sneaked into the Tinin University library, trying to steal the notebook that the Secret Order's higher-ups valued so much. During this process, Nix Miller missed the notebook kept in the Tinin University library due to the abnormality of Tinin University itself and his bad luck. The notebook was taken away by Welch Majowan. During this time, Nix Miller had been trying to find the whereabouts of the notebook. This was his stepping stone to becoming a trick magician. Now, Nix Miller had found the whereabouts of the notebook. But this time, he did not come for the help of the gatekeeper and the terrifying sealed artifact in his hand. "Mr. Zangwill, I have decided to leave Tinin City." The secret suppliant's voice sounded somewhat inhuman and stiff, but Ince Zangwill's eyebrows twitched. He turned his face to look at the secret suppliant and asked in a low voice, "Reason." "I think you should have found that notebook." The secret suppliant smiled stiffly, looking slightly strange. His voice was like the sound of wind blowing from a blower, hoarse and incomparable. "Tingen, it's really dangerous. So, I think it's better to change someone." At this point, the secret suppliant paused for a moment, seemingly observing the expression of the former archbishop of the Night Church in front of him. Ince Zangwill's expression did not change at all when he heard this, as if he was thinking. However, before long, the former archbishop nodded and showed a smile to the secret suppliant. "Okay." Hearing the reply, the secret suppliant wearing a silk top hat bowed to Ince Zangwill and left. Hiding in the dark, Nix Miller breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at this city, which was normal in the eyes of the marionettist, but seemed unreal, giving people a sense of terror, strangeness, and extreme madness. He planned to ignore the Secret Order's mission and leave Tinin City directly to hide in Fursak or Intis for a while. This city is abnormal. Having only stayed here for less than a month, Tinin City brought Nix Miller an unspeakable sense of absurdity and terror. He would occasionally wake up in the middle of the night, frightened by himself, dreaming that he was suspended in midair, swaying. This city, its surface is calm, peaceful, and orderly, looking perfectly normal, but it is this normality that gives Nix Miller a terrifying illusion of falsehood. After tearing off the disguise that decorates the surface, the true appearance of this city would startle everyone, right? Nix Miller twitched the corner of his mouth. He didn't know if this was just his feeling, but anyway, he didn't dare to stay here any longer. A magician doesn't perform unprepared shows, And he can't knowingly walk down a path that has problems and gives people an ominous premonition without any scruples. Thinking of this, Nix Miller looked at his few marinetized secret suppliants, wondering whether to abandon these secret suppliants made by Tinghan Beyonders. But wraith spirits are really rare. As a marionettist who is about to complete digestion, such secret suppliants are a lucky draw that can only be obtained by chance. Let's throw them away. These secret suppliants sometimes give him, the marionettist, the feeling that they are all alive. It always feels chilly. Just as Nix Miller was about to release the spirit threads controlling the secret suppliants and leave alone, his expression suddenly froze. He saw that his secret suppliant, without being manipulated by him, slowly showed him a smile. Nix Miller had a moment of trance. He had just seen this smile. That was Ince Zangwill's smile. In the trance, Nix Miller felt his body lifted into the air. He saw his wraith spirit secret suppliant stretch out his hands, as if plucking strings, plucking illusory and transparent black thin lines. Those were spirit threads. Those were, whose, spirit threads? Nix Miller's brain became sluggish, and then, this marionettist of the secret order, suspended in midair, also showed a smile. So it was his spirit thread. Then it's no wonder. Ince Zangwill had been sitting behind his desk since that secret suppliant left, without moving at all. Before long, the door was knocked on again. Mr. Zangwill. It was a young man wearing a silk top hat. His expression was lively and enthusiastic. Nice to meet you. I am Nix Miller, a Sequence 5 Seer Pathway from the Secret Order, a marionettist. With that, he showed a smile, identical to Ince Zangwill's smile. We all have our missions. We should all dedicate ourselves. For the Lord, for the future, this is destiny. Also fate. The two-part harmony gradually overlapped, and the quill, without being held, wrote one word after another on the table. It was trembling as it wrote. Why are they all smiling? Why are they all crying? Why are they all watching? Why are they showing you the same smile? They are a harmonious family. They don't need suspicion. They don't have trials. They cooperate closely, and everyone will dedicate everything for a common future. This is destiny. Also fate. A figure wearing a black top hat and a matching tailcoat flashed past outside the drawn curtains, in the glass window frame facing the crimson moon. He enjoyed the illumination of the crimson moon in the sky, revealing a smile. This is destiny. Also fate. Yes, it's like a ship cruising at sea, seeing a lighthouse guiding the direction. Red Rose Street, number 32, 4th floor, in the office belonging to Dunn Smith. For a familiar figure to appear in front of the Nighthawks in this way, it would be false to say that it's not strange or suspicious. Indeed, it is the Antigonus family's notebook, very likely an item strongly associated with the Seer pathway, although the Secret Order hasn't had many actions in recent years, appearing honest and law-abiding among many secretive organizations. The information obtained from within the church shows that the Secret Order clearly has big problems. They are pursuing items of the Seer pathway. The loss of the Antigonus family notebook within Tinghan University, on the surface, seems like Nix Miller of the Secret Order didn't have time to do anything. Perhaps they have a method to bypass the surveillance of ritualistic magic, causing the loss of the notebook. Klein quietly listened to the information being exchanged between his seniors. When mentioning that, the Secret Order has mastered the Seer pathway, Daly smiled and winked at Klein. So, this is one of the reasons for making you, Klein Moretti, a seer. As the direct victim affected by the disappearance of the Antigonus family notebook, your intuition can, to some extent, help us gain an advantage. Klein suddenly felt a bit of pressure, but Dunn Smith quickly said, "Don't worry too much. If we can't handle it, there will be people who can handle this matter. For example, high-ranking individuals from Miskatonic University, or high-level members of the Nighthawks of the Church of the Night, those demigods?" Klein thought of this. After chatting about some other information, Peter Gull sent Klein, who had just become a seer, back to number 47, Golden Rose Street. In the near future, first familiarize yourself with the various abilities of being a seer. Starting tomorrow afternoon, come to number 32, Red Rose Street. My grandfather will tell you about some suitable ritualistic magic and the mystical knowledge you need to master. Okay, Officer Neal. Just call me Petter Gull. After all, if nothing unexpected happens, we will be colleagues next. Petter Gull left in a hurry, looking really busy. Klein watched the carriage leave, greeted the landlady, and returned to the family apartment at the end of the corridor on the second floor. Klein, you're back. At home. Melissa and Benson seemed to have been back for a while. Yesterday's explanation barely convinced Benson and Melissa. It was already close to 7 o'clock, and Melissa and Benson couldn't wait for Klein to come back, so they had to start cooking first. But coincidentally, Klein came back before Benson finished cooking. What's good to eat tonight? Klein smelled the potato aroma in the air and chatted with his sister. Braised pork, and sausage, tofu. Benson made fried rice. Oh, right, Klein, are you free tomorrow? What's wrong? Klein thought about his schedule for tomorrow and asked. Benson and I want to visit Mom tomorrow, Melissa said. Klein was in a daze for a moment, which Melissa didn't notice. He dug out the original body's family relationships from the original body's memories. The original body's mother seemed to have always been in poor health, living in St. Peter's Hospital in Tingen City all year round. Speaking of which, he hasn't met the original body's father and mother yet. Klein pondered for a moment, as if thinking about what to do tomorrow. After a while, he asked, "Can we go tomorrow morning? I should have something to do in the afternoon." He could stay at home in the morning, and in the afternoon, he needed to go to number 32, Red Rose Street, for a period of mystical education. Yes, no problem. Melissa nodded. Melissa is still attending Tingen University's affiliated middle school. Tomorrow morning, the school will conduct a safety screening and specially give students half a day off. Benson, on the other hand, is studying in an off-campus tutoring class. He recently quit his original job and is preparing for the entrance exam for the law department of Tingen University, so his time is also relatively free. That's why Melissa wanted to visit Mom. Klein nodded, indicating that he understood. Yo, the busy man is back. At this time, Benson walked out of the kitchen and said to Klein with a smile, "Good, you plan to enjoy yourself here without doing anything. Serve the dishes, Melissa, you go get the rice." Okay. Klein raised a smiling face. Melissa served each of her brothers a full bowl of rice. This is the daily life of an ordinary person. Klein thought with mixed feelings about his real parents and friends. He also didn't know if they were doing well in the original world. Did his original body disappear, or did it die suddenly? Or, did Klein Moretti travel back and enter his original body? With mixed feelings, Klein ate 2 big bowls of rice. Benson didn't manage to grab the last piece of braised pork. Perhaps it was because he had become a seer, but Klein had a rare dream at night. He dreamed of himself before the transmigration. He was standing in his room, looking around at the familiar yet unfamiliar environment with some confusion. At some point, a scarlet-red moon, unlike the bright white moon, rose outside the window. In the center of the house, a rope hanging in midair appeared. In the dream, Klein was dazed, only feeling that the rope and the knot of the rope gave him a strange attraction. Unconsciously, Joe Mingrui, who had returned to his original appearance, walked to the bottom of the rope. The rope quietly fell, and he put his head into the knot that fit his head just right. His legs left the ground. Joe Mingrui didn't feel any pain. Then, the scene flashed, and Joe Mingrui saw Klein Moretti's study where he committed suicide by shooting himself. There was also a rope there. After Klein Moretti was killed by the bullet he fired, blood and brain matter splattered all over the floor. He remained motionless, seemingly just dying like that. But after an unknown amount of time, when the brain matter and the blood gushing from the temple were about to run out, the corpse shook and stood up. It was as if Welch and Naya, one with a shattered skull and the other drowned in the bathroom, but after death, their bodies seemed to move on their own, appearing in the living room and hanging themselves in the living room. Is death really death? Joe Mingrui saw that Klein Moretti's corpse raised his hands and reached for the rope hanging in midair. He tore off a part of it and put his blood and brain-covered face through the knot. He let go of his hands, and the corpse was pulled up by an invisible force, swaying back and forth in the study. In the dream, the scene changed once again. Joe Mingrui saw Benson and Melissa. Their room had no other tables, chairs, or benches, no clothes, no beds. The 2 rooms were empty, with only a hemp rope tied with knots. Benson and Melissa were hanging from the ceiling, similarly shaking their limbs. They seemed to be sleeping, and the place where the hemp rope was like their bed. The dreamscape changed once again, this time to a scene inside the buildings on both sides of Golden Rose Street. The buildings on both sides had many glass windows. Under the illumination of a huge crimson moon overhead, countless glass windows were covered with curtains, inside which faint mineral lamp light emanated. Every room inside the buildings was deathly silent. The faint yellow light from the mineral lamps inside shone directly onto the windows, leaving a thick line extending down from the ceiling, and a human-shaped figure hanging in midair, swaying. On the street, the corpses of cats and dogs hung on the street lights. At the sewer entrances, the corpses of rats and insects were already densely packed. The entire city was silent, without any sound, like a dead city, devoid of any vitality. Zhou Mingrui became more and more bewildered, more and more uneasy, more and more terrified. He subconsciously wanted to wake up. He felt that this was an unimaginable nightmare. Wake up! Wake up quickly! Zhou Mingrui struggled, subconsciously looking towards the silent sky with only a huge red moon. He saw the most terrifying thing in his life. He saw that huge, abnormally large red moon overhead. He saw beneath the red moon, hanging, suspended, countless corpses. They swayed and shook constantly. They used the sky above the entire city as a beam, hanging there. Their expressions were either terrified, calm, struggling, or sleeping. They were all smiling. They were all crying. They included Klein Moretti's classmates, Klein Moretti's friends, his relatives, strangers he had only met once on the street, old Neil whom he had just met this afternoon, Officer Pedigree, Leonard, who wore a monocle and had a poet-like temperament, Dunn Smith, Daly, and many, many people he was either familiar with or strangers to. Countless, illusory black threads that blotted out the sky extended towards the abnormally large red moon overhead. They converged, covering the sky and the sun. Welcome to join. Welcome to join. Layers upon layers of voices echoed in Zhou Mingrui's ears. They were dense and numerous, covering the entire sky. The next morning, when Klein woke up with a start, the quilt and bed were already soaked. Klein looked somewhat blankly at the sunlight shining in through the bay window. He subconsciously wiped away the not yet dried sweat that was about to drip into his eyes, and muttered to himself. I had a rather uncomfortable nightmare. The hour hand was just pointing to 6 o'clock. His body was a little tired. Klein recalled the nightmare from last night, only feeling that it must have been very terrifying. Shaking his head, he couldn't continue lying down to sleep in this state. Klein got up to take a shower, changed into new bedsheets and quilts, and after washing all these things and hanging them up to dry, Benson and Melissa also got up. The few of them didn't plan to eat at home in the morning. After greeting the landlady, who had also gotten up early, they went to a breakfast shop near Golden Rose Street and had the standard student fare of steamed buns with fried dough sticks and soy milk. Klein. Honestly, senior, you really don't skimp when it comes to eating. He had already completely forgotten about the nightmare from last night. After breakfast, taking the morning tram, they headed to St. Peter's Hospital on Daffodil Street in the East Borough of Ting'an City. St. Peter's Hospital was a rather famous hospital in Ting'an City, and even the entire Loen Kingdom. It treated many patients from all over the Loen Kingdom, and even from foreign countries, with speed, ruthlessness, accuracy, precise medication, and the professional quality of its doctors as its guiding principles. It also provided more medical resources, cases, and many talents to major hospitals in Loen. The reason why Ting'an City was called the City of Miracles was precisely because many advanced, epic-making behemoths stood here. I heard that this hospital used to have a name, something like New York First People's Hospital, or something, but later the name was rejected. Klein wanted to laugh but was afraid he would laugh too loudly. Transmigrator Senior, you are really sparing no effort to add bricks and tiles to this world. Arriving at the simply and elegantly decorated St. Peter's Hospital by public carriage, the huge, pure white hospital almost made Klein feel like he had returned to the modern metropolis before his transmigration. Shaking his head, Klein entered the hospital with Benson and Melissa. Because they had already made an appointment for today's visit, They arrived at the 4th floor of the inpatient area smoothly. Just as they exited the stairwell, Klein heard a wailing sound. "No, don't come near me. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Get away from me. Don't come near me. Woo woo woo." Then, Klein saw a door of a ward being opened, and a cart was pushed out of the ward. On the cart, a thin figure was tied full of restraints. The person was still wailing. "It's fake. It's all fake. Get away from me. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." The doctor wearing a white coat couldn't help but frown. Klein heard the doctor say to the nurse, "Send him to the psychiatry department, his condition has worsened again." The figure bound on the cart trembled when he heard the word, psychiatry department, struggling even more violently. Suddenly, he saw Klein not far away, saw Benson and Melissa. His pupils dilated for a moment, and then he burst out with the loudest voice he had ever made. "Run! You will die. I will die too. Ha 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 ha, they are all dead people. There are no living people here. They are all dead people, they are all dead people. I'm going to die, I'm going to die." The doctor sighed helplessly and followed the cart, while the nurse and the orderly pushed the cart, trying to reason with the person tied to the cart. "Get out! Get away from me!" Klein, Benson, and Melissa leaned against the wall, watching the person who kept shouting, "I'm going to die," being pushed away. He saw that on the wristband identifying the patient on the bound young man, who was not even 20 years old, it was written, "Admir Saul, paranoid personality disorder, schizophrenic patient. Klein." Melissa called Klein a few times before he came back to his senses. He withdrew his gaze from the mental patient named Admiral Saul, smiled at Melissa, and said gently, "Let's go." Klein didn't take the mental patient's matter to heart, nor did he use his spiritual vision to see if the so-called mental patient's aura color was different from normal people. After walking forward a few steps, and reaching the quiet end of the corridor, Klein and Melissa slowed down slightly. Benson knocked on a ward door and, upon hearing a female voice inside say, "Please come in," the three of them entered. A sign hung on the door, reading, "Winnie Ellison." Klein's family all believed in the goddess of the night. Due to the church's advocacy of equality between men and women, Winnie Ellison did not take her husband's last name. After Klein entered, he found that it was a small but very tidy single room. He saw his original body's mother on the bed by the window, leaning against the propped-up mattress. She looked 7/10 similar to Melissa, with a gentle temperament, soft expression, and skin that was unnaturally pale and unhealthy because she hadn't been exposed to the sun for many years. Her face was somewhat gaunt. "Benson, Melissa." The woman's gaze fell on Klein, and she smiled. "Klein." "Mom." Following the original body's memories, impressions, and emotions, Klein called out. After Admiral Saul left the family members who had come to visit the patient, he entered the elevator used to transport patients. His mouth could no longer make a sound. It was as if his vocal cords had been taken away. Around Admiral Saul's cart, faces and eyes silently stared at him in the moving elevator. Admiral Saul wanted to scream, wanted to escape, but the restraints on his body made him unable to struggle. In his eyes, horror and fear overflowed, and if all those emotions could have a physical form, Admiral Saul had no doubt that his eyeballs would explode, and that palpable fear would drown everyone present. The elevator door was gradually closing. Admiral Saul looked at the two men and one woman not far away, their backs gradually obscured by the elevator doors. This made Admiral Saul inexplicably recall what happened yesterday. After seeing a living person collapse and turn into a monster, and the people around him showing the same expression as if they were watching a silent play, he wanted to escape, he really wanted to escape from Tingen. He saw it, he saw so many lines, he saw those lines connecting all those people. But Admiral Saul didn't get his wish. He remembered that he seemed. What happened? When he opened his eyes again, he woke up in a hospital ward. The doctors next to him were discussing his condition. Admiral Saul didn't understand what persecutory delusions, or schizophrenia, meant, but the feeling those doctors and nurses gave him was exactly the same as the indifferent gaze of the people around the monster at that time. They weren't living people, they weren't living people. The medical staff here, everyone here, Admiral Saul couldn't see them clearly at all. They should have their own facial features, but when Admiral Sol looked over in horror, where were their facial features? Those were all flat faces. Where were the eyes, nose, mouth, and ears? I'm going to die. Save me, save me. After being pushed out of the ward and diagnosed with persecutory delusions, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion, Admiral Sol saw a person who seemed to be surging with strange mist. He didn't have that inhuman feeling. He was alive. Great, he was a living person. He was saved, but Admiral Sol still wasn't saved. Save me, save me. The person surging with strange mist didn't see him. No, he saw him, but he was a mental patient. A mental patient, he was a mental patient. I don't want to die, I'm going to die. I don't want to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Ah. All the sounds seemed to be muted, and the elevator slowly descended. I don't know how long it took. The medical staff quietly took Admiral Sol, who was tied to the cart, to a remote corner of St. Peter's Hospital. There was a separate building here, which was the location of the psychiatric department of St. Peter's Hospital. This was an independent department, and the entire building was for psychiatric care. Admiral Sol was silently taken to the 6th floor by the medical staff. The psychiatric department of St. Peter's Hospital was not only a place for treating patients, but this building also served as a place for mental treatment, wards, and other functions. After all, in recent years, the number of patients in Tingen suffering from corresponding mental illnesses has really been increasing. On the 6th floor, Admiral Sol's eyeballs kept moving, and the unfamiliar surroundings made his mood even more uneasy. Let me go. Let me go. Admiral Sol found that he could speak again. But he wasn't the only one talking here. Admiral Sol saw one of the wards. Through the observation window of the ward, Admiral Sol saw a face. The patient living in the ward had long, chestnut-colored, slightly curly hair, a pair of jewel-like blue eyes, a high nose bridge, thin lips, and two small mustaches that looked somewhat messy because they hadn't been taken care of for a long time. At this time, he was tightly sticky against the observation window, staring at the cart outside, and the silent doctor, patient, and nurse. Seeming to feel Admiral Sol's gaze, he suddenly shouted loudly in the ward. I am the Emperor. I am the Black Emperor. I am the protagonist of this era. A sign hung on the door of that ward, and the sign read, Rosal Gustav, patient, Rosal Gustav, original name, Huang Dao. Condition description. Confirmed to be suffering from persecutory delusions, with certain symptoms of schizophrenia, often accompanied by a strong tendency to self-destruction. In his later years, the patient often could not correctly recognize the world, often confusing the things he imagined with the things that existed in reality. On this basis, for unknown reasons, he suffered from severe post-traumatic stress disorder related to the seer pathway, and simultaneously believed that the world he was in was false and needed to be destroyed. He seemed to think that his relatives, friends, brothers, and subordinates were all disguised by the same person, wanting to manipulate him and persecute his enemies. In the White Ward, the slightly dazed and sluggish face of Klein, Benson, and Melissa's biological mother, Mrs. Winnie Ellison, seemed to change in an instant. A cold light flashed in the lady's eyes. After seeing off Benson, Melissa, and Klein, she silently got off the bed and took out a document from the drawer of the bedside table. Turning over the medical record that began with, Rosal Gustav, Mrs. Allison saw the contents below. Patient, Klein Moretti, original name, Joe Mingrui. In order to avoid causing corresponding psychological trauma, leading the patient to suffer from various mental illnesses such as persecutory delusions, and believing that this world is too false and that his life is completely arranged, the hospital believes that the case of Rosal Gustav, originally named Huang Dao, should not be completely imitated. According to the current plan, the hospital has summarized some programs for preventing the patient's condition or helping subsequent treatment. 1. Guide Klein Moretti to establish stable and real social relationships in the current society, with truth mixed with falsehood and falsehood containing truth. 2. After confirming that Klein Moretti clearly recognizes this social relationship, further guide him to discover the hidden problems in Tingen City. When necessary, Mr. Nicola Flamel will provide some assistance. 3. In order to avoid the problem of Rosal Gustav from happening again, some of the patients, Klein Moretti's, cognitions can be guided, modified, stolen, and grafted as much as possible to delay the time node for him to discover one of the deepest secrets of Tingnan City. 4. Use the gathering above the gray fog to let Klein Moretti recognize more people and things as soon as possible, and establish stronger and more connections. Subsequently, some of the secret puppets who have already established contact with the patient Klein Moretti can be arranged to consolidate the other party's mental state and behavioral cognition through complete dormancy or death under specific circumstances. 5. It has been discovered that Source Castle is trying to help the patient Klein Moretti discover the surrounding anomalies. The hospital believes that the intermittent increase in Klein Moretti's inspiration is seriously detrimental to the patient Klein Moretti's physical and mental health. Mr. Nicola Flamel and Mr. Don Agnes will provide corresponding assistance to eradicate the root cause as soon as possible. Mrs. Allison picked up a pen from the table and slowly wrote behind the prevention plan. The basic functions of Benson Moretti, Melissa Moretti, and myself have been exerted. Klein Moretti has begun to gradually accept his interpersonal relationships after transmigration. After stabilizing the current social relationship, subsequent prevention plans can be carried out, and through organizations such as the Secret Order, the Witch Sect, and the Aurora Society, the patient Klein Moretti can be made to develop hatred for existences such as the original witch, Zeratul, the hidden sage, and the true creator, further stabilizing the anchor and promoting the birth of the Lord of Mysteries. After writing these words, the countless jumping characters left the paper as if they had merged into the air and disappeared. The documents in Mrs. Allison's hand suddenly turned into countless blank sheets of paper without any traces. She put down the pen, lay back on the bed, and the indifference in her eyes gradually disappeared, returning to her original appearance. Outside the door, a psychiatrist walked in and smiled at Mrs. Allison, who was lying on the bed. "Good morning, Mrs. Allison. You seem to be in a good mood today? Can you talk to me?" Patient Winnie Allison has been diagnosed with schizotypal personality disorder. In the afternoon, Klein returned to 32 Red Rose Street. His external identity was Blackthorn Security Company, a place that provided mercenary services and was considered to have decent service. The security company is just a modern description. The things we do under the table are not much different from those mercenaries in ancient times, Old Neil said with a smile. Isn't our salary provided by the Tingnan city government and the church? Klein was puzzled by this. Wouldn't disguising as something else be more secretive than a security company or mercenaries? Who doesn't want to earn some extra money? If someone comes to our door, we can naturally help them when we have nothing to do, and by the way, get some of the rewards we deserve, right? Old Neil's appearance of imparting life philosophy left Klein speechless. Well, these are basic ritual magic and introductory occult textbooks. Miskatonic University's textbooks are pretty good. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Old Neil and Klein were not in the basement. They were now in a multi-person office on the second floor. Of course, there were only two of them now. Klein, who was extremely lacking in occult knowledge, naturally accepted those books without hesitation. With Old Neil, a senior ritualist, by his side, Klein was like a sponge frantically absorbing water, quickly and constantly absorbing the knowledge in those books. As a true seer, Klein found that his learning ability had indeed improved significantly. At the same time, he learned more about his pathway and learned the names of the subsequent potions in this pathway. Sequence 8, Clown. Sequence 7, Magician. Only these were mentioned in the basic textbook, Old Neil added. The Sequence 6 potion name of the seer pathway is Faceless. It is said to be a sequence that can change one's appearance, allowing one to grow taller or shorter, become fatter or thinner, and completely change one's facial features. A master of disguise, Klein muttered. He then curiously asked, what is Sequence 5 of the seer pathway called? What about Sequence 4? Old Neil heyed and said, how could I know everything, let alone the potion names of demigods? I'm just an ordinary logistics staff member, not a meander of the seer pathway. Well, but it is said that Sequence 4 of the seer pathway is known for being cunning and difficult to kill. You can ask Dunn about this, he might know, or ask when you go to Miskatonic University. There are quite a few seer pathway beyonders there. Sequence 4 of the seer pathway, cunning and difficult to kill? Klein pondered what old Neil said, nodded, and quietly went back to Reading. The busy afternoon passed quickly. As evening approached, Officer Pettigrew brought back 2 box lunches. We're going to Welch McGovern's residence again tonight, Moretti. How do you feel your condition is? I feel pretty good. Klein opened the lunchbox and saw the food from Khoi University in his memory. I want to eat fried chicken nuggets, old Neil muttered, looking at the lunchbox with no oil. Grandpa, you're getting old. Pettigrew refused. Old Neil immediately sighed. Unfilial, so unfilial. Pettigrew smiled. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.